Chapter 13. The Lawrence Strike. Status of 1. W. In East, 1911. By the spring of L9N, the L.W.W. in the East was in a state of quiescence. The organizing drive in steel had netted few permanent results, and even though the I.W.W. had more locals in Pennsylvania than in any other state in the Union, the majority were inactive. 1. Late in 1910, the I.W.W. seemed about to make a startling breakthrough in the shoe industry. The field was ripe for militant organization. The vast majority of the shoe workers, most of them unskilled, and a large percentage Italians, were unorganized. In September 1910, Joseph Etter came to New York from McKee's Rocks and spoke in English in Italian at a big meeting of shoe workers. Several I.W.W. organizers, including Gurley Flynn, joined Etter. Soon 150 men were organized in Local 168, I.W.W. In mid-November, the local had grown to 450 members and was supporting strikers in 2 Brooklyn factories where the workers had come out in sympathy with several Italians who had been fired for union activity. 2. Inspired by these strikes, the workers of the Wickard and Gardiner Company, organized by the A.J. of L's Boot and Shoe Workers Union, asked the union to negotiate a raise in their wages. The union replied that the contract ran until April 1911 and contained the usual clause outlawing strikes. Infuriated, the workers, most of whom were Italians, struck anyway and joined the W.W. The Boot and Shoe Workers fined each of them $10, suspended them from the union, and began to fill their places with shoemakers from Boston and Philadelphia and unskilled laborers hired from an Italian labor contractor in New York City. 3. Under the leadership of the I.W.W., the strikers fought back against scabs, police and private detectives. The strike spread to nearby factories until about 3,000 men and women were out by the end of December. The I.W.W. began mass picketing around each of the strike-bound places, I.NTS, and launched a defense fund to sustain several thousand strikers. The fund received contributions from a number of A.J. of L unions, especially 306 socialist-led Italian unions, and from Italian anarchists and syndicalists. But the money raised hardly met the needs of the strikers. Then in February 1911, Frank Bucafori, a shoe worker in a plant which was not on strike, shot and killed his foreman in self-defense after the latter attacked him with a shoe last. The Wobblies spent much of their energy in his defense. In the midst of this crisis, the Central Labor Union of Brooklyn ordered A.F. of L unions to cease sending contributions to the I.W.W. Defense Fund, warning them that if the Wobblies were successful in their war of extermination against the boot and shoe workers, they will naturally have ambitions to attack another trade, which may be your own. 5. As the strike dragged on, and as the boot and shoe workers, with police assistance, continued to supply strikebreakers, the strikers, many of them on the picket line for the first time, became discouraged. On March 4, 1911, Solidarity conceded that the strikers, poverty-stricken and on the verge of starvation, are being driven back to work. The strike was called off near the end of the month, and the strikers returned without gaining any concessions. In the following months, the I.W.W. local dissolved. 0. On March 18, 1911, when the Brooklyn shoe strike was reaching its unfortunate end, Solidarity lamented that the I.W.W. in the East was asleep, urged all Wobblies to wake up, and pointed to an industrial city in which effective organizing work could be done. The city was Lawrence, Mass. Herc, declared Solidarity, is the opportunity for the industrial workers to make themselves known. Inside of a year this prophecy was to be fulfilled. Conditions in Loren C.E. Mills. Situated in the Merrimack River Valley, about 30 miles north of Boston. Lawrence had the reputation in 1912 of being the worsted center of the world. The American Woolen Company, Morgan-controlled, the most powerful textile corporation in America, had 3 of its largest woolen mills in Lawrence. The Washington, employing about 6,500 hands. The Wood, with 5,200 operatives, and the Air, with 2,000 hands. The only independent woolen mill was the George E. Cunhert, employing about 950. There were 4 large cotton mills in Lawrence. The Arlington, employing about 6,500 workers. The Pacific, the largest producer of cotton print goods in the world, with 5,200 employees. The Everett, employing 2,000 operatives, and the Atlantic, giving employment to L. 300 hands. There were also 2 small cotton mills employing together 1,100 people, and a large textile dyeing establishment, owned by the U.S. Worsted Company, employing 6 workers. All told, the 12 mills in Lawrence, when operating at maximum capacity, furnished employment to approximately 32,000 men, women and children. 7. Bucafori was sentenced to 10 years in Sing Sing. Solidarity, April 1, 1911. The mill owners reaped huge profits. Dudley Hallman, Secretary to Governor Foss of Massachusetts, proved this statistically by disclosing that in 1902, when its capital stock was valued at $49,501,000, the American Woolen Company paid out $1,400,000 in dividends, while in L9N, when the capital stock was valued at $6, it paid dividends of $2,800,000. Thus, in the course of 10 years, dividends increased 100% while the capital invested rose less than 20%. In 1911, the American Woolen Co.'s dividend was 7%, that of Pacific Mills, 12%, and that of the Arlington Mill, 8%. The character of the working population in Lawrence's textile mills had undergone a sharp change in the nearly 7 decades between the founding of the city in 1845 and the Great Strike of 1912. Until the L88Os, the Native Americans, English, Irish, Scotch, and French Canadians were the dominant elements in the textile factories, and many of them were skilled workers. With the technological advances of the L88Os, the skilled personnel were rapidly displaced, and, after 1890, the Italians, Greeks, Portuguese, Russians, Poles, Lithuanians, Syrians and Armenians took their places. By 1912, the Italians, Poles, Russians, Syrians, and Lithuanians had definitely replaced the Native Americans and Western Europeans as the predominant groups in the textile mills of Lawrence. Within a 1-mile radius of the mill district, there lived 25 different nationalities, speaking a half-hundred different languages. The largest ethnic group in the city was Italian. 9. To induce the new immigrants to work in Lawrence, the American Woolen Company had posted placards in the towns throughout southern Europe which pictured the textile workers holding bags of gold, displaying bankbooks with substantial bank accounts and standing outside handsome homes which they were said to own. 10. What was the real state of affairs these foreign-born workers found awaiting them in Lawrence? They can be summed up succinctly: inadequate wages, difficult working conditions, subhuman housing facilities, and a community unsympathetic, when not hostile, to their needs. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics made a study of the payroll reports from 4 woolen and 3 cotton mills in Lawrence for the week ending nearest to November 25, 19N, about 7 weeks before the strike. It covered a total of 21,922 workers, excluding overseers and clerks, or about 2/3 of the total number in the mills on the eve of the strike. The average rate per hour of 16,578 operatives, skilled and unskilled, in the 4 woolen and worsted mills was 16 cents, and the average amount earned for the week under study was $8.75. The average hourly rate of 5,344 employees, skilled and unskilled, in the cotton mills was 15.8 cents, and the average weekly earnings were $8.78. These wages included premiums or bonuses. But 59.8% of the operatives in the woolen mills earned less than 15 cents an hour, and 14% of those in the cotton mills less than 12 cents. Almost 1/3, 33.2% of both woolen and cotton operatives received less than $7 per week. 11. The average weekly wages revealed by this study were based on earnings during a week when the mills were running full-time. But none of the mills worked full-time throughout the year. Although the Bureau declared that it could not ascertain the amount of unemployment, it conceded that there was a serious curtailment of earnings due to lost time, and concluded that the $8.75 and $8.78 average wages for the week under study were far too high for an annual average. 12. The Lawrence textile industry was a family industry, but this pleasant-sounding phrase had a deadly meaning for the workers. To keep the family alive, the husbands, wives, and children worked in the mills. On the eve of the strike in 1912, 1/2 of all children in law tilde rents between 14 and 18 were employed in the mills. 44.6% of the textile workers were females, and 0.5% were boys and girls under 18. If the earnings of the wives were pitifully small, those of the children were even less. Testimony before a congressional committee revealed that the youngsters, boys and girls, 14 to 16 years of age, earned $7 and $5 or less per week when the mills were running full-time. 13. Confronted with such frightening statistics, the mill owners claimed that competition from other New England states and the South forced wages down. But they did not mention that this did not keep profits from soaring, and that they were expanding their operations in Lawrence rather than reducing them because of this competition. Actually, profits had gone up, while wages had gone down in the face of rising living costs. Congressman Victor Berger, socialist, Whisk, revealed that in LB9A, when the industry showed a profit of $164,598,665, labor received 22% of the gross profit. In 1905, when profits had increased to $212, 69 less than greater than 048, wages accounted for only 19.5% of the total profits. 14. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor, the average work week in the mills of Lawrence was 56 hours. But 21.6% worked more than 56 hours, and none of the workers were paid a rate higher for overtime than the regular scale. 0.15. While the demand for a shorter work week was not an important issue in the strike, a fact which is hardly surprising since with hourly rates as low as they were, the workers needed a lengthened week, not a shorter one, to earn enough to stay alive. One of the strikers' demands was for double pay for all overtime. Chief among the grievances of the Lawrence workers was the premium or bonus system, which was introduced by William M. Wood, president of the American Woolen Company, and was used extensively in the mills. Essentially a speed-up plan, designed to obtain the highest possible production from each employee, it provided, in the case of the better-paid occupations such as the weavers, loom fixers, warp dressers, assistant overseers, slashers and menders, for a bonus to the worker whose output exceeded some fixed standard. In the other occupations, the bonus was paid for regular attendance. Any employee who had not missed more than one day during a 4-week period received a premium. While all the workers were adversely affected by the speed-up, the weavers especially suffered because of the cunning operation of the plan. The loom fixer's bonus was dependent upon the earnings of the weavers whose looms he tended, and that of the assistant overseer was based upon the earnings of all the loom fixers under his direction. Consequently, the weavers were driven to the limit of their endurance to raise the loom fixers' premiums and so increase the pay envelopes of the assistant overseers. Cavers who did not produce an overseer's pay envelope that met with the latter's satisfaction did not remain in the weaving room for long. Nor did a loom fixer who did not consistently prod the weavers, whose looms he attended, to hasten their pace. The bonus arrangement for regular attendance had its own ingenious device for intensifying the exploitation of the workers. A worker could produce extra cloth for 3 weeks, and then fall sick during the 4th and last week of the bonus period. He would, of course, lose the premium. It is not difficult to imagine the terrible nervous strain undergone by the worker toward the close of the premium period, as he feared that illness might cause his loss of the bonus. Nor was this his only worry. If his machine broke down, a not uncommon occurrence, his record of regular production would be marred and the premium for the entire 4-week period would go by the board. 0.16. In its study of the Lawrence Mills, the U.S. Bureau of Labor showed that premium money formed an important share of the total average weekly earnings. For the 4-week period ending November 1911, 2 worsted mills had 241 weavers on their payrolls. 86% minus 1,099 weavers received a premium. These men earned $64,579.27 for the month. $8,367.71 or 8% was premium money. 0.17 In general, the premium system encouraged weavers and other craftsmen to drive themselves mercilessly for the few extra dollars which meant so much to the family. The cunning of the employers to increase their profits at the expense of the workers was also reflected in the system of fining and grading. In LB 91, the Massachusetts legislature had seemingly stopped the vicious practice under which the textile workers had long been fined for any imperfect cloth manufactured, by making it illegal for employers to deduct, directly or indirectly, from wages for such imperfections. The manufacturers then devised a clever scheme called grading to get around the law. 2 sets of wages were paid, one for producing the very finest cloth, the other for goods of inferior grades. Consequently damaged and consequently graded as inferior. Thus, through no fault of their own, the workers saw a good part of their output graded as inferior, resulting in a reduction of their wages. Various other complaints were voiced by workers appearing as witnesses at the congressional hearings. Water supplied by the mills was usually so warm, due to the presence of numerous steam pipes in the weaving rooms, that the workers were forced, in order to quench their thirst, to buy cold drinking water at a weekly charge of 10 cents. The mills held back a week's wages on all new workers, thus imposing a heavy burden on them during the first 2 weeks of employment. Workers, especially children, were docked 1 hour's pay for coming 5 or 10 minutes late, and if the lateness was repeated 3 times, they were fired. And all witnesses expressed severe indignation at the tyrannical attitude of the foreman in their dealings with the workers. The overseers insisted that the women workers sleep with them as a condition of holding on to their jobs, swore at the men, women and children alike, constantly cursed at the foreign-born workers, calling them ignorant dagos and hunkies, and treating them as if they were dumb cattle. 18. We have already seen enough of the conditions in the Lawrence Mills to understand how inevitable it was that a mass uprising of the workers should occur. But even this is only part of the story. What sort of life did the earnings of the mill workers permit? Nearly all the textile workers lived in a slum area so congested that 2 tenements were erected on the same lot, nay in front, the other on the rear of the lot. A dark alley between the front houses provided the only entrance for the rear buildings. The rooms in these wooden fire traps were gloomy and dingy. Toilet facilities were totally inadequate and plumbing defective. 1 or 2 toilets, placed in the dark tenement halls, for a 4-story tenement was not unusual. In his report for the year 191, C., the Lawrence Inspector of Buildings wrote, conditions in the congested districts of the city are drawing close to the danger line in the manner of building construction for tenement purposes. The tendency of some property owners to use every inch of available space has in some quarters developed conditions that are not alone a menace to health, but to life itself. Each year, he complained, I have recommended that the city council take up the matter of revising the building ordinances. 19 But each year the proposal was buried by a council dominated by property owners loath to increase taxes, and convinced that these conditions were good enough for hunkies, pulls and wops. The mill owners, living in Boston or in New York, paid no personal taxes to the city and the mills paid only a moderate property tax. The shopkeepers and property owners of Lawrence frowned on higher expenditures for services for the foreign-born since this would increase their tax burden. Rents were so high that most families had to take in boarders and lodgers to meet the payment. They ranged from $2.75 per week for 4-room flats to $4.50 for 5 and $5 for 6-room flats. Little wonder that the health department found that 4 or 5 persons lived in a room. The U.S. Bureau of Labor discovered that the Italians in Lawrence paid more per room than did their countrymen in the crowded sections of Chicago, Cleveland, Buffalo, Milwaukee, and other large cities. 20. The cost of food, clothing and fuel was equally excessive. Testimony before the Congressional Committee revealed that the price of meat was so high, even of stew beef, a cheap grade which sold at 10 to 14 cents a pound and for which there was a great demand by the foreign workers, that its presence on the table was more or less regarded as an occasion for a holiday. Meat usually appeared only at Sunday dinner. For the rest of the week the diet consisted of black bread, coffee, molasses or lard. Milk, selling at 7 cents a quart, was out of reach of most workers' families who depended entirely on condensed or evaporated milk. Often, one witness reported, the children went hungry. There were days when only bread and water kept them alive. There being no place for the storage of coal in the crowded tenements, coal and wood had to be purchased in small quantities. This naturally increased the cost tremendously. For a 20-pound bag of coal the common price was 10 to 13 cents, that is, from $RO to $13 per ton, an increase of from 40 to 80% over the prichet of coal if purchased by the ton. 21. As for clothing, the comment of one student of conditions in Lawrence aptly sums up the situation. Ironically enough, in the greatest woolen center in the country the producers of suits could not afford the price of $15 which was prohibitive to them, nor could the women who made the cotton dresses pay $3 for them. Cotton shirts sold at exorbitant prices ranging from $2 to $5. As for overcoats, they were out of the question, and to the spectator, it appeared that most of the workers of Lawrence wore sweaters beneath the coats of their suits. 22. Public charitable institutions failed, from lack of funds and indifference to the needs of the workers to supplement inadequate wages. Rev. Clark Carter, Director of Public Health and Charity, who defended child labor as a beneficent influence in the community, declared that the standard of living of the factory workers was all that should be expected. 28. Lawrence had 2 dubious honors. One was that it was a leading contender for being the most congested city in the nation, with 33,700 PAO. PLE, 1/3 of the population, dwelling on less than 1/13 of the city's area, the slum area. The other was that the infant mortality death rate in Lawrence was one of the highest of the industrial cities of the nation. Of the 1,524 deaths in Lawrence in 1910, 7N or 46.6%. were of children less than 6 years. Indeed, in that year, the total deaths in Lawrence was exceeded, according to the U.S. Census Office, by only 6 cities out of 40. 24. Unquestionably, the foul tenements, poor diet, and lack of warm clothing were important factors in the high number of deaths. Overcrowded housing in 1912, the Director of Public Safety found only 4 rooms without beds in them on a whole block of tenements, and an inadequate diet probably accounted for the high tuberculosis rate. In 1912, the Department of Health estimated that 8 people in the city had tuberculosis. The Lawrence Survey, conducted in 19N, fixed the number of deaths due to this disease at 150 yearly. 211. Here, then, were the conditions which led to the great upheaval of the Lawrence textile workers. These conditions, one might add, were no better in other New England textile centers. In explaining why they finally revolted, the strikers stated, "For years the employers have forced conditions upon us that gradually and surely broke up our homes. They have taken away our wives from the homes, our children have been driven from the playground, stolen out of schools and driven into the mills, where they were strapped to the machines, not only to force the fathers to compete, but that their young lives may be coined into dollars for a parasite class, that their very nerves, their laughter and joy denied, may be woven into cloth. We hold that as useful members of society, and as producers we have the right to lead decent and honorable lives, that we are to have homes and not shacks, that we ought to have clean food and not adulterated food at high prices, that we ought to have clothes suited to the weather." 28. Unionization before 1912. In January 1912, before the strike started, the total union membership among the 30,000 mill workers was less than 2,500. Most of them were distributed among 10 weak craft locals, each representing an individual skilled trade, and all 10 speaking only for the better-paid English-speaking workers: loom fixers, mule spinners, warp preparers, wool sorters, cotton and woolen yarn workers, engineers and machinists. Only 2 unions were affiliated with national organizations: the Mule Spinners Union, with 200 members, affiliated with the United Textile Workers of America, AF of L, and Local 20 of the National Industrial Union of Textile Workers, affiliated with the IWW, and composed largely of low-paid, of the 6, Terce Lodel, Fall River, and New Bedford were also textile centers. Unskilled workers, especially French, Belgians, Italians, and some English-speaking. The rest were independent unions. 21. The AF of L's United Textile Workers gave no thought to organizing the vast majority of workers in the mills, the unskilled, foreign-speaking element. A Massachusetts state official quoted the officers of the UTW as saying that, after 1905, it was a waste of effort and money to attempt to organize Lawrence. The settlement in Lawrence of some 15,000 immigrants during the period 1905 to 1910 added to the population of that city an unassimilated and un-American element so large and so varied in its racial composition as to make it well nigh impossible to disseminate among these people the advantages of unionism. 28. But Local 20, IWW, was convinced that these workers could be organized, and that it was only a matter of time before a major upheaval would occur in Lawrence. And in August L9N, a strike did break out among cotton weavers in the Atlantic Mill when management ordered that the workers tend 12 looms at 49 cents per cut instead of 7 looms at 79 cents per cut. The speed-up brought the weavers only 35 cents more a week for the increased additional work. In addition, management announced that 40% of the weavers would be discharged. When the management refused to negotiate new wage and work rates, the weavers walked out and joined the IWW. They remained on strike for the following 4 months, a constant reminder to the rest of the city's workers that revolt was possible and that the IWW would assist their cause. Although the strikers were assisted by Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, fresh from leading a victorious strike of women in the textile mills at Minersville, PA, they were unsuccessful. 29. Nevertheless, during the strike, English, Polish, and Italian branches joined the French and Belgians in the IWW. The atmosphere in Lawrence was becoming so charged with the rising tide of workers' resentment that in October L9N, William Yates, National Secretary of the National Industrial Union of Textile Workers, wrote to James P. Thompson, General Organizer of the 1WW, urging him to come to Lawrence since the time is favorable for the spread of our principles and methods. Thompson went to the Mill City and instructed Local 20 to watch the situation carefully and, if a strike broke out, to immediately send for Joseph J. Etter, the Eastern organizer for the IWW 80. Although the Wobblies had only a few hundred dues-paying members in Lawrence by January 1912, the workers of the city had at last found a union which spoke for the unskilled foreign-born. This nucleus of an organization helped lay the foundation for the tremendous revolt on January 12, 1912, outbreak of the Great Strike. The spark that set off the explosion was the cut in wages for all workers following the passage of the 54-hour law for women and for children under 18 years of age. The law, adopted in 1902 by the state legislature as a result of pressure from organized labor in Massachusetts and over the opposition of the corporations, was to go into effect on January 1912. In 1910, after an act had been passed prohibiting all women and children under 18 years of age from working more than 56 hours a week after January 1910, the Lawrence Mills, to forestall an outburst from the workers, had so adjusted the rates that the earnings for the 56-hour week remained the same as for the 58-hour week. 31. But in 1912, the manufacturers, having smashed several organizing attempts and broken a number of smaller strikes, were confident that the workers were incapable of protesting effectively. Hence they refused to pay for the shorter week the wages paid for the 56-hour week. 32. On January 1912, in accordance with the requirements of the new law, the mills posted schedules cutting the weekly work hours to 54 for all workers, men, women, and children, in all departments. However, no notices were posted concerning any change in wage rates. To ascertain the company's intentions, a committee of the Loom Fixers Union conferred on January 4 with the mill agents. They reported back that the agents stated definitely that this time, unlike 1910, there would be no increase in hourly rates to compensate for the new shorter week. The Loom Fixers then voted to strike unless such a raise was granted. 33. On January 3, the IWW Local 20 met to discuss the effects of the new law. The members agreed that the silence concerning the new hourly rates meant a wage less than ut. A committee of the IWW Local was appointed to visit the mills of the American Woolen Company and learn definitely whether or not rates would be changed. The company's agents refused to give the committee a definite reply. Instead, they were told to communicate with President Wood at the Boston office. A special delivery letter was immediately dispatched, but no reply was ever received. However, Local 20 did not simply sit and wait for a reply. On Wednesday morning, January 10th, under the auspices of the Italian branch, a mass meeting was held. About 1,000 Italian workers filled the hall, and by unanimous vote, they decided to call all the Italian workers out on strike on Friday evening. January 12th, immediately after they were paid for the week, if their envelopes showed reductions. See on Thursday, January 11th, 1,750 weavers left their looms in the Everett cotton mill. They were joined by 100 spinners of the Arlington mills, and the nearly 2,000 workers, in a noisy demonstration, vowed to stay out as long as necessary to keep their wages from being reduced. S5. While the new law did not apply to the working hours of men, the organ of the textile industry explained, the manufacturers saw at once that it would not be economy to manage their force on dissimilar periods of labor, and applied the time to all, reducing the pay according to the previous basis of hour work. Textile. Ameri, N. February 1912, page 13. The protest meetings, local walkouts, and threats of broader strikes were not taken seriously by the mill agents. They went ahead with preparations to announce the wage cut on payday, January 12, but took no steps to meet any outburst this might produce. The idea that the workers, separated into numerous crafts and 25 nationalities and speaking at least 45 different languages, could stage a general strike was to them a sheer impossibility. 36 The looms had been going for about 2 hours when the pay envelopes were passed out by the various foremen. When the Italian workers in the Washington mills opened their envelopes, they found that their weekly earnings had been reduced by an amount equivalent to 2 hours' work, or, as the workers put it, by 4 loaves of bread. The wages of these Italian workers, among the lowest in the mill, were already at the starvation point. Suddenly all the years of suffering from lack of food, miserable housing, inadequate clothing, and poor health came to a head. Their hatred of the bosses who grew wealthier as they grew poorer broke out in an outburst of rage against the machines, symbol of the boss's oppression. From room to room the Italian workers ran, stopping the motors, cutting the belts, tearing the cloth, breaking the electric lights, and dragging the other operatives from the looms. Knives were brandished before workers who refused to walk out, and bobbins, shuttles, and anything else that came at hand, were thrown at other employees who hesitated. Within 30 minutes, work at the mill came to a standstill. At U:30 a.m. January 12, 1912, the Battle of Lawrence, one of the epic struggles between labor and capital in American history, was ONL. With Washington Mill silenced, the unorganized strikers, waving American and Italian flags and shouting, "Better to starve fighting than to starve working," soon to become the battle cry of the general strike, rushed out of the plant and headed for the wood mill as the first of several mills they planned to visit to draw out the workers and shut down the operation. At the wood mill, the engineer was threatened with death unless he stopped the machines. He shut off all power. The rooms were invaded, motors were smashed, looms were disabled. All the 5,000 employees walked out. Some who hesitated were quickly brought to their senses by the invading army of strikers. The flying squadron, composed of strikers from the Washington and wood mills, next stormed the air mill. They broke through the large iron gate and shut off the power. Then, breaking through the inside doors, they sent bolts of cloth crashing to the floor. All the 2,000 workers inside the mill stopped work. The augmented flying squadron swept to the duck mills. Here the police, in response to a riot call, were waiting for the strikers. The strikers attempted to storm the gates, but were driven back by the police under the command of Acting Chief of Police, John J. Sullivan. Repulsed at the duck mills, the crowd of strikers surged over to the Pacific Mill and then to the Prospect Mill, where their attempts to enter were again checked by the police. The strikers then decided to abandon attempts at other mills. In the mass assaults on the 5 mills, the strikers had destroyed and damaged machinery and other equipment. Some workers had been slightly injured and 6 Italians arrested for inciting to riot. 37. By Saturday night, January 3, the strikers estimated that 20,000 textile workers had left their machines. By Monday night, January Lawrence was an armed camp. Police and militia guarded the mills through the night. Organization of the strike. While the strikers were still assaulting the mills in the late morning and early afternoon of January 2, the Italian branch of Local 20 quickly ran off leaflets calling for a mass meeting that very afternoon. When the strikers left the grounds of the Prospect Mill, they did not go to their homes. Instead, they immediately congregated at the mass meeting. It became immediately clear in the discussion that without organization and leadership, the strike was doomed to failure. Therefore, the strikers enthusiastically greeted the suggestion that Joseph J. Smiling Joe Etter be summoned to organize and lead the strike. A telegram was sent to Etter in New York to come immediately to Lawrence. The next morning he arrived in the Mill City, accompanied by his friend Arturo Giovanetti, editor of LL Proletario and secretary of the Italian Socialist Federation. 38. The summons to Eder was to assume increasing significance as the strike progressed. A spokesman for the mill owners wrote that if Eder had not reached Lawrence at the outset of the strike, it might have collapsed in a few days from lack of support and leadership. Eder, he noted, swayed the undisciplined mob as completely as any general ever controlled his disciplined troops. Immediately upon his arrival he began to organize these thousands of heterogeneous, heretofore unsympathetic, and jealous nationalities into a militant body of class-conscious workers. By the time he arrived in Lawrence, Eder, though only 27 years of age, had had the unique experience of doing organizing work among the Western miners and migratory workers and the foreign-born workers in the Eastern steel mills and shoe factories. He had absorbed the militant tactics of the IWW in the West and helped introduce them to the East. He had seen how the foreign-born workers at McKees Rocks had produced from their ranks men of revolutionary experience and had introduced tactics in the strike which were drawn from European struggles. Jovaniti did not join the IWW until the time of the Lawrence strike. Although Eder was not a member of the Italian Socialist Federation, he worked closely with the organization. He was thus able to bring to Lawrence the best of a number of well-tested strike tactics drawn from the West, from the battle at McKees Rocks and from the European labor and revolutionary movements. This, together with the contributions of William D. Haywood, who replaced Eder after the latter's arrest, produced at Lawrence a new type of labor struggle. Lincoln Steffens characterized it as follows: "This is an IWW strike. It's a Western strike in the East, a strike conducted in New England by Western miners, who have brought here the methods and the spirit employed by them in Colorado, Idaho, and Nevada, improved, if you please, or corrected by their experience there and by radical philosophies from abroad." 39. Joe Eder arrived in Lawrence on Saturday, January 13. With his arrival, the first stage of the strike came to an end. The spontaneous outburst quickly gave way to a methodical strike organization rarely paralleled in the annals of the American labor movement. To unite the different nationalities into one harmonious group, Eder decided to give each nationality equal representation in all phases of the management of the strike. A general strike committee of 56 members was set up. The 14 largest nationality groups were each allowed to elect 4 members. Later, another nationality was given representation, thus increasing the membership to 60. Of the principal nationalities taking part in the strike, only the Germans were not represented on the committee. The strike committee was the executive board of the strikers, charged with complete authority to conduct the strike, and subject only to the popular mandate of the strikers themselves. All mills on strike and their component parts, all crafts and phases of work, were represented. The committee spoke for all workers. This remarkable organization was started on January 13, the day of Eder's arrival. Eder was elected chairman of the committee the following day. 4 degrees. The principle of national equality was also carried out in the subcommittees elected: relief, finance, publicity, investigation, and organization. The subcommittees consisted of one representative from each nationality. Thus every nationality group had its own organization in the management of the strike, and complete unity was obtained for this working-class machine through the General Strike Committee. Eder left nothing to chance. He realized the need of replacing any of the 60 key men who might be unable, either through illness or imprisonment, to continue on the committee. Hence, each member had an alternate trained. Although some of the Germans, mainly the socialists, left work early in the strike, the majority did not join the walkout until halfway through the struggle. Donald B. Cole asserts that the Irish had no representative on the strike committee. Immigrant City, Lawrence, Massachusetts, 1845 to 1921, Chapel Hill, 1G63, page 184. He overlooks Ed Riley, an Irish textile worker, who was an active member of the strike committee. Mary Heaton Vorse, A Footnote to Folly, New York, 1935, p. 9. To step into his place at a moment's notice. Precautions were also taken to prevent company agents worming their way into the committee. Eder asserted that numerous Pinkerton detectives, disguised as strikers, were all known to the committee and were constantly under surveillance. 41. Every morning the General Strike Committee met. The roll would be called by nationality groups and the representative of each would rise and report for his people, who held frequent meetings among themselves in halls scattered over the city. Since a good many of the representatives could not speak English, it was necessary to use interpreters to translate the speech. This was done by a corps of trusted interpreters who were constantly available for duty. A completely democratic system was used for the conduct of the strike. Each nationality group was entitled to one vote on the strike committee and could, by popular referendum, instruct its representative how to vote. Supreme power to decide all important questions resided in the mass or general meeting of all the strikers' men, women, and children. The mass meetings served 2 other purposes: to acquaint the strikers with the latest developments, and to give them renewed courage to continue with the struggle. Few bulletins and no newspapers were issued by the strike committee, probably because of the many languages in which they had to be printed and the high rate of illiteracy among the strikers, but the daily mass meetings supplied the personal relationship between leaders and workers which the printed word could not have achieved. Most of the daily meetings were for particular nationality groups. On Saturday and Sunday, monster mass meetings of all the strikers would be held to ratify measures the strike committee had adopted. These were colorful affairs, with speeches and native music and songs of the different nationalities. All, however, joined in singing the Internationale, the favorite song of the strikers. The General Strike Committee was not a committee of the IWW. Few of the members had been associated with the IWW when the strike began, and several of them never joined the organization. It had been organized to win the strike and not to represent the IWW. However, all members of the committee acknowledged the leadership of the IWW, and looked for advice on every issue to the wobbly leaders who served as advisory members on both the General Strike Committee and the various subcommittees. Besides Eder and Haywood, the chief IWW leaders who aided in directing the strike were William Yates, possessor of great executive ability, William E. Troutman, the IWW leader of the McKees Rocks and other strikes, and James P. Thompson, Gildo, Maskrella, and Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, three of the best IWW organizers. All of them strove to develop leaders from among the rank and file of the strikers in order to have the leadership vested, so far as possible, in the workers themselves. Pies of leadership and administrative ability, like John Adamson, a skilled textile operative and head of Lawrence Local 20 of the IWW, Samuel Lipson, a Jewish weaver, and Ann Welzenbach, an American-born, skilled worker, too. The IWW, through its leaders, organized the strikers into an efficient, fighting machine, a remarkable army of struggle, gave them direction, and planned with the committee's every move in the strike. It is not surprising, then, that the strikers turned enthusiastically to join the IWW. No recruiting drive was necessary. They rushed to join the only union that had ever welcomed and helped these exploited foreign-born workers to gain a better livelihood. Entire nationality groups would vote at mass meetings to join Local 20. 7,000 had joined by the end of February, and before the strike was over, more than 10,000 Lawrence textile workers were members of the LWW. More than 90% of these new members were Italians, Poles, Lithuanians, Syrians, French, Belgians, and Portuguese. Most of them had been in the United States less than 3 years, and nearly all were unorganizable immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe. 48. The Lawrence strike was one of the most widely reported labor struggles in American history up to this time. No reporter, no matter how he distorted the news by constantly picturing the strikers as perpetrators of all kinds of violent deeds, could help but admire the powerful organization set up by Eder so quickly, and continued by Haywood after the farmer's arrest, and the precision with which it operated. The truth is that at no time previously in American labor history were so many diverse nationality and language groups so effectively united in a strike. Never before, commented the New York Sun in mid-February, has a strike of such magnitude succeeded in uniting in one unflinching, unyielding, determined and united army so large and diverse a number of human beings. The Lawrence Evening Tribune, hardly a friend of the strikers, grudgingly conceded early in March that, from the day of its formation, there was never any hint of friction among the different representatives on the strike committee. 44. The mill owners were ready, early in the strike, to remove the original grievance that had sparked the mass uprising by continuing the same amount of pay as the workers had formerly received for 56 hours. 4. But once the battle was put on an organized basis, this was replaced by a full set of demands, and it was to achieve them that the strike was fought. On January 14, the strikers drew up their demands at a mass meeting, the usual procedure of the WW, which always insisted that demands emerge from the body of the strikers rather than from their representatives. There were 4 demands. The strikers asked for 1. A 15% increase in wages, 2. The adoption of the 54-hour week, 3. Abolition of the premium and bonus systems and double pay for overtime, and 4. No discrimination against the strikers for strike activities. These demands could hardly be called extravagant in view of the widespread grievances of the workers. They clearly were not designed, as the mill owners and the press friendly to them charge, to further syndicalism or to promote a revolution. 46. The strikers remained steadfast behind these demands. At the suggestion of the General Strike Committee, those strikers who could write English or some other language sent hundreds of letters to the mill agents asserting that until their demands were granted they would not return to work. The mills, reported the Lawrence Evening Tribune late in February, are actually being bombarded with these letters. 47. Once the General Strike Committee was perfected and the demands clearly formulated, the strike spread like wildfire through all the textile mills. About 33,000 textile workers were on the payrolls of the mills on January 12, the day the strike started. On that day, about 15,000 workers walked out. 8 days later, on January 20th, the local press reported that 22,000 workers were out. Thus, the strike reached its greatest strength 1 week after the start, for at no time did the total of workers on strike, and those thrown out of work, exceed 23,000. These, with their dependents, comprised about 60% of the city's population. 48 At the time of the settlement of the strike, March 14th, there were still about 20,000 workers out. This was a remarkable manifestation of the determination of the strikers not to go back to work until they won their demands. During the 9 long weeks of the bitter struggle, some of the mills were shut down completely, while others maintained a skeleton force to ship out the cloth that had been woven just before the strike occurred. But the official journal of the manufacturers conceded that not a single mill produced new material. 49. The tactics introduced early in the strike kept the mills closed. These tactics drew the admiration of workers and labor leaders throughout the nation because of their effectiveness, and were to influence strike strategy of American labor for years to come. Mass picketing. On Monday morning, January 15th, pickets turned out en masse before each of the mills. This began a daily practice that continued until the end of the strike. Never before had there been picketing on the scale employed in Lawrence. Indeed, it was the picket line that made the Lawrence strike a milestone in the history of American labor struggles. Every striker took his place on the picket lines, including those who, at first, joined the walkout through fear of reprisal as a result of the mills closing down. 150. At the outbreak of the strike, it appears that the city administration had agreed to grant the strikers the privilege of peaceful picketing. This was construed to mean the use of vocal persuasion by the strikers to keep scabs out of the mills. But when groups of strikers massed before the various mills, they were opposed by the police and militia. 61 To get around the prohibition against gathering in front of the mills, the strike committee developed an ingenious strategy. This was the famous moving picket line. Day after day, long lines of pickets moved in an endless chain around the mill district to discourage strikebreakers. Each picket wore a white ribbon or card that said, "Don't be a scab." The chain, kept moving 24 hours a day during the entire strike, was extremely effective. No one could get through the lines without being accosted. What is more, it was not contrary to the law. The strikers did not mass in front of the mills. 112. When reporters, writing from Lawrence, referred in awe to mass picketing, they meant precisely that. It was not unusual to find 20,000 strikers on the picket line. And that number could still be found on the line a few days before the strike ended, moving always, in a dense mass along Essex Street and Broadway, in endless file around and around the streets near the mills, singing their songs and sending chills down the spines of potential scabs with their ceaseless cry of, "Boal boo! Boo!" When the police tried to stop them from halting potential scabs, the pickets refused. They would fall to the sidewalk daring the police to arrest them. 113. The picket lines gave a clear impression of the organized power of the workers. So, too, did the frequent parades of the strikers. Few strikes in the United States have witnessed the number of parades the people of Lawrence saw during these 9 weeks. Every few days a parade would be held, with from 3,000 to 10,000 people marching to the music of bands and drum corps, singing the Internationale, the Marseillaise, Solidarity Forever, and other radical and wobbly songs. This movement in Lawrence, wrote Ray Stannard Baker, was strangely a singing movement. Many of the paraders wore IWW buttons. As the thousands of paraders marched through the streets, it is not difficult to see why the Citizens Association felt that a revolution had come to Lawrence. Indeed, one of the militia officers who was on strike duty wrote an article entitled, "The Lawrence Revolution," in which he noted that strikers had taken over the government of the city. 114. Late in January, all parades and mass meetings held on city property were forbidden by the militia. But the ingenuity of the strike committee was again revealed. The strikers were instructed to conduct sidewalk parades. Groups of 20, 30, or 50 would lock arms on the sidewalk, take up its entire width, and walk along, sweeping everyone off the sidewalks or against the walls of the buildings. When the police, with great difficulty, broke up the sidewalk parades, the strikers resorted to a new strategy. This was to pass in and out of stores, not to buy anything, but to go in crowds into the principal places of business, walk around and out again. Captain Sullivan, acting chief of police, testified that they had our shopkeepers in a state of terror. It was a question whether or not they would shut up their shops. Lilly. The McKees Rocks and Hammond strikes, as we have seen, had already demonstrated that the foreign-born women were the most militant fighters in these struggles. The Lawrence strike fully corroborated this fact. In all the picketing and parades, the women strikers themselves or wives of strikers played a vital role. They trod the frozen streets besides the men, and often occupied the front ranks in demonstrations and parades, expectant mothers and women with babes in their arms marching with the others, and like the other mill girls, carrying signs which read, "We want bread and roses too." The women pickets were very active today and very few less than scabs entered the mills, was a fairly typical report from Lawrence. Most reporters agreed that they proved themselves to be fiercer and more courageous than the men. While Haywood did not go this far in his tribute to them, he acknowledged that the women were as active as the men, and fought as well. In fact, more women than men appear to have been arrested for intimidating scabs while picketing. Even when they had enough money with them, they refused to pay the fine, choosing rather to go to jail. This was particularly true of the Italian, Polish, Russian, and Lithuanian women. 116. The campaign against the scabs was conducted on other fronts besides the picket lines. Etter's plan was to make life miserable for the scabs, and they will finally have to line up with us. The strikers executed this plan to perfection. For every group of scabs in a mill, no matter how small, a special meeting would be held. The strikers at the meeting would be advised to obtain the names and addresses of the scabs. Once these were secured, the scabs would be visited at their homes, the errors of their ways pointed out, and appeal made to them to quit work. If they refused, stronger measures were employed. Their names would be published and sent back to their native lands. A large group of strikers would serenade the homes of the scabs all night, marching up and down, shouting, "Scab, 57." During Haywood's leadership of the strike after Etter's arrest and imprisonment, the process of making life miserable for the scabs was continued, but in a more subtle manner. This work was effectively carried on by the two nationality groups which were in the forefront of all phases of the strike work, the Italians and the Poles, and they applied techniques which were drawn from varied ones in their native lands. Red paint was splashed on the houses of the strikebreakers. Pictures of the Black Hand and the word, "scab," were painted on the houses. Threatening letters were sent to their homes. Their homes were visited while they were at work, and the wife was advised to keep the traitor at home, where he would be found with his throat cut the next morning. The Lawrence Citizens Association conceded that these techniques not only produced the desired results, but were so cleverly executed that it was impossible for the authorities to pin the blame upon any specific strikers. 58. But all the efficiency and militancy of the strikers would have gone for naught had the mill owners been able to starve them back to work. The propaganda of the mill owners pictured the textile workers as preferring to live in squalor in order to save a good part of their ample earnings, amass some capital, and return to their native lands. One spokesman even triumphantly pointed to the fact that about $21 million were deposited in the Lawrence savings banks, presumably by the workers. 50. The banks in Lawrence, however, offered evidence which proved that the poorly paid textile workers possessed no savings upon which they could draw during the course of the struggle. Since it was apparent by the first week that the strike would be a long fight, it was clear to the strike leaders that it was of paramount importance that some provision for relief be made. Unlike many AFL unions which could depend on strike funds accumulated from dues and assessments, the LWW, its National Industrial Union of Textile Workers, and Local 20 neither believed in nor had a war chest to finance the textile workers. Instead, the strikers immediately organized a General Relief Committee, composed of the heads of 18 lesser relief committees, each one dealing with one nationality or craft group, and appeals were circulated for aid throughout the United States. In a leaflet headed, "Help Your Fellow Workers Who Need Bread and Your Support," the Textile Workers' Strike Committee appealed. "We workers, who have done our utmost share to clothe the world, are asking the world of labor and all those who sympathize with the cause of the workers for bread. Greater than 60, Big Bill Haywood, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, Arturo Giovannitti, and other IWW spokesmen helped raise funds for the strikers. Haywood, who originally came to Lawrence to help finance the strike, personally brought the strikers' appeal to workers and other sympathizers, addressing meetings in New York City and other large urban centers, especially the mill towns of New England. Haywood was very successful as a fundraiser and publicity agent for the strike, and, in this capacity, made some of his most valuable contributions to the struggle. 61. During the weeks following January 15, money from outside Lawrence began to flow into the city. The largest contributors were trade unions, socialist organizations, and Polish, Portuguese, Italian, French, and Belgian national societies. Private individuals contributed the least. The New York Call, organ of the Socialist Party, leapt to the aid of the strikers with editorial support and began a campaign to raise money. About $75,000, apart from clothing, was collected during the 9 weeks of the strike. 62. 15 relief stations were opened, each catering to a particular nationality group or groups. No money was given, but groceries, drugs, medical services, shoes, and clothing were always available. 5 soup kitchens fed some 2,300 people daily. While there were occasional headlines in the press such as, "Starving strikers raid food wagons in Lawrence, Mass." The fact is that with few exceptions, the strikers and their dependents did not suffer from dire hunger or need during the course of the strike. The work of the Relief Committee in keeping the strikers adequately fed and clothed played an important role in the final triumph of the strikers. In its analysis of the strike, the U.S. Bureau of Labor wrote, The fact that an organization for furnishing relief to all strikers was immediately established and successfully operated throughout the strike was undoubtedly the all-important factor in enabling the strikers to enforce their demands to the extent that they did. 63. Removal of the children. No move of the strikers was more sensational or more effectively exposed the callousness and stupidity of the Lawrence authorities than did the removal of the strikers' children from the city. Since the beginning of the strike, the Italians had considered sending their children to the homes of Italian Socialist Federation members in other cities. Both French and Italian unions had used this tactic many times in strikes in Europe, but it had rarely been employed in the United States. Early in February, the strike committee, under Haywood's leadership, decided to send the children of the strikers to stay with friends and relatives outside of the strike-bound city for the duration of the struggle. There were two reasons for the decision. One was to keep the children from seeing the horrors of class warfare. The other was to lessen the burden of relief by having fewer mouths to feed. 64. Socialist Party locals in New York and other cities immediately organized committees of women to receive the children and care for them. The New York Call, describing the plan as a novelty in the history of the labor movement in this country, issued a special appeal on February 7. Take the children. The response was tremendous, and the socialists, including the Italian Socialist Federation, made plans for a giant demonstration in New York in which the children would play a major role. Send us your children, went out the cry from New York to Lawrence. 65. On February 10, the first contingent of children, 119 strong, embarked, in December 1910, during the strike of coal miners in the Irwin fields of Pennsylvania. Local number 2, IWW, of Philadelphia recommended that all working-class organizations aid in the care of the striking miners, by taking as many of the children as possible into their homes during the strike. Soledad, Ty. December 23, 1910. By train for New York. On February 17, 126 additional children joined the exodus, 91 to New York and 35 to Bar, VT. Margaret Sanger, then a nurse and later a well-known crusader for birth control, was one of those in charge of the exodus from Lawrence, and her account is moving. They were pale, emaciated, dejected children. I have seen the children of workers of other industries. I have worked in the slums of New York, but I have never found children who were so uniformly ill-nourished, ill-fed and ill-clothed. There was not a stitch of wool on their bodies. One labor paper put it ironically, though from the wool city, they had no woolen clothing. 66. The pitiful, emaciated condition of the children as they paraded up New York's Fifth Avenue marked Lawrence as a city of starvation wages and aroused great resentment against the mill owners. With the assistance of Gurley Flynn, who was in charge of the exodus, arrangements had been carefully made for the children's care. Through the cooperation of the Socialist Party, the children were placed mainly in the homes of socialist working men who had been investigated before being permitted to care for any of the children. No child had been taken unless the parent consented. Nevertheless, the anti-labor press, led by Hearst's Boston American, attacked the action of the strikers as an inhuman practice and a threat against the sanctity of the home. The American quoted leading women of Boston's fashionable circle who denounced the strike leaders and predicted that the children would become in time veritable breeders of anarchy. It must be stopped, the American shrieked editorially. The mill owners determined to put a stop to further departures. 67. On February 22, 7 children, scheduled to leave for Bridgeport, Con, and accompanied to the station by their parents, were arrested, taken to the police station in a patrol wagon, and informed that if they were in need, the city would care for them. That same day, police Captain Sullivan issued the following statement: "There will be no more children leaving Lawrence until we are satisfied that the police cannot stop their going. I will not hesitate to use all the forces of power and authority I possess or may summon to my aid." 168. A delegation of 200 children was scheduled to leave on February 24 for Philadelphia under the care of Gurley Flynn. At the appointed time, however, only 40 appeared, accompanied by their parents. The other parents had become frightened, expecting trouble from the police. They were right. 30 policemen, under Captain Sullivan, ordered the mothers not to place the children on the train. When they started to take the children to the train, the police stood at the door of the station with drawn clubs and did not permit them to leave. Many of the mothers, including some who were pregnant, and children were pushed, beaten, choked, and clubbed. 15 children and 8 adults were arrested, thrust into patrol wagons and taken to the police station. 69. As the nation's press headlined the news of the police brutality, a wave of protests swept the nation and carried over to Europe. "It is the greatest outrage that I know of," protested Ernest Boehm, financial secretary of the New York Central Federated Union. William Dean Howells, leading American man of letters, declared angrily, "It is an outrage. I cannot think of any more outrageous thing that could have been done at Lawrence than for the police to prevent these innocent sufferers in the strike phony being taken away from the scene of industrial strife, to places where they could be properly cared for while their parents fought the battle for better working and living conditions." a convention of Illinois miners denounced the Lawrence authorities and called upon the American people to rise up in their might and put an end to these Russianized methods. 70. Petitions poured into Congress demanding an investigation of the Lawrence strike. On February 26, both houses of Congress were afire with speeches on the strike, declaring that it seemed incredible that children should be practically imprisoned and starved with their parents in order to bring about the capitulation of working men and working women. Fighting for better conditions, Socialist Congressman Victor Berger urged quick action on a resolution he had previously introduced to investigate the strike. The House Committee on Rules held hearings to determine whether there was a need for an official investigation. The Senate went further and, over the objection of Senator Henry Cabot Lodge of Massachusetts that the action would constitute interference with the affairs of the state, ordered an investigation of the strike by the U.S. Commissioner of Labor. 71. Needless to say, the further exodus of the children was not interfered with by the Lawrence police. Everywhere these children were greeted as heroes. In New York City, the Italian Socialist Federation and the Socialist Party met them with a brass band and marched them to a hall where they were feted at a banquet. The committee provided medical and dental care, placed children suffering from malnutrition on special diets, and publicized information about their health. 72. All told, about 250 children remained in New York City, Bar, and Philadelphia until March 31, 2 weeks after the strike ended, when they were returned to Lawrence to be met by 1,000 strikers from nearby Lowell, a battery of brass bands, and a parade of former strikers marshaled in nationality groups. 73. The Children's Affair helped to change public opinion from hostility to sympathy towards the strikers. Up to the exodus of the children, the citizen who picked up his daily newspaper in Boston, New York, Philadelphia or San Francisco received only the impression that a war was being waged in Lawrence against law and order by the IWW, and that violence and disorder on the part of the strikers was so great as to approach insurrection. The systematic misrepresentation by the press of the conduct of the strikers continued. But the pictures of the near-starvation state of the Lawrence children the accounts of the brutality of the authorities brought the real facts of the strike to the attention of the American people, and their sympathy was now definitely with the strikers. Chapter 14. Victory at Lawrence and After. Few strikes in American labor history had to combat as many and as varied forces designed to defeat the struggle of the workers as were arrayed against the Lawrence strikers. As Haywood put it in a speech at a mass meeting of the strikers on February 9, "We are opposed by the courts, police, detectives that now spy among you, pulpit, press, soldiers, and legislature all arrayed against us." 1. Forces against the strikers. The brutality and provocative tactics of the police were noted by numerous investigators. The New York Times reported that they served to infuriate rather than subdue the strikers. 2. U.S. Senator Poindexter, after a personal investigation, issued a statement to the United Press in which he accused the police of helping the mill owners to fight the strikers. He was horrified at the brutality of the authorities. "It's like a chapter in the story of Russia's brutal treatment of the Jews. I never expected to hear of such things in the United States." The state of Massachusetts, in Lawrence, is Russia. The Toledo Union leader drew the same analogy, reprinting a press dispatch quoting Lawrence policemen, who swung heavy clubs against the defenseless ranks of textile workers, as crying out, "Hit the women on the hips and arms." "We don't want to break any woman's head," it commented. "With what mad zeal would we protest against such an order by Russian Cossacks living so far away that distance lends an enchantment to the view." The Lawrence police could give points on fiendish cruelty to Russian Cossacks. 8. The truth is that it was considered a crime by the police to be a striker in Lawrence. Anyone walking along the street was liable to be arrested on a charge of intimidation or disturbing the peace. To call a man a scab was a misdemeanor against the public peace. For such and lesser crimes, strikers were arrested, given no opportunity to consult counsel. 329. And kept in jail for several weeks. Before the police court of Lawrence there came 355 cases in which strikers were involved. But there were hundreds of others arrested, held in jail for a time and then released without a hearing. These cases were not recorded. 4. Most of them were heard by Judge Mahoney, a man who openly admitted to reporters his bias against the strikers. He meted out the severest sentences possible under the law. At all times, he justified the action of the police, no matter what the testimony revealed, imposed heavy bail and rendered decisions in quick time. In one single day, Judge Mahoney sentenced 34 strikers, arrested for rioting, to 1 year each in jail. Only 5 to 10 minutes consideration was given each case. Pending appeal, the 34 men sentenced in this summary fashion were held in $8 bail each. The Massachusetts Superior Court later showed its attitude toward the type of justice dealt out by the local court in Lawrence by reducing most of these severe sentences to fines of $15 or $20. 11. Because we dared to rebel, the strike committee declared, Militiamen have been sent to drive us back to work, and already the bayonets of the hired Hessians have welled in the blood of our fellow workers. 6 Arriving at the scene at the very outset of the strike, the number of soldiers in the city reached a peak early in February when there were 22 companies of infantry and 2 troops of cavalry, about 2,500 men in all. Almost all were of English, Yankee, Scotch, or Irish ancestry. The troops, under the command of Colonel Sweetser, proceeded to establish a military rule which approached martial law. Taking complete charge of the mill district, the soldiers mounted guard over the mills and bridges. Some of the mills had the iron fences surrounding their property charged with electricity. Powerful flashlights were set up to sweep over the mill yards at night. Barricades of cotton bales were erected. Behind them, sharpshooters were stationed with orders to shoot to kill if the strikers succeeded in breaking through the gates. Thus the troops were placed at the service of the mill owners to be used as strikebreakers, indeed. Owen R. Lovejoy of the National Conference of Charities and Correction, who interviewed the militiamen, reported that many frankly professed keen interest in breaking the strike. 7. On January 29, the strikers staged one of the biggest and most spirited demonstrations of the strike. The mill owners had announced that they would make determined efforts that day to open the mills. For about 2½ hours, from 5:30 a.m. to 8 a.m., Monday morning, the strikers, 15,000 strong, in the words of one reporter, had full control of the streets of this city. All who even appeared to be headed for the mills were prevented from going on. The police were helpless before the overwhelming number of the strikers. 8 That night the city council met and voted to place the entire policing of the city in the hands of Colonel Sweetser, announcing that the soldiers had been instructed to shoot to kill. The very next day, Colonel Sweetser declared that the militia would take over the entire city, and that lawlessness will be repressed by whatever measures will be found necessary. It was a virtual declaration of martial law, notwithstanding the fact the legislature had not authorized such a declaration. 9. With additional troops, the commander had his men patrolling all the streets of the city. Every corner had a sentry, every street his patrol. The strikers were warned that the soldiers had orders to shoot. Parades and meetings were prohibited. 3 or more persons on the street would be considered a crowd and hence subject to arrest. All citizens were advised to keep off the streets unless on business. Lawrence was an armed camp with the militia controlling the entire city, and it remained that way until February 23 when the troops withdrew to their original position, the mill area, and the job of policing the city was returned to the police department. On January 30 a tragedy occurred which was clearly due to the free hand given to the troops. John Ramey, an 18-year-old Syrian lad, a member of the strikers' drum and bugle corps, was trying to escape from a squad of soldiers who were advancing with fixed bayonets. He was not armed, unless a musical instrument is considered a deadly weapon. Yet he was bayoneted to death by a soldier. The civil authorities were legally required to investigate the case, but they did nothing. The military inquiry was cursory, exonerating the soldier who was responsible for the bayoneting, but his name was not revealed. The investigation failed to explain how or when the boy was stabbed. However, the autopsy revealed that the boy had been killed by a bayonet thrust into his back as he fled down the Starset. 10. The militia was now confident that in the face of bayoneted rifles and tear gas, the strikers were sufficiently awed to enable the mills to open. Lieutenant Pratt, a member of Colonel Sweetser's staff, boasted, "The strikers and their sympathizers were plainly cowed by the show of arms." The glistening bayonets which had inflicted many wounds the day before seemed to particularly impress the crowds, but Haywood told the strikers that he had never seen a strike defeated by the soldiers, and the strikers kept the scabs out. 11. Haywood, who spoke from vast experience in the bitter class struggles of the Western Federation of Miners, commented late in February, "The police and militia here, in Lawrence, are the worst I have ever encountered, having no regard for sex or age. They are the most hardened set of criminals that ever wore uniforms." 12. But even this did not satisfy the mill owners. Hundreds of private detectives were brought in to supplement the work of the police and militia, most of them supplied by the militia molested so many citizens, who were not strikers, that the city government was inundated by protests. Lawrence, Sunday, February 6, 14, 15, 16, 20, 1912. Burns, Pinkerton, and Drummond detective agencies. Some of them were regular licensed officers, but most were thugs, hired out by the agencies as strikebreakers. 13. With the city flooded with police, militia, and private detectives, a block ND bath could easily have occurred. That it did not was due entirely to the efforts of the strike leaders and the discipline of the strikers. During this supposedly very violent strike, in which some 23,000 workers were out in the streets for 9 weeks, acts of destruction and violence were few, and only 2 people were killed, both strikers. The WW doctrine preached at Lawrence was not violence but rather solidarity. Etter and Haywood warned the strikers to keep cool and avoid riots. Both the police and the militia, the strikers were told, wanted them to provoke trouble so that they could beat or shoot the strikers and then break up the strike. Again and again the strikers were warned to keep away from the soldiers, and Eder himself would go out on the picket line to see that the workers did not get into trouble with them. 14 Haywood advised the strikers not to give the armed forces or police an opportunity to get them. The strikers followed the strict orders of their leaders not to riot. In late February, the Lawrence Evening Tribune conceded that the strikers had convinced the people of Lawrence that they were conducting a peaceful battle. The public as a whole realized that the strikers are peacefully inclined although determined in their manner. 111. In spite of this, the mill owners were able to obtain the aid of the business leaders of the community and of a good many of the religious leaders in their drive to smash the strike. In the early stage of the strike, many citizens of Lawrence, convinced that the strikers were entitled to earn more money, favored their cause, and a few contributed to the relief fund. 16 To change this attitude, toward the end of February, representatives of the Merchants Association, the Board of Trade, and the Real Estate Owners Association met to form the Citizens Association of Lawrence. This association, composed of leading businessmen, merchants, professional men, and politicians, the social and economic leaders of the community, succeeded in recruiting about 5,000 citizens to join the organization. 17 The association immediately launched a vicious campaign against the IWW and its leaders. It charged that the WW had incited the strike and that its representatives, a gang of outside agitators, had seized the city and kept it in a state of terror for the duration of the strike. The aim of the WW was the revolutionary overthrow of society, and the organization had convinced the poor, ignorant strikers that all property in the city belonged to them, including the mills, and that it was going to be divided among them just as soon as the WW won the strike. This statement was preposterous. The strike leaders had never made such a statement. Upholding and praising the work of the police and militia, the association stated that only through their efforts was wholesale slaughter avoided. The charge of police brutality was denied. If anything, the authorities were to be criticized for restraining them, for if the police had been given a free hand, they would easily have ended the reign of terror. 18. In the name of patriotism, the Citizens Association flooded the news paper offices of the nation with publicity releases which related the truth about the strike, in contrast to the series of misrepresentations and exaggerations of the out-of-town newspapers, especially those served by the United Press, which it accused of working in glove C with the IWW Press Bureau. The papers were asked to print the stories so that other American cities might be spared the menace of anarchism. The notices usually ended with the slogan, "For Lawrence Herc stands for God and country. The stars and stripes forever. The red flag never." 19. Many priests and ministers of all denominations in Lawrence and in Boston joined the Citizens Association in denouncing the leadership of the strike, although practically all members of the clergy agreed that wages were too low and that working and living conditions of the strikers were in need of considerable improvement. At the church masses, many of the Polish, Italian, Syrian, and Lithuanian priests attacked the strike as an anarchistic industrial revolution, the violence of which found disfavor in the eyes of God. Many warned against the dangers of socialism and even encouraged their parishioners to return to work. 20. Father James T. O'Reilly of St. Mary's Roman Catholic Church, the most influential clergyman in Lawrence, was absent from the city until mid-February. When he returned, he immediately organized a campaign against the IWW and socialism. His statement to the press was widely quoted. "I wish to state most emphatically that the question in Lawrence today is not whether the operatives shall have more pay or whether the manufacturers shall yield to their demands. That state has been passed. It is now a war against society, the abolition of the wage system, the destruction of the present social order." 21. There were Syrian and Italian priests, however, who, although they did not endorse the principles of the IWW, were closer to the problems of the poorer unskilled workers and supported the strikers. Father Mariano Milanese of the Holy Rosary, Italian, parish, whose church was directly opposite the Everett Mill, endorsed the strike and the cause of the strikers. He was influential in the formation of a relief committee for the strikers and their families. Father Vasile Nahas, pastor of St. Joseph's Syrian Church, not only favored the demands of the strikers, but urged all workers to keep away from the mills until these demands were won. The mill workers have been poorly paid for the hard work they have had to do, and I believe they deserve higher wages. I hope they will win the strike. The $5 or $6 a week they have been getting at the mills is too little for them to live properly. 22. But these champions of the strikers among the clergy were in the minority. Throughout the strike, the workers had to overcome the efforts of many priests and ministers to break their ranks through propaganda against the 1. WW objective of establishing socialism in Lawrence, and had to overcome, as well, repeated back-to-work movements sponsored by the clergy. 23. Another widely known strike-breaking tactic that employers in past labor struggles had used was the frame-up, for the purpose of either arousing public opinion against the strikers or getting rid of the leaders. The Lawrence mill magnates were guilty of both offenses. On January 19, the Lawrence Sun printed a rumor that dynamite had been smuggled into Lawrence by the strikers. The following day, screaming headlines announced that the state police had discovered 3 caches of dynamite. One of them was at the base of a tree in the cemetery. Another was in the tailor's shop of Ferris Maird, a Syrian who had led his countrymen in several parades and was a friend of the strikers. The third in a shoe repair shop owned by an Italian named Urbano de Prato, and located next to the printing shop where Antonio Colombo, an Italian Socialist Federation member, turned out leaflets for the strikers. 8 people were arrested. The authorities stated that the dynamite had been taken by 2 Italians from New York City to be used to blow up the bridges leading to the mills and the mills themselves. Eder promptly charged that bosses had probably planted the dynamite sticks. 24. The frame-up was simply too crude. From the beginning, it was impossible to make out a case against those arrested. On January 20, Captain Proctor of the state police issued a statement absolving the strikers from any connection with the case. Then on January 29, John J. Breen, a member of a prominent Lawrence family and a school committeeman and former alderman, was arrested on charges of importing the dynamite and planting it on the strikers. A few days later, all complaints against those previously arrested were dropped. In June, long after the strike was ended, Breen was tried, found guilty of conspiracy to injure the cause of the Lawrence strikers by illegally storing dynamite, and fined $2, a petty sum considering the penalties levied against some of the strikers for far lesser offenses. 25. The case might have been closed then, and there had not some of the Boston newspapers demanded that the authorities delve further into the plot in order to discover who was behind Breen. They, together with the L.W.W., insisted that Breen was merely a tool employed by others more powerful. 26. Late in August, the Suffolk County Grand Jury started an investigation into the alleged conspiracy perpetrated by a number of the mill officials to plant dynamite during the strike. On the same day that Ernest W. Pittman, a wealthy Andover contractor, was summoned to appear before the grand jury to relate what he knew of the case, he committed suicide. Pittman, who had built the wood mill, was a close friend of both William M. Wood, president of the American Woolen Company, and John J. Breen. Pittman, however, had disclosed what he knew about the affair to District Attorney Pelletier before he was summoned to the grand jury. Pittman confessed that he, Breen, Dennis J. Collins, a friend of Bressens, and Fred E. Atto, Lawrence dye manufacturer and an associate of William M. Wood, were responsible for the planting of the dynamite. Pittman obtained the dynamite and gave it to Breen. Breen and Collins took it to Lawrence. Breen was paid for his work by Atto, who in return received money from Wood. Breen informed his friend Inspector Rooney that a stranger in Boston had told him where the dynamite was to be found. 27. Dennis Collins was indicted on 2 counts of carrying dynamite. But the real sensation was still to come. On September 3, William M. Wood, president of American Woolen, and Frederick E. Atto were charged with 6 counts of conspiracy in the affair and released under $2 bail. In 1913, Collins, Atto, and Wood came up for trial. Collins turned state's evidence and admitted that Breen had hired him to transport the dynamite. But District Attorney Pelletier failed to link Wood with the case, and the result was a hung jury. None of the 3 men were brought to trial again, but the American people believed that the president of the American Woolen Company was guilty of engineering the entire plot to break the strike. 28. Arrest of ETTOR and GIOVANNITTI. The leading attempt to break the strike was the arrest and detention of Eder and Giovannitti on the charge of murder. By the removal of these leaders, the employers hoped to bring the leaderless strike to a quick end. Eder knew that the successful conduct of the strike made him a marked man among the mill agents and the authorities. Others, too, sensed the impending arrest of the strike leader as he strengthened the ranks of the strikers. Bill Haywood, in a letter to Eder, wrote, "They want you, Joe, and will get you if they can. Get your committee in shape so that every detail of work will go on without interruption, even if you are arrested." Eder did precisely that. He asked Haywood to come to Lawrence to help manage the strike, so that if he were arrested, Big Bill could immediately assume control. He took great pains, too, to teach the inexperienced strike committee the strategy of industrial warfare by analyzing with them every move of the mill managers and their allies, and the counterattacks to be launched. 29. Eder proved to be a good prophet. In the beginning of the dynamite plot, the police had rifled his briefcase, hoping to involve him directly in the plot, but to no avail. But Eder was not to remain free for long. On January 2 grams, the General Strike Committee organized several parades. When the police and militia tried to halt a parade of about 1,000 strikers, shots were exchanged and a bystander, Annie Lopezzo, was killed. The strikers claimed that a policeman, Oscar Benoit, had fired the fatal shot. The police and militia accused a striker, Joseph Caruso. Although neither Eder nor Giovannitti had participated in the parade, They were arrested the next day, charged with being accessories before the fact to the murder by inciting the riot, which led to the fatal shooting. Caruso was also arrested, and when Angelo Rocco, the local Italian leader, visited the three men in jail, he, too, was thrown behind bars, charged with rioting and delivering inflammatory speeches. 30. Although Rocco was later released, Eder, Giovannitti, and Caruso were held without bail. On February 9, Eder and Giovannitti were arraigned before Police Judge Mahoney. The hearing lasted 8 days, and, since the grand jury was not sitting, it took the form of a thorough trial of the facts. The state charged the defendants with spreading propaganda of violence, claiming that their incendiary speeches incited a person, unknown as yet, to shoot at the police. The bullet went wide of its mark and killed the Italian woman. The prisoners, it was brought out, were not present at the scene of the crime. The defense reiterated that policeman Benoit had fired the fatal shot, and produced witnesses who stated that they had seen him fire the shot that had killed Annie Lopezzo. The star witnesses for the state against Eder and Giovannitti were two detectives employed by the Callahan Detective Agency to watch the strike leaders. Detective Bucardo testified that on January 29 he had heard Giovannitti speak to the strikers in Italian and had told them to prowl around during the night and go looking for blood. On cross-examination, the detectives admitted that they were employed to obtain evidence against the strikers, and that they had destroyed their notes of the speeches in order to prevent them from falling into the hands of defense lawyers. Their knowledge of Italian was very scanty, and Bucardo had only a vague notion of the exact language used by Giovannitti. The state contended that violence had been counseled by Eder throughout the strike and that rioting could not have broken out on its own accord. The defense countered by showing that rioting had occurred spontaneously on the first day of the strike, which was before the LWW appeared on the scene. On February 21, Judge Mahoney found probable cause of guilt against Eder and Giovannitti and held them without bail for the grand jury. In his findings, Judge Mahoney wrote, "The government does not claim that the defendants were present in the unlawful assembly, participating in the violence and breach of the peace when the fatal shot was fired, but contends that having encouraged, advised and counseled the unlawful violence and riot, they are responsible as accessories before the fact for the homicide resulting." 81. The workers of America, regardless of their affiliation, liberal intellectuals, public figures, and many others were convinced that the accused were being railroaded to the electric chair on a flimsy, trumped-up charge of murder. They rallied to the IWW slogan, "Eder and Giovannitti shall not die." Professor William T. Taussig of Harvard University, one of America's most distinguished economists, expressed the attitude of the liberal-thinking people of the nation. The indications are that Eder was arrested not because of a determination to enforce the criminal law but in order to put him out of action. 32. But even in this the mill owners were not successful, while defense committees, organized in every large city of the nation to collect funds and obtain publicity for the release of the prisoners, carried on a vigorous attack on the Lawrence frame-up. The strike continued. Eder's foresight had not been in vain. Without any hesitancy or wavering, the strike committee continued to function smoothly. From jail, Eder issued a statement explaining that he had been arrested because the mill owners believed him to be the backbone of the strike, which would collapse if he were removed. He advised William Yates to carry on until Bill Haywood and Troutman arrived in Lawrence. Meanwhile, fellow workers, be of good cheer and remember that the watchword is no arbitration, no compromise. 33. Bill Haywood and Elizabeth Gurley Flynn inherited the mantle of Eder and Giovannitti for the remainder of the strike. Gurley Flynn was a tireless worker. For Elizabeth, that winter of the strike there was ceaseless work, writes Mary Heaton Vorse. Speaking, sitting with the strike committee, going to visit the prisoners in jail, organizing their defense, and endlessly raising money. Speaking, taking trains only to run back to the town that was ramparted by prison-like mills before which soldiers with fixed bayonets paced all day long. She was the spirit of that strike. 34. Haywood was the astute general of the strike. His popularity with the Lawrence strikers was evident even before he took charge. When he first arrived in the city on January 24, he was given the greatest demonstration ever accorded a visitor. 15,000 strikers, accompanied by 3 bands and 2 drum corps, turned out to greet the hero of so many struggles in the West. Before long, the mill owners realized that in jailing Eder they had succeeded in replacing him with another heroic leader, and one who, in some respects, was even more fitted to carry on the struggle to victory. Eder, younger and more fiery, was especially effective in the early stage of the strike, when the big problem was to create order out of chaos. But he lacked Haywood's experience in carrying through patiently from day to day. Haywood, the battle-scarred veteran of numerous strikes, acted with greater deliberation. He led the strike for about 6 weeks while Eder led it for only 3. To Haywood remained the more difficult task of keeping the ranks of the strikers intact in the face of daily attacks by the mill owners and their henchmen, and leading them to triumph. So well did he perform this task that his fellow Wobblies looked upon the Lawrence strike as revealing. William D. Haywood at his best in the role of strike strategist, 36. Strike-breaking role of AF. Of L. The employers, local and state authorities, police court, militia, private detectives, citizens associations, religious leaders, and the press were enough adversaries for any strike to handle. But the Lawrence strikers found themselves fighting the AF of L as well. During the first week of the strike, John Golden, president of the United Textile Workers of America, came to Lawrence at the request of the city officials to assist in quelling the strike. Golden stated that he believed the workers were justified in striking against unbearable conditions, but he castigated as outrageous the manner in which the strike was being conducted, and refused to have any relations with the strike leaders. 38 He went immediately to the Lawrence Central Labor Union to organize a campaign to split the strikers from their leaders and to keep the skilled workers from joining the strike. Golden received the cooperation of the leaders of the Central Labor Union. Asked by a reporter if he was cooperating with the IWW in the strike, G. W. Ramsden, vice president of the council, replied, "No, there was nothing to cooperate with," he explained, because the AF of L does not recognize the IWW as an organization. "Is it not a fact that 22,000 men and women are out on strike and are organized?" the reporter asked. "I suppose they are." Ramsden answered, "But what of it?" 37. Despite the efforts of the AF of L leaders, the IWW did succeed in the early stage of the strike in winning over groups of the skilled workers to the cause of the strikers. Golden and the leaders of the Central Labor Union worked feverishly to prevent this less than early cooperation between the skilled and unskilled workers from proceeding further. In the main, they were successful. The skilled craftsmen, organized in the AF of L unions, were forced to leave the mills because the factories were not operating or because they were afraid to challenge the strikers' mass picket lines. Each of the craft unions, 8 in all, began independent negotiations with the managers of the mills. The craft unions called for individual increases for each skilled trade in the different mills. The increases demanded varied from 4 to 20%, depending upon the specific craft and mill. The craft unions were to go out on strike if these demands were not granted within a specified time. The ultimatum was delivered on February 6 and the Central Labor Union waited 2 weeks for a reply from the mill owners, but none came. Instead, on the day the ultimatum expired, the mills announced a flat 5% increase effective March 4. At first, Golden and the Central Labor Union refused to accept this concession and threatened to call a strike of all the crafts. But on the same day that the increased wages were to go into effect, the skilled crafts voted to return to work. On March 5, the AF of L crafts, members of the United Textile Workers, went back into the mills. 38. Thus the craft unions, supported by the AF of L leaders, had won a slig-tilde-t increase in wages without joining the fight of their unskilled brothers and sisters, precisely because of the battle waged by these workers under the leadership of the IWW. Robert R. Brooks points out in his study of the United Textile Workers that without the militancy of the strikers and the effective leadership of the LWW, it is doubtful whether the UTW could have won even the slight concessions for which they claimed the credit. 39 The AF of L had once again followed its custom of improving the lot of a small group of skilled workers regardless of the interest of the majority in the mills. The AF of L engaged in other strike-breaking activities. Golden appeared to testify before the Rules Committee of the House of Representatives, condemned the strike AC. "This is a revolution, not a strike," the manner in which it was led by the anarchistic LWW, and denounced the sending of the strikers' children from Lawrence, the chief motive being, he charged, to keep up the agitation and further the propaganda of the IWW. When he tried to excuse the brutality of the Lawrence police, Congressman Victor Berger called his remarks contemptible. 40 Early in February, Golden organized the Joint Relief Committee composed of representatives of the UTW, the CLU, and the Boston Women's Trade Union League. A relief station was opened, and the strikers urged to come to it. But when they appeared, only workers who pledged to go back to work received aid. Any worker who insisted on continuing to strike was turned down. 1. Mary O'Sullivan, an old line AF of L organizer who was present at Lawrence, bitterly condemned Golden's actions and the entire role of the AF of L in the strike. The American Federation of Labor alone refused to cooperate with the strikers. As a consequence, the strikers came to look upon the Federation as A4tilde almost as dangerous to their success as the force of the employers themselves. 42 To the strikers, the role of the AF of L fully substantiated the IWW charge that the leaders of the Federation were misleaders and traitors to the working class. Victory. Early in the strike, the Massachusetts Board of Arbitration asked Etter to submit the conflict to arbitration. Etter was unalterably opposed to arbitration, believing that outside arbitrators were always in sympathy, if not actually allied, with the employers. His position was adopted by the General Strike Committee. 43 However, Eder and the committee were ready to accept the board's services as mediators between the companies and the strikers. But the mill agents refused to meet a committee of the strikers as a group, arguing that a diversity of products and conditions in the several mills made collective negotiations impracticable. The board then tried to arrange for separate conferences with the different mills, but the strikers rejected this approach. They were willing to meet any employers authorized to act for all the mills, but they would not allow the mill owners to split up the strikers by having each mill treat separately with its own employees. The strike could easily be broken if separate groups withdrew after negotiating a settlement solely for themselves. The remaining strikers would lack the power and solidarity to continue fighting. The activities of the Board of Arbitration thus came to nothing. 44. The next step was taken by Governor Foss of Massachusetts. On January 25, the day following the end of the board's activities, he sent a special message to the state legislature, asking for a sweeping investigation of the strike to disclose the conditions in the textile industry. When the legislature turned down his request, Governor Foss urged the mill owners and strikers to declare a 30-day armistice during which the workers were to return to the looms while an attempt would be made to settle the strike. This appeal was turned down unconditionally by both sides. Thereupon, Governor Foss requested the legislature to appoint a special joint committee on conciliation. Such a committee, composed of 3 senators and 5 representatives, was selected on February 7. Calvin Coolidge, then a state senator, was appointed chairman. The committee went to Lawrence and tried to bring the opposing parties together. But again, the refusal of the mill owners to agree to act as a unit left matters as they were. 411. Nothing really important developed until the police prevented the strikers' children from leaving the city on February 24. The nationwide protest against the police brutality at the railroad station had swift repercussions. As we have seen, the federal government stepped into the scene and the U.S. Bureau of Labor ordered its agents to proceed immediately to Lawrence and make a complete investigation of the strike. Close on the heels of this action, the House Committee on Rules opened hearings on resolutions calling for a congressional investigation of both the Lawrence strike and the textile industry. These investigations, following upon the adverse publicity the textile companies were receiving, had an important effect on the mill owners. They particularly feared that the congressional investigation would act as the spearhead for a drive against the notorious tariff on woolens. Determined to keep their beloved tariff, the mill owners began to think seriously of settling the strike. 46. Another factor which contributed to the settlement of the strike was mentioned by Dudley M. Hallman, secretary to Governor Foss, in a letter to Julius Gerber, New York Socialist leader, March 2, 1912. The governor notified the mill owners the early part of this week that he was disappointed in their attitude in failing to attempt to make a settlement, and that he should withdraw the troops almost immediately because he did not propose to have the military forces of Massachusetts used for the purpose of tiring out or starving out the strikers. And the result was at once evident, for yesterday morning's papers contained notices from the mill owners of an increase in wages to be granted by them at Lawrence. 4t. Why it took the governor so many weeks to decide that the military forces of Massachusetts should not be used for the purpose of tiring out or starving out the strikers, his secretary did not bother to explain. On February 29, American Woolen Company authorized the Joint Committee of the Legislature to act for it in arranging a meeting with the strikers' representatives. The General Strike Committee, after much discussion, decided to abandon its earlier stand against negotiations with individual mills. For one thing, while the strikers' ranks were completely intact, the strike was under pressure because the craft unions had accepted the employers' terms and were beginning to send their members through the picket lines. Moreover, a settlement with American Woolen Company, the largest mill owner in Lawrence, would practically guarantee that the other mills would be forced to settle on the same terms. The General Strike Committee, therefore, appointed a subcommittee of 10, all of whom had worked in the company's mills. Negotiations were held in Boston between the subcommittee and representatives of American Woolen Co. After several meetings, the subcommittee finally accepted raises of at least 5% for every worker, time and a quarter for overtime, an agreement not to discriminate against strikers in hiring, and an agreement to pay premiums every 2 weeks instead of each month. 48 The strikers gained a substantial victory, though they did not achieve their demands completely. They had demanded a 15% wage increase. A ~D obtained increases varying from 5 to 22%. The lowest paid workers, moreover, received more than a 15% increase. Their demand for a 100% increase for overtime work was cut down to 25%. The premium system was not abolished. In all, however, the settlement was a sweeping victory for the workers. On March 13, the General Strike Committee accepted the report of its subcommittee. Another committee was appointed to negotiate with the other mills on similar terms. The next day, at a mass meeting of 15,000 strikers, the agreement was accepted. The strike against the 4 mills of American Woolen Company was called off. The strikers voted to return to work on the following Monday, March 18. Then Haywood told the workers, I want to say that this is the first time in the history of the American labor movement that a strike has been conducted as this one has. You, the strikers of Lawrence, have won the most signal victory of any organized body of working men in the world. You have demonstrated that there is a common interest in the working class that can bring all its members together. Haywood then led the whole audience in singing the Internationale in as many languages as were represented on the General Strike Committee. 49. Before Monday, March 18, the Strike Committee had signed similar agreements with the Atlantic, Cunard, and Pemberton mills, and the strike at these mills was called off. On March 24, the strike was officially declared off and the General Strike Committee disbanded. The following day, the last company of militia left Lawrence. 50. Those workers in mills that had not signed agreements with the strikers in time received the same wages and other benefits won by the operatives in mills that had signed agreements. The Pacific, Arlington, Duck, Everett, and Brightwood mills were forced to take this step in order to forestall future strikes and to obtain sufficient hands to carry on operations. 51. The outcome of the Lawrence strike was more than a local victory. The struggle was the forerunner of a wave of industrial conflicts that swept over Massachusetts and left its mark as well in other sections of New England. In 1912, all Massachusetts was ablaze with strikes. The textile industry was the one most affected. 28.3% of all strikes and greater than 6.6% of all strikers were in that industry. 52. Besides the Lawrence strike, important textile struggles took place at Lowell, New Bedford, and Fall River. Other strikes were prevented when the alarmed textile industry decided voluntarily to grant wage increases and other concessions. Soon after American Woolen Company announced increases for the Lawrence strikers, the New England mills began to post increased wages for those formerly receiving 9 cents or less per hour received an increase of 2 cents an hour or 22%, while those receiving 12 to 20 cents received an increase of 1 cent an hour or 5 to 8%. These wages were for a 54-hour week. Workers. By April 1, about 275,000 textile workers of New England had received wage increases as an indirect result of the Lawrence strike. In Manchester, England, the textile manufacturer commented in awe, the increase in wages in the cotton and woolen mills in the 5 New England states that came into effect at the end of March was one of the most remarkable episodes in the history of the textile industries in the United States. 53. On April 3, 1912, the Detroit News reported, as a result of the Lawrence strike, it is estimated that 438,000 textile workers, all over the country, will receive between $12 million and $15 million a year additional wages, employers having volunteered raises to forestall strikes and unionization. ETTOR Giovannitti Defense Campaign. Meanwhile in Lawrence, the end of the Great Strike did not ring down the curtain for the textile workers. Haywood had closed the tremendous mass meeting that ratified the settlement with American Woolen Co. with these words, "Do not parade today. Wait till Eder and Giovannitti are out of jail. Then we will have a parade." 54. As soon as the strike ended, the 23,000 strikers threw themselves into defense activities for their imprisoned leaders. They were joined by hundreds of thousands of workers, organized and unorganized, socialists, including the entire membership of the Italian Socialist Federation, and thousands of sympathizers throughout the country. The case was an international issue. On June 17, 1912, a huge protest meeting was held in Berlin and resolutions of protest in the name of the Free Union of German Syndicates were addressed to President Taft and Governor Foss. The Socialists of Sweden not only sent protests but urged the International Trade Union Secretariat to order a worldwide boycott of American goods, and to request the organizations of transportation workers in all countries of the world to refuse, from a certain date, to have anything to do with vessels and goods arriving from or departing for America, until Eder and Giovannitti are liberated. Meanwhile, they urged all Swedish workers from this day until the liberation of Eder and Giovannitti, to completely boycott all American goods of all kinds. The Bologna, Italy, trade unions sent fraternal greetings to the imprisoned labor leaders, and the Social Union made Giovannitti a candidate for the national legislature from a constituency in Modena. All major cities in Italy had branches of the Eder Giovannitti Defense Committee. Italian socialists, led by Giovannitti's brother, Aristide, even considered a general strike. 55. On September 14, 1912, two Proletario published letters from labor leaders in 8 nations expressing solidarity with the imprisoned men and demanding their release. The September 1912 issue of The Syndicalist, published in London, emphasized that the case revealed a conspiracy of American capitalists to establish a precedent, which will make it dangerous for any speaker to point out the evils of the infamous system under which we live. Defense committees were organized in every large city of the United States to collect funds and obtain publicity for the release of the prisoners. In all, about $6 was raised for the defense. 116 for the first time on a national scale, members of the IWW, the AF, of L, and the Socialist Party fought shoulder to shoulder in a major campaign. Many trade unionists regarded the case as a trial not only of Eder and Giovannitti but of the entire labor movement. For the case involved an extremely important principle for the labor unions: the question of indirect responsibility of strike leaders. If these leaders were to be held responsible for the disorder and violence that occurred during a strike, then the very right to strike was endangered, for a strike could be broken by arresting the leaders. 117. Although protest meetings were held in hundreds of towns all over the country, especially in those where an Italian colony had settled, Lawrence continued to be the center of the defense battle. The WW refused to regard the textile strike as terminated until the prisoners were released, and in this determination, the Wobblies were supported by the great mass of the strikers. 118. The defense efforts of the Lawrence workers took the form of direct mass action. On May Day, 5,000 textile workers, now regular members of the WW, marched past the jail where Eder and Giovannitti were lodged. Singing the Internationale, they shouted for the release of the prisoners. A banner carried at the head of the procession read, "If Eder and Giovannitti are to die, 20 million working men will know the reason why." As the trial approached at the end of September, the textile workers were spurred to more vigorous action. On September 14, despite a heavy rain, a protest meeting attracted several thousand people who heard 14 speakers denounce the persecution of the imprisoned labor leaders in a wide variety of tongues. On the following day, thousands of workers from all over Massachusetts, including a large delegation from Lawrence, gathered on the Boston Common where 25 speakers took up the Eder and Giovannitti case. On September 27, the second Lawrence strike was called. Despite the opposition from their cells by Eder and Giovannitti, about 10,000 textile workers, led by the Italians, walked out of the mills as a protest against the imprisonment of their former leaders. It grew in volume until by September 30, at the beginning of the trial, a 24-hour general strike began. In April, the Essex County Grand Jury returned true bills against Eder and Giovannitti, and indicted Joseph Caruso as a principal in the murder of Annie Lo Pezzo. The state claimed that Caruso aided the actual murderer, a man named Skeeto, who was never captured. 12,000 workers were idle that day, closing the Wood, Air, Everett, Arlington, and Lower Pacific mills. One writer in an article entitled, "The Second Battle of Lawrence," described this as the first mass protest strike we have had in this country, thereby marking a new era in American labor history, greater than 119. The trial began on September 30 in the Superior Court of Essex County, sitting at Salem. That day the IWW called for sympathy strikes throughout the nation, and announced that it would lead a national general strike if Eder and Giovannitti were not acquitted. 60. The accused men were represented by a battery of attorneys led by W. Scott Peters, a former district attorney. The state forces were led by District Attorney Atwill. It was not until 6 jurymen had been examined that a jury was completed. 4 carpenters, 1 sailmaker, 1 hairdresser, 1 leather dealer, 1 stock fitter, 1 Morocco dresser, 1 grocer, 1 truck driver, and 1 lamp worker made up the jury. The trial lasted 58 days, and covered much the same ground as the examination before the Lawrence Police Court. The state, quoting speeches made by the defendants, tried to prove that they had incited the strikers to violence and riot. The witnesses for the defense swore that these men had never given such advice, but, on the contrary, had counseled peaceful methods of procedure. Essentially, however, the trial was an attempt to try the IWW as a revolutionary, anarchistic organization pledged to overthrow the American government by force and violence. It was not Eder and Giovannitti who were being tried, but rather the principles and methods of the IWW. The great strength of the defense, apart from the fact that there was no real evidence on which to convict the IWW leaders, lay in the testimony of Eder and Giovannitti. Atwill told the jury that the defendants, whom he termed labor buzzards and social vultures, were not interested in bettering the lives of the working class but rather in exploiting it for their own advancement. They came of their own volition, he charged, seeking the lust of power, the lust of notoriety, if not the lust of money. Eder replied, pleading with the jury that if he and Giovannitti were to be sentenced to death, the verdict should find them guilty of their real offense, their beliefs, and not for the crime charged. What are my social views? I may be wrong, but I contend that all the wealth in this country is the product of labor and that it belongs to labor. My views are the same as Giovannitti's. We will give all that there is in us that the workers may organize and in due time emancipate themselves, that the mills and workshops may become their property and for their benefit. If we are set at liberty, these shall still be our views. If you be. None of the state's witnesses understood Italian and they were unable to determine whether the defendants had or had not incited their audience to violence. Boston Evening Transcript, November 2, 1912. Leave that we should not go out, and that view will place the responsibility full upon us. I ask you one favor, that Eder and Giovannitti because of their ideas became murderers, and that in your verdict you will say plainly, we shall die for it. I neither offer apology nor ask a favor. I ask for justice. 61. Giovannitti made an impassioned speech in English to the jury, which according to contemporary reports, drew tears from the most jaded reporters. He declared that, indeed, he preferred to live, but conscience and loyalty to his comrades and cause were holier than life. The poetical quality of the concluding words captivated the audience, and if it be that these hearts of ours must be stilled on the same death share and by the same current of fire that has destroyed the life of the wife murderer and the patricide and the parricide, then I say that tomorrow we shall pass into a greater judgment, that tomorrow we shall go from your presence into a presence, where history shall give its last word to us. 62. On November 25, the jury returned a verdict of not guilty for the defendants. Caruso was also acquitted. As the decision was read, pandemonium burst forth in the courtroom. Men cheered and shouted, others wept. Eder and Giovannitti embraced each other. Even the conservative Boston Evening Transcript declared that the verdict, rendered by a jury regarded as very competent and fair, was an entirely just one. 63. The significance of the Lawrence strike. With the acquittal of Eder and Giovannitti, close to a year of titanic class struggle ended in Lawrence. In the face of all possible obstacles placed in their way, a conglomerate mass of over 20,000 workers who spoke 45 different dialects had given the labor movement an amazing demonstration of solidarity and fortitude. The idea so widely promulgated by the AFL that foreign-born workers were unorganizable and could not be welded into an effective fighting machine was completely disproved by the miracle of Lawrence. The Lawrence strikers were the forgotten refuse of a labor movement interested in organizing the skilled craft minority. Ignored and disdained by the AFL, these neglected, downtrodden masses foreign-born, unskilled, half of them women had proved to the entire labor movement that they were capable of maintaining the discipline, spirit, unity, and faithfulness to unionism, essential to victory. They proved, too, that theirs was the true Americanism. As William Allen White, the distinguished Kansas journalist, wrote from, Giovannitti's reputation as a poet grew enormously during his prison experience. 2 poems written in the Lawrence jail, The Cage, and The Walker, received widespread praise from publications usually hostile to the IWW and were reprinted in leading magazines such as The Atlantic, Outlook, Survey, Current Literature. A volume of Giovannitti's prison poems, Arrows in the Gow, was published, with an introduction by Helen Keller. Lawrence. The strikers are foreigners, but many of them at their mass meetings, in their homes and in their gatherings upon the streets, reflected to me at least a better Americanism, a clearer vision of what America stands for than did many of those who sneered at them. 6. The miracle of Lawrence, all observers agreed, was the vibrant spirit that welded the strikers together, despite clashing religions, varied tongues, and differing customs, in unbreakable unity. And it was the leadership of the IWW, it was freely conceded, that did more than anything else to forge that spirit. Had it not been for the appearance of the WW leaders, with their know-how for conducting strikes and their oratorical skill, the amorphous mass of workers might have trickled back to work, or they might have gotten completely out of hand and moved in all directions, dissipating their strength and committing acts of violence. The Wobblies brought the skill and technique necessary to conduct a large-scale strike. Although the IWW leaders stressed the democratic management of the strike by the strikers themselves, their advice was also accepted by the strike committee and by the mass meetings of the strikers. It was they who planned the major moves and saw to their execution. Above all, the eloquent speeches of Eder, Haywood, and Gurley Flynn gave the strikers confidence in themselves and animated them with determination to carry on until victory was won. Under this type of leadership, the unorganized, foreign-born, unskilled workers revealed the full potential of mass action. 65. Lawrence, together with the free speech fights, really introduced the industrial workers of the world to the American public. Greater than 66,000 of columns of publicity in all the leading newspapers and magazines during the course of the strike served to acquaint the American people with the aims and ideals of the LWW. One might not like the IWW, but one could no longer ignore it. Although the Lawrence strike did not bring the revolution close to America, as some Wobblies and socialists predicted it would, and as many conservatives feared it did enhance the reputation of the IWW as the spokesman for America's impoverished, unorganized workers. Conversely, the reputation of the AFL, and especially its affiliate, the United Textile Workers, suffered in the eyes of many workers as a result of its role in the strike. But events in Lawrence soon gave the IWW another and much less attractive reputation, that of being unable to hold its membership gains after a strike victory. Immediately after the strike there were over 10,000 members in the IWW in Lawrence. Local 20 was reorganized into 14 language branches and a number of shop committees. 67 in the 3 months after March 15. Local 20 led and supported 17 shop strikes, most of them caused by discrimination against IWW members, dissatisfaction with the way in which the strike settlement was carried out, the presence of former scabs in the mills, or opposition to assigned workloads. These struggles kept the workers active, united, and loyal to the Union. But above else, the defense campaign for Eder and Giovannitti maintained the strength of Local 20. On September 4, the IWW claimed 16,000 members in Lawrence, RN, U in good standing. 68. This was the high point. On September 30 an event occurred in Lawrence which marked the beginning of the IWW's decline in the city. As we have seen, a general strike to coincide with the opening of the Eder and Giovannitti trial occurred on that day. The city council, having learned a lesson from the incidents involving the children's exodus, issued a permit, but laid down the following conditions. The American flag was to be carried. No red flags and no bands were permitted, and the paraders were to keep in order. But about IOAM several thousand Italians arrived in the city from nearby towns. They brought a band, 50 red flags, and a large sign which read, "No God, no Master." Through the streets they went. The sign conspicuously displayed and the American flag conspicuous by its absence, until a cordon of police tried to arrest Carlo Tresca, the anarchist leader of the parade and the major speaker of the day. In the riot which followed, Tresca escaped from the police, 2 of whom were stabbed. 69. The event was seized upon by the press throughout the country for a mammoth offensive against the V. Oblis. In Lawrence, it gave the foes of the WW the handle they had been looking for. The Roman Catholic clergy, led by Father James T. O'Reilly, began an all-out drive to convince the foreign-born workers that the September 30 parade proved that the IWW was opposed to all religion. The Citizens Association of Lawrence called upon all citizens to unite against the atheistical, anarchistical organization that stood for no God and no country. There is no question that these campaigns had an effect among many foreigners who had been the backbone of the IWW and had already been alarmed by the events of September 30. 70. On October 14, Flag Day, about 32,000 people participated in a well-prepared parade in Lawrence, including most of the school children, each of whom carried a small American flag. The adult paraders marched through the city carrying banners inscribed with God and Country. While the parade was taking place, Local 20 held a picnic which, according to the IWW, attracted some 4,000 workers. It was clear to many observers that the IWW was losing influence. 71. This became clearer when Eder and Giovannitti were welcomed back to Lawrence by a small if enthusiastic crowd. Possibly if Eder and other IWW leaders had remained in Lawrence, the process of disintegration might have been halted, and Local 20 might have rebuilt its former strength. But as one member of Local 20 wrote later, when the strike and the Eder and Giovannitti struggle was over, every one of the organizers packed his suitcase and left. No doubt the organizers had work to do elsewhere, but the fact stands out that the work of agitation during the strike was not followed by the more important work of organization. 72. In the next few months, the strength of Local 20 was further depleted. The mill owners, aware of the locals' weakened condition, began an active opposition to the union, discharging the most militant members and even forcing them to leave the city. 73. Internal conflict over syndicalism versus political action caused some branches to withdraw. Charges that some of the funds collected for the relief of strikers and their families during the strike had been misused, led to further withdrawals. Many members, including the Italians who were most devoted to the union, stopped paying dues to an organization which failed to improve their working conditions. 74. By the summer of 1913, the IWW in Lawrence was again a small organization with about Jew members. Similar declines in IWW membership occurred in Lowell, New Bedford, Fall River, and other New England textile centers. 7g The aftermath of the Great Lawrence Strike proved the IWW to be as weak in building up a stable organization and maintaining a permanent hold over its members after a struggle as it had been strong in leading the workers to victory. But the overall effect of the Lawrence Strike was not diminished by its aftermath. For one thing, as Donald B. Cole notes, as a result of the strike, Lawrence was never again the anti-union city it had once been. 76 For another, the influence of the strike seeped into wide areas of the A.F. of L., despite efforts of the national leadership to discredit the struggle. Although Mary E. McDowell, director of Chicago's University Settlement and a pioneer organizer among the huge packing house companies, was extremely hostile to the IWW, she was wise enough to realize that the A.F. of L. had much to learn from Lawrence, and she conducted an intensive campaign, shortly after the strike ended, to convince A.F. of L. Eder went on to help organize the hotel workers of New York City and lead them in their strike. During the strike, he attracted nationwide attention by reminding the strikers that if they had to go back to work, under unsatisfactory conditions, they should go back with minds made up, that it is the unsafest thing in the world for the capitalist to cat food prepared by members of your union. An outcry immediately arose that Eder had asked the workers to poison the food of the capitalists. When Arthur Brisbane, the Hearst editor, was asked if Eder should not be jailed for his remarks, he is said to have replied, I am in favor of jailing Eder for his remarks at that meeting, but not until you jail the manufacturers who are poisoning the food of the nation. New York Herald, Jan. 2, 1913. Solidarity, May 17, 1913. Eli 7. A Beth Gurley Flynn, who also was active in the hotel workers' strike, describes it as the most hectic strike she ever participated in. She mentions one unusual tactic widely used in the strike. Well-dressed sympathizers, as diners, would go into the places not yet on strike and at an agreed moment blow a whistle, which was a signal for all the cooks and waiters to go out. I speak my own piece, New York, 1955, pp. 140-42. Interview with Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, February 19, 1964. Leaders all over the country to apply the lessons of the struggle. 2. Homer D. Call, Secretary-Treasurer of the Amalgamated Meat Cutters in Butcher Workman, Miss McDowell wrote, I was East and have talked with less than ever thoughtful and observant men and women who have been in Lawrence and have investigated the conditions before and during and after the strike. I am greatly impressed with what they told me. These people said to me that Haywood had a method of organizing the foreigners in a great industry where there was little skill and much specialization that was most wise and successful, and would have to be applied to such industries in packing and steel. We dare not ignore the one fact that they, the IWW, have a method that will have to be used by the AF. Of L or harm will come to the unions. Miss McDowell urged Call to make an effort to persuade Gompers and other AF of L leaders to begin organizing the mass production industries, using the IWW's method, employing militant organizers who spoke the languages of the foreign-born workers. Mr. Gompers must not be afraid of even socialists if they are intelligent trade unionists and see the danger of letting the IWW get ahead. To another AF of L leader, Miss McDowell wrote, it will be a great waste of time and energy if the AF of L misses the point that has been so terribly emphasized at Lawrence, Mass. In such industries as those of the steel, meat, textile and harvesters, etc., industrial unionism of a constructive type is surely the need of this moment. The AF of L will lose out unless it wakes up and adds to the LWW's clever method, that of permanent and constructive organization. 77. Miss McDowell did not get very far in her crusade to convince the AF of L of the need to learn the lesson of Lawrence. 78, but she was fundamentally correct when she emphasized that the crying need of the American labor movement was a combination of the IWW's method of organizing and permanent and constructive organization. Chapter 15. The Patterson Strike. The year T913 opened with another IWW victory in the textile industry, this time at Little Falls, NY, a major center for knit goods and underwear. On January 2, 1,500 mill workers, Native Americans, Italians, Poles and Hungarians, 70% of them women, ended their 12-week strike with a wage increase. They had walked out of the Phoenix and Gilbert knitting mills on October 1912, in protest against a reduction in wages ranging from 75 cents to $2 per week, following the application of a state law reducing hours for women workers from 60 to 54 per week. With average weekly wages of $8 to $G for men, $5 for women, and $3.75 for children, the wage cut spelled starvation for many of the strikers. 1. Soon after the strike started, the mill workers rallied behind the IWW, whose organizers, led by Benjamin J. Legere, Philippa Bocchino, and Matilda Rabinowitz, came to Little Falls in response to an appeal for assistance. Daily parades of the strikers past the mills started. A moving chain of pickets, mainly women and girls wearing red sweaters, circled round and round the mills. In spite of some of the worst police brutality in a strike of this period and mass arrests, the picketing continued. But gradually all forms of activity were suppressed. No picketing, no parading, no open-air meetings were allowed, and it was dangerous for even a small group of strikers to gather at any one spot on the streets. On October 15th, Drive, George R. Lunn, the socialist mayor of Schenectady, was arrested while addressing the strikers. On October 30th, all IWW organizers, speakers, and committeemen were arrested and jailed. 2. The strikers maintained their ranks unbroken, supported by liberals, socialists, and trade unionists throughout the East. The strike was ended. 14 of those arrested remain in the Herkimer jail awaiting trial, which did not take place until March and May 1913. New York Call, March 1, 2021, 1913. Legere and Bocchino were convicted of assault and were not released from jail until July 191, less than J. 351. On terms arranged by state mediators with wage increases ranging from 5 to 18%. The terms on which the strikers agreed to go back to work are a substantial increase over what was paid previously, noted the Utica Press. On January 6, 1913, the victorious strikers returned to work. Another victory scored for the One Big Union, LWW. Organizers wired from Little Falls. Point 8. Meeting in convention a week later, the National Industrial Union of Textile Workers pointed to the victories at Lawrence, Lowell, New Bedford, Little Falls, and other textile centers as proof that the ideology and tactics of the IWW represented the only hope for the textile workers of America. Point 4. Then came Patterson, and after this bitter struggle was ended, the bright hopes of the IWW in the textile industry lay shattered. Conditions in Patterson's silk industry. In 1912, there were about 200 mills making broad ribbons in New Jersey, about 35 silk throwing mills, and about 25 dye houses. 90% of these establishments were in Patterson and its surrounding area. About 25,000 of Patterson's 73,000 workers were employed in the silk industry, with 17,000 directly engaged in the weaving of broad silk and ribbon. Most of these workers were Italian and Jewish immigrants whose jobs were either unskilled or semi-skilled. However, many other nationalities were also represented in the silk industry: Germans, English, Irish, Dutch, Scotch, Swiss, Austrians, French, Belgian, Canadian, Hungarian. Like the Lawrence textile production, Patterson's silk production was a polyglot industry. 11. In 1911, the latest period for which compiled data relating to earnings of the silk workers prior to the strikes of 1912-13 are available. The dye house employees worked an average of 297 days, 55.5 hours per week, and earned an average per employee, skilled and unskilled, of 63 Singapore dollars and 62 cents. During the same year, the employees of the broad silk and ribbon mills, working 290.5 days, 55 hours per week, showed average earnings for all classes of labor, skilled and unskilled, of $498. In general, the average silk worker, with the exception of the dyer, was on the job 10 hours a day, at a wage which gave him a yearly income of $58, the lowest paid by any of the 25 top New Jersey industries. 6. Not only were the wages inadequate and the hours long, but the conditions under which the average worker had to labor were almost unbearable. Many of the mills were fire traps. Sanitary conditions were abominable. Some factories were entirely unheated in winter and the weavers had to work in overcoats. Workers in the dye plants worked in steam-filled rooms all day where they were unable to sec the person they were working with. Dampness, bad air, poor sanitation, and fatigue after long hours. 0 pounds. Constant standing and stooping caused a high percentage of illnesses and deaths among the silk workers. 7. Although the textile industries of New Jersey had a long and turbulent history of struggles by the workers to better their conditions, in 1912 the overwhelming majority of the operatives were almost totally unorganized. At the outbreak of the strike in 1912, the AFL membership in Patterson was limited to several locals of loom fixers, twisters, and weavers, most of them employed in the Doherty Co.'s mills. Asked by a U.S. Senate commission why the AFL had kept aloof from the great mass of textile workers, the secretary of the loom fixers local answered that the majority of the weavers were foreign-born or of recent foreign extraction, and had a labor philosophy which clashed radically with that of the Federation. He complained that these people want and stand action join today and strike tomorrow, and that this attitude could not be fitted into the policy of the AFL. 8. The 1912 strike. The first strike in Patterson occurred in 1828 when some cotton weavers went out for a reduction of the workday from 10 hours to 9. From 1828 to 1910, there were many strikes in the Patterson silk mills. In 1906 alone, the IWW conducted 24 strikes. Of these, 2 resulted in victories for the workers but none attracted more than local attention. 9. Then in September 1910, a strike broke out in Henry Doherty Mill, and the spark was struck that 2 years later was to burst into open flames. In I-9Q9, Henry Doherty visited the mills in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Pennsylvania where he saw weavers running 3 and 4 power looms. He decided to introduce the system in Patterson, went to the AFL's United Textile Workers, and entered into a contract with the union. In consideration of his permitting the UTW to organize the skilled crafts in his mill, the union would furnish Doherty with weavers who would run 4 looms in place of the customary 2 which workers had heretofore operated. 10. Everything went along smoothly at first. The 4-loom system was installed in the Doherty Silk Company for one class of weavers in 1910. But when in September 1911, the system was extended to other classes, the weavers struck. They charged that the 4-loom system meant the loss of jobs for many workers, and sheer exhaustion with no increase of pay for those who remained employed. The strikers were members of the UTW. Silk Weavers Local 607, and the UTW officials submitted the dispute to arbitration. Meanwhile, the strikers were to return to work. On November 10, disgusted by the failure of the arbitrator to reach a decision, the Doherty workers struck again, and when they were suspended by the UTW for striking in violation of their contract, they looked about for a new union to join. 11. Since 1910, agents of Daniel DeLeon's Detroit faction of the IWW had been quietly at work in Paterson under the leadership of Rudolph Katz, head of the SLP in that city. It was to the Detroit IWW that the weavers of the Doherty Mill now turned. Under its leadership, an attempt was made to extend the strike at the Doherty Mill to other parts of the industry and to demand other improvements in conditions beside the removal of the four-loom system. On February 20, 1912, a mass meeting of weavers from various mills was held, shop committees elected, and a new wage schedule drawn up. The prices demanded in the new minimum wage were from 9 to 10 cents a yard, depending on the scale of goods, instead of 7 to 9 cents a yard. This scale was embodied in a contract that was to be submitted to the manufacturers, which also contained demands against introduction of the four-loom system and for recognition of Local 25, Detroit IWW, including the right to maintain shop committees. On February 25, various committees of weavers, members of Local 25, handed about 70 firms the new wage schedule and other demands. 17 of the smaller firms, caught with large orders on hand, accepted the proposed schedule. The bulk of the manufacturers refused to sign a contract with Local 25, whereupon the weavers walked out of the mills in orderly fashion. In the mills where the manufacturers signed, the weavers continued to work, but by February 27 the strike had spread until 5,000 weavers, fully one-third of the 15,000 weavers employed in Paterson's silk mills, had stopped. 12. In keeping with the philosophy of the Detroit IWW, the strike was conducted in a quiet, orderly fashion. No effort was made to keep scabs from entering the struck mills. "Peaceful means," is the slogan, a newspaper reported from Paterson. "All forms of disorder, MD, even peaceful picketing, are barred." The strike leaders notified the strikers that if any of them took the law into their own hands, the union would not help them out of trouble with the police. 13. But a number of strikers were becoming increasingly dissatisfied with Katz's tactics and contrasted them scornfully with the militant tactics used by the IWW in Lawrence at the very same time. With its top leaders massed at Lawrence, the IWW had heretofore played no important role in the struggle at Paterson. But when a group of Italians in Paterson sent a message to the IWW for organizers, James Thompson, Edmondo Rizzoni, and Bill Haywood were all dispatched to the scene. 14. On March 22, 4,000 strikers returned to the mills when the manufacturers for whom they worked agreed to raise wages but rejected recognition of the Detroit IWW and its shop committees. However, these gains were short-lived. As soon as the strike was settled and the pressure removed, and with the slow season on, the manufacturers repudiated their contracts. They gave as their reason the interference of the shop committees with the orderly conduct of their business. On April 4, the weavers and other operatives in these mills again went on strike. Influenced by the successful strike at Lawrence, the strikers this time conducted a more militant struggle, as far as they were able to do so under the leadership of the Detroit IWW. Pickets, displaying cards reading, "Don't be a scab," in their hatbands, went from mill to mill. Despite the absence of any violence, a number of strikers were arrested for picketing and charged with loitering and blocking traffic. One day, 50 pickets were arrested en masse, and Recorder James F. Carroll fined each of them $20, with the alternative of going to jail for 20 days. Not having the money, most of them went to jail. Rudolph Katz was himself sentenced to 6 months in jail on the charge of disorderly conduct. He was later released after serving almost 2.5 months of his sentence. 111. On May R, agreements were reached in most of the shops covering wages, hours, and the number of looms to be run by each weaver. But a few groups of strikers could not come to terms with their individual mills and still remained on strike. The last phase of the strike was over by the latter part of May. 18. By the fall of 1912, it became clear that nothing had been won in the two strikes. The manufacturers once again repudiated their agreements to raise wages and reduce hours. Scabs, hired during the strikes, were still on the job, and in Henry Doherty Mill, the weavers were running 3 and even 4 looms. 17. The Detroit IWW blamed the failure of the strike to achieve any of its goals on the discord spread by the wild talk about militant tactics by the spokesman of the bummery, particularly Haywood. The same talk had convinced the employers that they were faced with a revolution rather than with legitimate demands for redress of grievances. Hence their haste in repudiating their agreements. The WW leaders rejected these charges, and maintained that the strike had been lost because of the inept management of the Detroit IWW. 18. With the two factions of the IWW at each other's throats, it was difficult for many workers to determine the accuracy of the charges hurled back and forth. But one thing was clear. The successful strike at Lawrence convinced many silk workers that the strike in Paterson had been lost because of the refusal of the Detroit IWW to encourage militant tactics. They were still fully dissatisfied with their conditions, and they now knew that a strong union alone could prevent the manufacturers from installing the four-loom system. They were ready to fight again, this time under the leadership of the men and women who had won fame at Lawrence. 19. The 1913 strike. Late in January 1913, the lull that followed the 1912 strike in Paterson came to an abrupt end, and soon the city was locked in a struggle that was to equal the gigantic Lawrence strike itself both in extent and intensity. The struggle began as a walkout in Henry Doherty's silk company, and the issue was once again the multiple loom system. On January 27, 8 men and women, the entire working force of the mill, quit work because the 4 members of a committee which had carried the workers' protest against resumption of the 3 and 4 loom system had been fired. The members of the committee informed the Paterson press that Doherty thought that we were a disturbing element in the mill, and that by getting rid of us he could continue with his plan to dog the 4 loom. The entire working force, however, left with us, too. The walkout did not take place at the instigation of or under the leadership of the IWW. The event was not even mentioned in solidarity. But as soon as the Doherty weavers struck, Local 152, IWW, which had been in existence since 1907 and was led by Adolf Lessig and Ewald Koetgen, called a meeting of its 100 members, and decided to launch a campaign to win the allegiance of the strikers and involve the workers in the other mills in the struggle. With pamphlets, meetings, pickets, and sympathy, the WW Local threw its forces behind the strikers. Do away with the 4 loom system in Paterson, the IWW appealed. The slogan was music to the silk weavers' ears. They joined Local 152 and entrusted control of the strike to the IWW 21. On February 2, 1913, at a mass meeting in Turn Hall, Local 152 issued a call for an industry-wide strike to begin the following morning, and announced that Bill Haywood was on his way to Paterson to take charge of the strike. Fellow workers, Local 152's executive committee announced in a leaflet notifying the silk workers of the call for a general strike, close down the mills and dye houses of Paterson. Stand together, act now, organize in one big union and fight for a chance to live as human beings should live. All together now and victory will be ours. 22. On February 25, some 4,000 workers, primarily broad silk weavers, left work and, led by IWW organizers, paraded through the streets of Paterson. The emptying of the mills went on from day to day. On March 3, the ribbon weavers and the dye house workers joined the ranks of the strikers, and the tick-up of the silk industry was complete. Upwards of 25,000 silk workers were out in what Haywood called the closest approach to a general strike that has yet taken place in American industry. 128 * Local 152, with a membership of about 1,000, the only official. The 1913 strike was not confined to Paterson, although its most dramatic incidents occurred in that city. From March until May, over 4,000 workers in the mills of Hudson and Bergen counties were on strike, and several of them were members of the IWW involved in the struggle, now led a strike of over 25,000 workers. 2. The ready response to the IWW strike call can be easily understood. The silk workers were tired of years of indifference to their needs, and it only required a militant appeal for action to crystallize the latent discontent. As John H. Steiger pointed out in the Memoirs of a Silk Striker, published in 1914, the American Federation of Labor had no standing in Paterson. The workers had lost confidence in the more conservative organization because of previous experiences under its leadership, and there were no other sane advisors to whom they felt they could turn with any degree of certainty that their interests would be properly safeguarded, except the LWW. 25. Even the Paterson newspapers, viciously hostile to the strikers, termed ridiculous a statement of the Silk Association of America that 90% of the operatives now on strike were forced to leave their looms and dye tubs by intimidation. 28. Originally, the WW had advised the strikers not to go back to work until they had abolished the 4 loom system. Early in March, the WW and the strikers supplemented this demand to include IWW recognition, an 8-hour day, and a minimum wage of $12 a week. The manufacturers categorically rejected all the demands. New Jersey workers, they replied, must permit the 3 or 4 looms on plain, simple fabrics, or they must be made elsewhere. Recognition of the IWW was completely out of the question. The manufacturers cannot treat with the IWW. These people say that they will not be bound by any agreement and will continue to strike again and again until they own the mills. It would be foolhardy to treat with an organization of that kind. Wages and hours were satisfactory as they stood. Samuel McCollum, president of the Paterson Manufacturers Association, supplemented this statement with the remark that, we'd rather go to the wall at once than yield everything we own to them, the IWW, by degrees. 27. The WW theory that leadership must spring from the mass was put into practice at Paterson. A general strike committee, estimated as, in the neighborhood of about 250 or 300, with Haywood as chairman, was in charge of conducting the struggle. An executive board, composed of 15 to 20 strikers, met every night with the WW leaders, Bill Haywood, Gurley Flynn, Patrick Quinlan, Adolf Lessig, and Carlo Tresca, who acted in an advisory capacity. The General Strike Committee was divided into subcommittees on ways and means, publicity, information, strike relief and other necessary functions. 28. Day after day the strikers manned the picket lines, massing each morning before those mills which attempted to keep running. Although the successful increases in wages were won by silk strikers in West New York, Quinmet and Karlstadt. Report of the Bureau of Statistics of Labor LLND Industry of New Jersey for 1913, Camden, New Jersey, 1914, pp. 33-34. Mill owners complained approximately 13 the pickets used violence. Most reporters agreed that there was a total absence of violence by the strikers. Indeed, the IWW organizers took pride in the order with which the strike was carried out. We advised them all during the strike to keep their hands in their pockets and do nothing. The IWW boasted. 29 That this advice was followed was acknowledged by a number of contemporary observers who pointed out that if the IWW leaders had wanted violence they could have had it. Rabbi Louis Mannheimer, one of Paterson's leading citizens, declared, "I hold no brief for the IWW. I abhor a number of the teachings and principles. But I cannot refrain from paying tribute to the leadership of William Haywood, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, Patrick Quinlan, Adolph Lessig and Carlo Tresca. For 13 weeks they have held in check and directed an army of 25,000 men and women. Had they been preaching anarchism and violence there would have been anarchism and violence. A police force of 150 could hardly have coped with an army of 25,000 people if that army intended to make war." On May 4, when the strike had been on for almost 10 weeks, Mayor Andrew McBride acknowledged publicly, "Except in certain sporadic cases, I must say that the great body of working men have been orderly and peaceful." 30 This did not, as we shall see, keep the mayor from backing his police chief to the hilt in arresting and jailing these working men. Such violence as occurred was not caused by the strikers. On April 17, scabs were being escorted from the Weidman Dye House by police and private detectives. The strikers claimed that the latter were hired gunmen imported from New York by the company. When the strikers started hooting at the scabs, the detectives fired on the unarmed workers, wounding several. One onlooker, Modestino Valentino, standing on the porch of his home watching the proceedings, was killed by a bullet. Although not a striker, nor a member of the IWW, Valentino's funeral was marked by a great demonstration. 20,000 strikers filed silently past his open coffin, each dropping on it a red carnation. 31. As in Lawrence, the IWW leaders held mass outdoor rallies to keep the strikers' ranks unbroken. But unlike Lawrence, these took place outside the city. At the outbreak of the struggle, Mayor McBride made it illegal to hold outdoor meetings in Paterson. This constituted a real problem for the conduct of the strike. But not for long. William Breckman, the socialist mayor of the neighboring suburb of Haledon, invited the strikers to meet in that town whenever they desired. As Haledon was outside the jurisdiction of the Paterson police, these open-air meetings could not be prevented by Mayor McBride. Nevertheless, Mayor Breckman announced that he would call out the Haledon police if it were necessary to meet any attack upon open-air mass meetings by the blue-coated Cossacks of Paterson. 32. Regular Sunday meetings in Haledon became a feature of the strike. The first one being held on March 3. The strikers marched each week, as many as 10,000 strong, to Haledon to sing songs of solidarity and to hear Haywood, Tresca, and Gurley Flynn urge them to hold their ranks firm and extend the scope of the strike. The closing words of each meeting were, "Tomorrow, Monday, we start another week of this strike." 33. In an article entitled, "Sunday at Haledon," a reporter described the mass meetings as one of the most dramatic spectacles and greatest manifestations of solidarity ever exhibited in the United States. The feeling of comradeship between all the workers was beautiful to see. All nationalities stood side by side in perfect order and listened to the counsel of the leaders. Here and there someone would be translating the speech as it went along for the benefit of those who could not understand it. To hear that immense throng of men and women sing their songs was indeed a thrilling moment. What other organization, political or otherwise, had spirituality enough to dare to mingle music with its deliberations as it did? What cultured and educated audience ever entered so completely, body and soul, into an artwork as did these simple workers into their music? 34. To speak at these meetings is worth a lifetime of agitation, Haywood wrote. 311. Paterson's despotism. Throughout the strike, the civil liberties of the strikers, their leaders and sympathizers were flagrantly violated. On the first day, Paterson's police chief John Bums Bimson entered a meeting of the strikers in one of the large halls of the city and notified the workers that out-of-town agitators would not be allowed to address meetings. He also read the riot act to the assembled strikers, warning them that they were not to group about the mills or parade through the streets, for that is in direct violation of the law. Under a New Jersey law placed on the statute books following a Paterson strike in 1904, practically anything uttered from a strike platform might be construed as inciting to riot or preaching anarchy. A committee of 4 shop chairmen, representing the IWW, immediately protested to Mayor McBride, but nothing came of the protest. This is hardly surprising since the mayor himself forbade the owner of Turn Hall to lease it to the strikers if outside agitators were to speak. 36. On the first day of the general strike, three IWW leaders, Gurley, Flynn, Tresca, and Quinlan, were arrested and accused of inciting to riot. All three were released on $1,000 bail. The next day, Wilson Killing Beck, a prominent socialist, was arrested by the police while addressing a meeting of strikers in Turn Hall, and charged with inciting to riot. Killing Beck was reading from the Constitution of the United States when arrested, and when this was pointed out to the mayor, he took the position that this made no difference. Protecting the city, the industries and its people against reckless agitators who have no interest in the city except insofar as it afford them an opportunity to preach revolution, does not constitute a violation of any constitutional right. 37. Alexander Scott, editor of the Passaic Weekly Issue, a socialist journal, severely condemned the police for acting like a bunch of drunken Cossacks. This strike of the mill workers of Paterson is a matter between them and the manufacturers. Let the Paterson police keep their hands off. On February 28, Scott's place of publication was raided by the police and all copies of the paper found there were confiscated. 4 men, engaged in distributing copies of the weekly issue, and editor Scott were arrested on charges of criminal libel and preaching hostility to the government, and released on bail. 38. Rarely was there a strike in American labor history in which mass arrests of the strikers took place on a scale similar to Paterson. Recorder James F. Carroll was kept busy day after day during the strike, sending strikers to jail for unlawful assemblage. On one occasion he sent 164 to jail. One jury found 41 strikers guilty of unlawful assembly because they were doing picket duty around the Harding Mill. Judge Kleinert sentenced 31 strikers to 3 months in county jail at hard labor, and then suspended sentence during good behavior. He admonished the strikers that if they did not like the laws they were at liberty to leave the country. All of the strikers thus addressed went right back to the picket line, and most of them ended up in jail. 17-year-old Hannah Silverman, a young striker, was sent to the county jail 3 times during the strike and was on the picket line the following morning each time she was released. Haywood called her the greatest little IWW woman in America. 39. Altogether during the strike 4 Boo strikers were arrested and 1,300 sent to jail. The vast majority were the foreign-born strikers, of whom the Italians were the most militant. Over and over again they were arrested for continuing on the picket line. But the police were unable to keep the pickets from the factories. 40. The city authorities, acting for the mill owners, also moved against the strikers through their leaders. On Sunday, March 30, the strike leaders determined to hold an outdoor meeting in Paterson. Several thousand men gathered to hear an address by Haywood, when the latter was informed that Chief Bimson had forbidden the meeting, and that if he tried to speak he would be arrested. When Haywood informed the crowd of this order, there was a great shout of, "On to Haledon," and the 2-mile walk to the little socialist municipality began. The crowd was perfectly orderly, but when the procession was within half a block of the city limits, a patrol wagon thundered through the mass of the people to where the organizers were walking in front, and Haywood and Lessig were placed under arrest. At the recorder's court the 2 strike leaders were charged with obstructing traffic and unlawful assemblage. Later, they were found guilty of unlawful assemblage and sentenced to 6 months at hard labor. A writ of certiorari was obtained, and on April 5, Supreme Court Justice Minturn ordered the release of the men on the ground that they had been illegally arrested and that it was clear that, at the time of their arrest, they had no intention of exciting alarm. The 2 strike leaders were officially released, but the authorities had succeeded in limiting their work for the strikers. 0. The 4 strike leaders Gurley, Flynn, Lessig, Tresca, and Quinlan had been arrested for unlawful assemblage and inciting to riot at a meeting of the strikers on the first day of the strike, were brought to trial in May. Quinlan was found guilty after a second trial in the middle of May and sentenced in July to from 2 to 7 years at hard labor in the state prison at Trenton. Miss Flynn was released when the jury was unable to reach a verdict. She was tried again in 1915 and acquitted. The charges against Lessig and Tresca were dropped. 42 on June 6, 191_3. Alexander Scott, who had been arrested at the beginning of the strike for preaching hostility to the government through the columns of the weekly issue, was found guilty and sentenced to a term of 1 to 15 years in the state prison at Trenton and ordered to pay a fine of $250.48. The wholesale sentencing of the strikers, their leaders and sympathizers to jail, and, in general, the willful violation of fundamental democratic rights by city officials, aroused indignation throughout the country. Do the rights of free speech and of free press no longer hold in Paterson? Asked the New York Tribune. Even the conservative Outlook conceded that the strikers' complaints against Paterson's officials were justified. The county jail has been crowded with strikers sent there on charges of inciting to riot, unlawful assemblage, etc. In many cases the only offense of these prisoners has seemed to be their presence on the picket line or on the platform at strike meetings. Amos Pinchot, leader of the Progressive Party and liberal-minded lawyer, voiced the opinion of many Americans when he wrote that a very vital principle of American life is at stake in the Patterson strike. A mayor, a police board, a chief of police and a recorder have become partisans in an industrial dispute and are now using the police, the courts, and other machinery of city and county government, including the jury system, for the purpose of crushing the silk workers' strike. The vital question is whether or not the officials of the city of Patterson and the county of Passaic have become partisans in this dispute and used their offices, the courts and machinery of government to fight the silk workers and break the strike. 44. Actually, the vital question had already been answered. From the beginning of the strike, city officials and the police were the close allies of the mill owners. So, too, were the newspapers of Patterson with, of course, the sole exception of the weekly issue. The daily press did not hesitate to urge any measure that might break the strike from tar and feathers to forcible deportation of the organizers. Get Haywood, the Patterson press shrieked. Never mind the manner. Don't hesitate at the method. Don't bother about the means. Get Haywood. It urged the citizens of Patterson to form a vigilance committee and run the Wobblies out of town. 415. Needless to add, the editor of the Patterson Press was not indicted and sentenced to prison like Alexander Scott, even though the press editorials, unlike Scott's, were open calls for violation of law and order. What was especially vicious about the press's call for vigilante terror is that throughout the strike it acknowledged that the strikers, under the leadership of the IWW, were conducting themselves in the most extraordinarily peaceful manner. On July 7, 1913, it editorialized, "The strike has had one remarkable feature that the Patterson people will not forget. It is that although many thousand workers stayed away from the mills for 5 months, not only was there practically no violence, but the rank and file of the strikers behaved themselves during a trying time in a manner that entitled them to admiration. The press believes that this phase of the Great Strike stands without a parallel in this or any other country. But this did not prevent the press from calling for violence against the men and women whose leadership was mainly responsible for such conduct on the part of the strikers." On March 13, the Patterson Press launched a campaign to convince the strikers that it was their patriotic duty to desert the IWW and return to work under the American flag and in the American way. The mill owners immediately popularized the idea and set aside March 19 as Flag Day, on which the city was to be decorated with American flags, as a protest against the foreign and anarchistic methods of the IWW. On March 19, the mill owners bedecked the city with flags and banners urging the workers to return to their jobs under the slogan, "We live under the flag. We fight for this flag, and we will work under this flag." The next day, the strikers thrust back. Each striker wore an American flag on his chest and underneath it the message, "We wove the flag. We dyed the flag. We live under the flag, but we won't scab under the flagel." 48. Role of the AF. By the first week of April, the strike was having a disastrous effect on Patterson's economy. A mass meeting of all classes of Pattersonians, under the auspices of the mayor and the board of aldermen, was held on April 10 to see if some way of settling the strike could not be found. Sentitivices £0. The strikers and mill owners were invited to a conference with the board of aldermen on April 14 for the purpose of effecting a settlement. The mill owners refused to attend, but the strike committee cooperated, and its representatives informed the aldermen that the strikers would settle if they received a uniform wage schedule in every mill in the city, an 8-hour workday, and abolition of the 3- and 4-loom system. They denied that they were dominated by the IWW and pointed out that they would not insist that the employers recognize the organization. Encouraged, the aldermen urged the mill owners to meet with the strikers C. Amiche and an Aldermanic committee on April 17, emphasizing that recognition of the IWW was no longer an issue. But their appeal fell on deaf ears. The mill owners stubbornly refused to confer with the strike committee, knowing, as we do, that they are completely dominated by the IWW, and insisted that they would meet with any workers, who are independent of the IWW, and discuss any grievances with them. However, the manufacturers let it be known that they were prepared to listen to the strikers' demands if they were presented by a conservative labor body which they could trust. 1. The manufacturers' statement was an open bid for the AF to try to take over the leadership of the strike. Thus far the United Textile Workers had not played an active role in the struggle, but it had refused to call out the loom fixers, winders, warpers, and twisters who were members of the union, and wherever possible had allowed them to work side by side with the scabs. But when the manufacturers indicated a willingness to discuss a settlement if a conservative labor body represented the strikers, 0. B. White, Secretary-Treasurer of the AFL's United Trades and Labor Council, promptly accepted the bid, and announced that the leadership of the United Textile Workers would be on the scene to enroll the strikers as members. Then the strike could be ended, for the mill owners knew that the AFL union will play fair with the manufacturers. It will not try to take possession of the mills. 8. To get the attention of the workers, the central labor body announced that a meeting would be held on April 21st at the Armory, at which John Golden and Sarah Conboy, representing the United Textile Workers and IWW leaders, would speak. Although they knew that Golden and Conboy had tried to break the Lawrence strike the year before, the strikers were still interested in attending a meeting at which the IWW leaders could challenge the AFL position, and they themselves could question the UTW leaders. 15,000 workers packed the Armory. The strikers listened silently as Golden urged them to appoint a committee to work in conjunction with the AFL to end the strike, and assured them that the manufacturers would meet with them once they had taken this step. They listened silently as Steve McDonald of the Scranton Labor Union said that any man who declares that there is no God, no church, can't help you, and urged them to drop your red flag leaders. But they refused to remain silent when it was announced that the WW leaders would not be permitted to speak and that no questions would be permitted. Pandemonium broke loose in spite of the strong guard of police, firemen, and even state militia that surrounded the audience. The strikers started to file out of the hall, making a good deal of derisive noise. The AFL speakers could not make themselves heard above the din. In desperation, Sarah Conboy thought to quiet the crowd by wrapping around herself the large American flag which covered the speaker's table, whereupon the strikers cried out, "3 cheers for the Stars and Stripes, hurrah!" and continued the cheer until Chief Bimson ordered the hall cleared. Then the AFL leaders resumed their speaking, but this time their only audience was the police and a handful of reporters. Thus ended the invasion of Paterson by the AFL. When asked in June about permitting the AFL to organize in Paterson, the president of the Broad Silk Manufacturers, which represented 60% of the silk industry in Paterson, replied, "No form of labor organization among the silk employees would be tolerated in Paterson." With the AFL repudiated by the strikers, the manufacturers could wash their hands of their former invitation to the UTW to organize their workers. 49. Late in April, Rabbi Leo Mannheimer, stressing that if the strike continues very much longer, it will bring ruin to a large number of commercial enterprises and will seriously affect the prosperity of our city, pleaded with U.S. Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson to conduct an investigation of the entire controversy and all conditions in the silk industry and attempt to mediate the dispute. Although the employers had refused to meet with anyone to sell the strike, he was confident that if the federal government entered the picture, the struggle could be brought to an end. Secretary Wilson rejected the proposal on the ground that the Department of Labor was not authorized to enter the controversy and had no funds for this purpose even if it had wanted to do so. 110 thus ended the final hope of settling the strike through mediation. The Paterson Pageant. On May 30th, the New York Call announced, "The strikers are as determined to fight to the end as they were the first week of the strike." For 14 long weeks the 25,000 silk workers had been out on strike. They had withstood every weapon the employers and their agents had brought to bear against them. Police had clubbed and assaulted their pickets, intimidated hall proprietors from renting them meeting places, confiscated friendly socialist papers, and denied them the rights of free public assembly. The courts had fined and sentenced hundreds of them to jail on trivial charges. The press had misrepresented and maligned them, and had even advocated the formation of vigilance committees to break the strike by violence. The AFL had tried to stampede them back to work. But all this had failed. Unfortunately, at this point in their struggle, the economic position of the workers and their families was desperate. They had had no savings to fall back on when the strike started. While funds had come into the Strike Relief Committee from socialists and Italian societies, such as the local lodges of the Sons of Italy, from benefit performances, dances, cake sales, and contributions by silk workers in districts not affected by the strike, the amounts raised had never been large. For most of the strike, one not very filling meal a day was what the men and women on the picket line lived on. 51 Now at the end of the 14th week of the strike, the treasury was empty, and unless it was replenished the position of the strikers would become hopeless to obtain money for the strike relief fund, and, at the same time, give the real story of the strike which had been so distorted by the newspapers. It was decided to hold a dramatic pageant in New York's Madison Square Garden. It would be called the Pageant of the Paterson Strike, and all the parts would be played by the strikers themselves. The idea for the pageant came from John Reed, a graduate of Harvard, class of 1910. Though he rose swiftly in the journalistic world of New York City and craved the limelight of success, the big money, and the easy life, he had come in contact with men of socialist ideas on the masses. After he had heard Bill Haywood talk about the struggle at Mabel Dodge's salon in her house on Fifth Avenue, he went to observe the Paterson strike at first hand. He was arrested in April 18th, in Paterson and jailed for 4 days merely for watching the strike. 112. He is the first magazine writer, commented the New York Call, to take the educational course which Paterson is gratuitously supplying to all comers. 53. Upon his release, Reed quit his job with the American magazine and went back to Paterson again and again, addressing the strikers, and leading them in singing. But it was with the preparation of the pageant, once his idea was accepted by the strike committee, that he especially busied himself. He enlisted an army of talent in New York to help in the preparations, but the script was written in Paterson with the strikers, aided by Reed, evolving the details of each scene. At the outset, the pageant was a modest venture. The first public report announced that 200 strikers had been selected to march the 23 miles to Madison Square Garden and recreate the strike for a New York audience. On June 4, 3 days before the performance, the New York Call announced that L.O.O. strikers would present America's first labor play. The actual cast consisted £0 1,029 striking workers from Paterson. Before a standing room only crowd of over 15,000 and against Bobby Jones' set of a silk mill, the entire action of the strike was presented in the form of a tableau. The 6 episodes showed the walkout, the picketing and brutality of the police, the funeral of Modestino Valentino, a mass meeting at Hilden, the departure of the strikers' children, and a typical strike meeting in Turn Hall at which Gurley Flynn, Carlo Tresca, and Bill Haywood addressed the crowd. 55 As the pageant unfolded, the audience was deeply stirred. One witness to the historic event wrote, "Here and there, from the balcony, the boxes, and the great main floor, the sound of sobbing that was drowned in singing, proved that the audience had got Paterson." 118. The New York Police Department was prepared for rioting and violence, and Sheriff Julius Harburger, in advance of the performance, characterized it as containing sedition, treasonable utterances, un-American doctrines, advocating sabotage, fulmination of paranoical abolitions, inflammatory, hysterical unsound doctrines. Seated in a box near the stage, Harburger told reporters, "Just let anybody say one word of disrespect to the Florida Tilda and I will stop the show so quickly it will take their breath away." 11. But the pageant was played through without any outbursts from the sheriff or the police. Press reaction to the pageant varied. The New York Times denounced the performance as a show with the design of stimulating mad passions against law and order and promulgating a gospel of discontent. But the New York Call hailed the pageant for having showed the SCLF directing ability of the workers, and it manifests their great spirit of solidarity. The Independent declared that no stage in the country had ever seen a more real dramatic expression of American life. 58 Insofar as bringing the strike and the IWW before the public, the pageant was a success. But as a fundraising device it was a failure. The large attendance was no true index of the gate receipts. At the last moment the seats priced at $1 or $2 were still vacant, so the large crowd for whom no cheap seats remained were admitted at 25 cents each. Actually, there were not enough guards and ushers to handle the overflow crowds, and thousands entered the garden free. Workers constituted the major part of the audience. 59. The strikers' vision of a swollen relief fund from the pageant soon proved to be an illusion. On the night of the pageant, Haywood announced a $6 profit. After the calculation of expenses, the pageant showed not a huge profit, as had been expected, but a deficit of $1,996. John Reed explained that it was impossible to make a profit from a single performance when it cost $6 to build a stage, $150 for scenery, and $1,000 for rental of the garden, beside the cost of transporting the huge cast to New York. Rumors that the deficit was due to the fact that the organizers were dishonest, probably spread by the manufacturers in an effort to create dissension among the strikers, ran through Paterson. 61. Although the IWW denounced these rumors, citing evidence to prove that no one involved made any money on the pageant, the damage had been done. The failure of the pageant from a financial standpoint at a moment when the strikers had been led to expect thousands of dollars marked the beginning of the end of the strike. Early in the following year, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn asserted that the pageant marked the climax of the Paterson strike, and was a fundamental reason for its failure. 61. When the pageant failed to replenish the strike treasury, it became impossible to maintain the morale of the strikers. Less hardy workers began drifting back to their jobs. Defeat of strikers. Late in June, with nerves strained and the treasury almost empty, the General Strike Committee made a last bid for victory. Circulars labeled, "Starvation Stocks Through Paterson," were distributed in neighboring cities urging all workers to aid us in our need. "We will hold the picket line, we will fill the jails if need be. But you must help us fight starvation. Help us and we will win." A determined effort was simultaneously made to keep the picket line moving around the mills. But both efforts were unsuccessful. Little came into the treasury, and the manufacturers, realizing that the ranks of the strikers were beginning to weaken, began to apply extra pressure on the authorities. The arrests of pickets were stepped up, and the IWW began to find it more and more difficult to replace the pickets who were put in jail. 68 A group of prominent liberal New Yorkers addressed a petition to President Wilson asking for a congressional investigation of the widespread violation of civil liberties in Paterson, pointing out that hundreds of strikers were being fined and imprisoned for no other offense than walking the streets in a peaceful manner. Nothing came of this petition. 64. By this time, strike meetings began to hear talk about sabotage. If they had to go back, it was clear that the end of the strike was in sight. On June 27, for the first time, strike headquarters conceded that while a proposal for shop-by-shop settlement of the strike was voted down by Frederick Sumner Boyd, an English intellectual, a socialist and IWW member from New York, was arrested, convicted, and sent to jail for advocating sabotage to a crowd of strikers. Paterson Press, July 6, August 20, 1913. Although there was opposition to this approach among the strikers, the IWW defended him on the grounds of free speech and the fact that he had not actually violated any law. The strikers, a large number, had favored the idea. On July 7, however, the employers offered to deal with the workers by shops, and more shops began to desert the strike and return to work. Actually, from the 1st of July on, the strike was in the process of disintegration, although a few rearguard actions were still fought. By July 17, several plants were running almost in full swing. The collapse came with vengeance on July 18. The General Strike Committee was repudiated when it still held out against shop-by-shop settlements and was forced to give its approval to this method of settling the strike. 8 is broken into 300 separate groups. The strikers were forced to give up their demands in return, hoping to get some concessions from the employers. But the majority returned to work under the same conditions which they had left 4 months before. The manufacturers boasted. The main point upon which the silk manufacturers can congratulate themselves is that the operatives are returning to work under the same conditions as existed before the strike, no concessions having been granted. 068. Not all the strikers returned to work. Rather than surrender, at least 2,500 workers, including many Italians, left the city. Moreover, many mills refused to dismiss the scabs taken on during the strike, which meant no employment for the workers they had replaced. 2,000 workers were put on a blacklist by the mill owners with little hope of gaining employment. 87. The strike was officially ended on August 1. Haywood, however, insisted that it was just beginning, since the workers meant to fight them, the bosses, with sabotage. 068. On August 3, the children of the strikers who had been living with sympathizers in New York and other cities were sent back to their parents. With this, the curtain rang down on the Paterson strike. A year later, a post-mortem was held when the Commission on Industrial Relations heard testimony for 3 days in Paterson on the causes of the strike, the conduct of the police and other authorities, and the role of the IWW in the struggle. While the hearings were valuable in exposing once again the abominable conditions in the silk mills, in reminding Americans of how the civil liberties of the strikers had been destroyed, and in revealing once again the heroism of the strikers, it had no effect on the determination of the employers to keep unionism out of the plants. The upshot of the investigation was reflected in the Paterson Press's joyful report of an interview with Chairman Frank P. Walsh, who told the press reporter, "You have indeed a city to be proud of and I congratulate you." I.e. 9. It was an opinion few workers in Paterson shared. It was useless for the IWW to argue that the strike has not been lost. 70. The plain truth is that the strikers, starved into submission, had been defeated in spite of their remarkable display of courage and solidarity for 22 weeks. In the vast majority of cases, the strikers had to go back to work unconditionally, so that so far as material results were concerned, the strike was a failure. Some workers did receive wage increases, but the 55-hour week was retained by all the Paterson mills and the 3 and 4 loom system continued in operation. 71. As the strike drew to a close, the foes of the IWW opened fire on the Wobblies. They charged that the strike leaders had committed one blunder after another, dooming the strikers to defeat. By endorsing mass picketing, the argument ran, they invited arrest, gave the police an excuse to jail hundreds of strikers, and involved the strike committee in expensive, time-consuming legal battles. By stubbornly refusing to settle with individual manufacturers, they aligned the entire industry against the strike and promoted the solidarity of capital while rupturing the ranks of the strikers. Unlike Lawrence, there were many Paterson imploders and they were without organization. A wise leadership, the critics of the IWW charged, would have tried to get them pulling against each other by negotiating settlements with some, thereby weakening the enemy and increasing the strikers' strength. But the IWW refused to permit such tactics, and the consequence was that the employers united and starved the workers back to their jobs. The insistence of the Wobblies upon diverting the strikers' activities into the pageant and the prolonging of the strike long after it was clear that victory was impossible, these were among the other tactical errors charged against the IWW. In addition, there were charges of misappropriation of funds by the strike leaders. 73. Some of these criticisms were justified, but the critics overlooked the fact that the same tactics used by the IWW at Paterson had worked at Lawrence. At Paterson, they proved wanting. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn explained shortly after the strike what she regarded to be the major difference between Lawrence and Paterson. In Paterson there was no trustification, no company that had the balance of power upon whom we could concentrate our attack. In Lawrence, we had the American woolen Company. Once having forced the American Woolen Company to settle, it was an easy matter to gather in the threads of the other mills. 73. There was another difference between Lawrence and Patterson. In Lawrence, the IWW stopped the only source of income for the mill owners. But the Patterson silk manufacturers also owned plants in Pennsylvania, and the IWW was never able to stop production in these mills. Even though they were slowed by the strike, they continued to produce moderate amounts of cheap silk. 74 Probably the strikers could have forced the smaller Patterson firms who had no branches in Pennsylvania to settle, but since the Wobblies opposed individual shop settlements, this opportunity was allowed to go by the board. Whether the strikers could have forced the individual mill owners to sign separate settlements is open to question. In the hearings of the U.S. Commission on Industrial Relations, which investigated the causes of the Patterson strike, all the mill owners asserted that they never would have signed an agreement with the IWW. The New Jersey Bureau of Statistics of Labor and Industries also claimed that the 300 mill owners would never have yielded as long as the strikers were led by the IWW. Because they regarded the organization as an evil influence and positive menace which must not be yielded to. Naturally, the enemies of the IWW seized upon such statements as proof of their argument that the mere presence of the IWW in the strike guaranteed its failure. 75. The IWW officially explained the defeat of the strikers on one cause alone: hunger. Nothing else. 5 months hunger. 76. While this was an oversimplification, there was much truth in it. The owners could see at any time the pitiful condition of the strikers and intensify their pressure to smash the strike. But there was another basic course for the defeat of the strikers: the brutal suppression of their democratic rights. In 1914, Patrick F. Gill and Redmond S. Brennan made a thorough investigation of the Patterson strike for the Commission on Industrial Relations. They found that the police organization, coupled with the police magistrates' court, became tools of oppression and acted in the capacity of despots. They found, too, that the police authority of the state was, in effect, turned over to the mill owners. They also found that private detectives, to the number of about 60, were brought into the city, clothed with the authority of the police and of the sheriff, and employed, not strictly as an adjunct to the state authority, but as a private army of the mill owners. They noted that the mill owners had not resorted to injunctions to break the strike, and explained, they fully, speedily, and completely accomplished the same purpose by using the grand juries, the police magistrates and police, and by arresting the strikers, principally on charges of disorderly conduct and unlawful assemblage. Injunction proceedings, with the summary actions on charges of contempt, were not needed in Patterson in view of the manner in which the county prosecutor, the police and the police magistrate acted during the trouble. They found, the IWW was critical of the Socialist Party for not coming to the assistance of the strikers more effectively with funds and supplies for the relief fund. There was some justification for this criticism, even though the New York Call gave the strike wider coverage than did any other newspaper and rallied full support for the pageant. In general, the New York Socialists were never solidly behind the IWW in the strike, and tried to play down the role of the Wobblies until the struggle was over, when they blamed them as being solely responsible for the defeat. When the strikers were asked to appear in the May Day parade in New York, it was done with the expressed warning that no IWW insignias be displayed, and that no IWW speak. Solidarity, August 9, 1913, Patrick L. Quinlan, The Patterson Strike and After, The New Review, January 1914, page 33, John H. Steiger, The Memoirs of a Silk Striker, Patterson, 1914, page 35. That violence had occurred during the strike, but they placed the responsibility for it clearly where it belonged. All violence that engaged the attention of your investigators was found on the part of the police officials and the inferior courts, who trespassed every natural right and constitutional guarantee of the citizens. Such physical violence as occurred during the silk workers' strike was inconsequential. Gill and Brennan concluded that the basic reason for the loss of the strike was the complete violation of the fundamental rights of the strikers, and that so great was the destruction of civil liberties in Patterson during the struggle that no organization could have achieved victory. L77. There have been few labor battles in American history that have equaled the Patterson strike in the grim determination and courage of the strikers in the face of the use of every kind of terrorism to drive them back to work. Nor have there been many labor struggles in which the leaders of the workers proved themselves, as did the WW leaders at Patterson, such sincere, idealistic union organizers, ready to share the strikers' privations, ready to face the police clubs and jails. In a statement issued by a group of progressive women headed by Leonora O'Reilly, organizer of women workers, woman suffragist and socialist, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn was hailed for her courage in the strike. Elizabeth Gurley Flynn is fighting woman's battle, fighting it loyally and fighting it well. She fights for justice and for equality. 78 Bill Haywood fought so furiously for the same cause in the strike that he suffered a complete breakdown as a result of the strain. He is dead broke, and has to depend on the goodwill of some of the New York fellow workers for his bed and board. Solidarity reported on October 25, 1913, appealing for contributions to help Big Bill, pay his doctor bills. For 22 weeks, the ranks of the strikers composed of so many different ethnic groups were practically unbroken, and in the end, it was mainly hunger that forced them to return to their looms. The tragedy was that they returned with almost nothing to show for their 5 months of heroism and hardship. The IWW suffered a setback in Paterson from which it never completely recovered. Its prestige in the East, at a high point following the victory at Lawrence, underwent a tremendous decline, and talk of IWW infallibility in strikes ceased. 79 The Paterson strike put the finishing touch to the LWW textile unions. Never again were LWW organizers able to rally a significant number of textile workers to their banner, and never again was the IWW able to organize a major strike in a textile center. Ghana's Cedi to pick up those workers still ready to join a union. 80 For the rest of the decade, the textile workers, except for the skilled craftsmen, abstained almost entirely from union activity. 1. The defeat of the Paterson strikers helped destroy the IWW in the East. Never after 1913 did the immigrants in the East, who had been the backbone of so many IWW strikes, follow the Wobblies in a major struggle. Chapter 16. Akron and Detroit, Rubber and Auto. In August 1912, flushed with the victory at Lawrence, IWW organizers addressed a mass meeting of rubber workers in Akron, Ohio. If you are not satisfied with your conditions, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn told the rubber workers, the IWW will lead the war. What was done in Lawrence textile mills may be done in Akron rubber shops. 1. In an editorial headed, "This is not Lawrence, Mass." The Akron press warned the IWW not to compare this peaceful and law-abiding city of the Western Reserve, with its thousands of Native American workers, with the alien city in Massachusetts, where there are about 37 varieties of languages and as many workers. It went on to remind the Wobblies that there are in Akron thousands of working men who are paying for Akron homes with wages paid by Akron Industries. These people are not interested in having a strike that will paralyze Akron industry and destroy the source of the city's continued prosperity. 2. A few months after this smug editorial appeared, 20,000 rubber workers in the Akron plants, all but one, Sioux Native Americans, were out on strike under the leadership of the IWWI. Conditions in the rubber industry. In 1913, Akron, the rubber capital of the world, was also one of the worst open shop towns in the country. The rubber industry was completely open shop. In 1903, the A.F.L.'s Amalgamated Rubber Workers Union of North America set up a local union in Akron and began an organizational drive. But the union was destroyed through the activity of spies sent into the organization by the rubber companies. The books containing the membership list was stolen from the secretary's room, and those workers whose names were on it were discharged and blacklisted. One of the blacklisted men even brought suit against the Diamond Rubber Company for having placed his name on a blacklist because of his 373 membership in the union. By 1904, every vestige of unionism among the rubber workers in Akron had been destroyed. In 1906, having lost several strikes, especially one in Trenton, New Jersey, in 1904, the Amalgamated was suspended from the AFL for failure to pay the per capita tax, and shortly thereafter completely disintegrated. 8. Although organization of the rubber workers disappeared, the companies in Akron were taking no chances. An employers' association was organized, with the rubber companies as its mainstay, to combat unionism the moment it would raise its head. Meanwhile, the industry expanded as the growing automobile industry brought an ever-increasing demand for rubber tires. With the introduction of new machinery and job specialization, the demand for unskilled labor mounted. The rubber industry recruited thousands of unskilled workers, from other parts of Ohio, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania, and from European countries. Advertisements inserted by the companies promised these workers steady work and high wages in Akron's rubber factories. The companies assured themselves of an oversupply of workers through the advertisements, and by keeping a steady waiting line at the door of the factories, they succeeded in keeping wages down and intimidating the workers in the mills from protesting. But the conditions the workers found made an eventual outburst inevitable. The speed-up system prevailed throughout the industry. A tailor-trained man with a stopwatch selected the speediest workers in a department for a test, and, thereafter, wages for the whole department were determined by the production of the fastest worker. 11 Men and women, working mostly at piecework, were pitted against each other, and driven at a high rate of speed. To earn a living, the rubber worker had to keep going at full capacity, men 10 and 2 hours in the daytime and 13 hours at night, and women 9 hours a day. Both groups worked 6 days a week. Wages for men workers by the day ranged from L7Es to 25 cents per hour, for women workers from $5 to $12 per week. Most workers were paid at piecework rates, and these were being continually lowered while the work was speeded up. 6 A tiremaker told one reporter. Under the conditions as they now are, it is impossible to make out unless you work at such speed that an ordinary man cannot stand it long. It is simply beyond human endurance to work with such speed day after day, which we are obliged to do in order to earn a living wage. 1. The profits of the companies, however, soared. The principal rubber firms in Akron B. F. Goodrich, Diamond, Firestone, Swinehart, Miller, Buckeye, and Goodyear netted millions in profits annually. On January 1, 1913, B. F. Goodrich Company declared a huge dividend. A few weeks before it had reduced piecework prices 20%. 30 years passed before the AFL chartered another national union covering the workers in the rubber industry. The 1913 strike. In the summer of 1912, at the request £0 some of the rubber workers, the WW organizers came to Akron. Secret recruiting of members into Local Number 470, IWW, followed, and between 15 and 50 signed up. 9. Working closely with the local Socialist Party, the Wobblies made headway among the rubber workers, but before the WW could mobilize enough workers to launch a strike, a spontaneous outburst erupted. The revolt started on February 10, 1913, when the Firestone Tire Company announced a reduction of about 35% in the piecework price paid to the finishers in the automobile tire department to go into effect that same day. 150 tire builders walked out, arranged for a strike meeting that same afternoon, and accepted the offer of the IWW to lead the strike. That same day over 6 Firestone tire builders walked out, practically tying up the tire-making departments of the company, and they were followed by men in the other departments. The following morning men from the Goodyear and Goodrich factories joined the strike, and on the third day of the walkout, 4,000 were reported to have left the factories, one half of whom were said to have signed up with the 1. W.10 inches situation here is alarming, Mayor Frank W. Rockwell of Akron wired Governor Cox of Ohio on February 14, requesting the use of the National Guard. Serious results apprehended. Strike of rubber workers has been on 3 days, and growing in intensity. Governor Cox rejected the request. 11 The strike did grow in intensity. On February 15, Secretary Y. Cager of the strike committee claimed that 12,000 workers were out. That same day a mass meeting was held at the strike headquarters Reindeer Hall, a building shared jointly by the IWW and the Socialist Party local, and a committee of 100 was elected by the strikers to draft demands to be submitted to the companies. Picketing of the factories began, and girls on strike both picketed and paraded the streets of Akron with tin pans, taking up collections for the strike fund along the way. The Akron Press interviewed Annie Fetko, an 18-year-old striker employed by Goodrich, who explained why she joined the picket line. My average 2 weeks' pay is $8 or $G. I can't save anything, and I haven't seen Papa or Mama or the little brothers and sisters since I came here. They only live in Pennsylvania, too, but I can't save enough to go and see them. The last day I worked I made 75 cents, and lots of days I made less. Friday, Charlie, one of the pickets, talked to me at noon. I decided I couldn't be much worse off, so I laid down my tools and 4 other girls in that department followed me out. 12. The number of strikers with little red ribbons on their coats, signifying they had joined the IWW, grew rapidly. By the end of the first week of the strike, the strikers requested additional assistance from the IWW. George Speed, Arturo Giovanetti, and W. E. Troutman arrived in Akron to lead the strike, and Big Bill Haywood left the West to do his part. As the strike moved into its 9th day, between 15,000 and 20,000 were reported to be out of the factories, 11,000 of whom were women. Of the strikers, all but 500, mainly Hungarians and Germans, were Native Americans. While this did not prevent the Akron Beacon, Journal from referring to the strikers throughout the struggle as a mob of foreigners, the Cleveland Socialist did note that, in this strike differing from the other great strikes of the past few years, the majority are Americans. The IWW broadcast this news all over the country, hailing it as an encouraging feature which indicates that the American is beginning to line up in the great class war. It heralded the fact that 6 strikers had already joined the IWW 18. At the opening of the second week of the strike committee issued an appeal for nationwide support, stressing that our present strike will determine whether we shall have a voice in the making of conditions under which we are compelled to live. 14 response to this appeal came from socialists all over Ohio, especially Cleveland, and from AFL unions in Akron. 1 times 10 to the 1 at first. The Central Labor Union of Akron also indicated its willingness to assist the strikers in every possible way to win victory, since in a life and death struggle such as this strike is bound to become, it is the duty of the members of the working class to forget labels and show a solid front against the exploiters of labor. 16 But this expression of solidarity with strikers led by the IWW was too much for the national AFL leaders to swallow. At Gomper's instruction, Carl Wyatt, AFL national organizer, came down from Pittsburgh to persuade the Central Labor Union to change its position and attempt to take over leadership of the strike. After a conference with the CL, Wyatt announced. Akron rubber workers will be afforded the opportunity of deciding whether they prefer to have the assistance of an organization of 2 million members, which has the funds on hand to finance a strike, such as is now on in this city, or to rely on the help of a body which has to make a public appeal for funds every time it takes a hand in a strike. He warned all AFL members in Akron to think twice before contributing to the strike fund, reminding them that this is an IWW movement. 17. This obvious effort to split the strikers' ranks and thus serve the interests of the employers failed. Where was the AFL during all the years of increasing exploitation in the factories, the strikers asked. The IWW had been appealed to and responded, and only when the workers had rallied under the wobbly leadership did the AFL show any interest in the plight of the rubber workers. 18 Wyatt replied lamely to this accusation, asserting that the Federation had planned to send organizers to Akron, for the specific purpose of organizing the rubber workers several weeks previous to the present strike. Unfortunately, because of the enormous amount of work devolving upon its organizers in the textile and iron and steel industries, they were unable to reach the city of Akron to take up and prosecute the work of organizing the rubber workers of this city. Although this explanation convinced none of the strikers, who were aware that AFL activity in the textile industry consisted of working with the employers to defeat the strikes led by the LWW, the Federation did succeed in organizing an AFL union of Akron rubber workers. In contrast to the LWW strikers who wore red ribbons, its members would be required to wear red, white and blue ribbons. 18. 10 days after the strike began, the Committee of 100 finally presented its demands. In brief, they provided for 1. Reinstatem tilde NT of all employees to their former positions, the employees not to be considered new employees. 2. An 8-hour day and a 6-day week. 3. A minimum starting rate for both male and female employees of not less than 22 cents an hour. 4. Time and a half for overtime. These demands were followed by a long list of rates ranging from 25 to 60 cents per hour for various classes of workers. 20. The companies rejected the strikers' demands, and announced they would not even meet with a committee to discuss them. They would deal with the workers only as individuals, but as a body, never, and, under no circumstances, would they submit to any arrangement with a union. As for the strikers' grievances, they were non-existent, and the workers would have been perfectly happy to continue working under existing conditions, had it not been for the meddlesome interference of outsiders. The strike itself, the company's charge, was started by a few outside agitators, who by intimidation were able to coerce the workers to leave the plants. It was being run by outside agitators, and the companies would never deal with these men. That is our position now, it will be our position next year, and 10 years from now, declared Frank A. Sieberling, president of Goodrich Tire and Rubber Company, who had hurried back from a Pacific cruise to deal with the situation. 21. The fact that, as the strikers pointed out, many of the members of the Committee of 100 had lived in Akron for several years, some even, for the greater part of their lives, cut no ice. To the companies they were still outside agitators. 722. The long delay in presenting the demands was due mainly to the complicated problem of drawing up a new wage schedule for so many different departments. 3 committeemen from each department of each rubber factory met daily in order to arrive at a just wage schedule. Unfortunately, the time it took the strikers to formulate their demands gave the employers the opportunity to depict the strike as without justification. The IWW blamed the workers' lack of experience in strikes for this delay, and later conceded that it was a factor leading to the defeat of the strike. Akron B. Con. Ernal. February 21, 1913. Solidarity, April 26, 1916. In an effort to break the unified front of the companies, the strike committee offered to meet with manufacturers, individually or collectively, it not being the desire to prolong the contest. But the employers indicated a willingness to deal only with each employee separately as an individual. 28. They maintained this attitude throughout the strike. Once during the strike, the heads of the Firestone and Goodyear plants declared that they were not opposed to unionization, that they had always been willing and were now willing to meet with their employees for the purpose of considering grievances. Immediately shop committees, selected by the strikers, visited the companies asking employers to enter into negotiations with them on grievances. Invariably each member of the committee was asked whether he was an employee of the company. Since all the committee members were on strike, they were told that they were not now employees and thus could not meet the qualifications set for a meeting to consider grievances. By means of this subterfuge, the companies got around their previous statement. 24. So brazen was the stand taken by these companies that the Central Labor Union even considered calling upon its affiliated unions to go out in sympathy with the strikers. But it quickly changed its stand, and contented itself with announcing that it would establish a committee which would seek a conference with manufacturers in an effort to sell the strike. Nothing came of this plan. 211. In a statement issued by the Executive Committee, the strikers indicated their insistence on obtaining some degree of collective bargaining, the acceptance of their union and committees for collective action. In language that was to be incorporated later into national law, The committee stated, "The right of workers to organize in labor organizations of their own choice should not be infringed upon." 26. The employers ignored this declaration, and the Akron press fully supported them in their refusal to meet with the strikers' committees. What was the use, the press emphasized, in discussing grievances with members of an organization that refused to sign a written agreement, and would go on strike again the moment this dispute was settled? Considerable publicity was given to W.E. Troutman's advice to the strikers against signing a time contract. He urged the men, the press announced in bold-face type, to sign no agreement, but to remain free to strike at any time they should see fit. 27. During the first weeks of the strike, the workers, obeying instructions of the IWW leaders to keep the struggle orderly, were so peaceful that even the hostile press praised their behavior. Indeed, the Akron Beacon, Ernal acknowledged on February 17 that, "Throughout Akron there is only praise for the very orderly way in which the strikers have behaved up to date." When the State Board of Arbitration, which was investigating the strike in an effort to settle the controversy, asked the strike leaders to temporarily suspend parades and other demonstrations, the request was granted. One of the board members stated that he found the strikers a good-natured crowd, not intent on violence. 28. Even when the companies attempted to keep the plants running, with scabs who ate and slept in the factories, the strikers did not use force to keep food from being brought in. Bakers, reported the Akron Beacon Fernal on February 18, who delivered food at the Goodyear plant this morning, were jeered by the strikers, although no violence was attempted. The Cleveland Socialist expressed the hope that such conduct of the strikers, under the leadership of the Wobblies, would go a long way toward reversing the popular conception spread by the capitalist newspapers and some socialist papers, that the IWW preaches violence and destruction. In Akron, they're teaching the reverse. Their message to the striking rubber workers is that in solidarity, mass action, and in peaceable demonstrations lies their strength. This is the IWW in action, and these are quite different tactics than the phrase mongers are trying to make the workers believe the IWW uses. These tactics have won the confidence of the rubber workers and are making an incoherent mass an effective disciplined organization. 29. By the third week, with the strikers' ranks unbroken and the police and special deputies unable to provoke them into acts of violence, the companies launched a back-to-work movement to break the strike. This consisted of the following strategy. The companies and their agents issued statements condemning the strike as un-American. It was not a struggle between employer and employee. It is a conflict between the stars and stripes and the red flag of anarchy. 2. The companies issued statements that the men were rushing back to work, and they assured those who wanted to return that they would be protected on and off the job. 3. A Citizens Welfare League, CWL, was formed, composed of business and professional men linked to the rubber companies, which announced that it would protect the person and property of every person who desires work. The AFL aided the back-to-work movement by issuing a leaflet announcing its willingness to support the CWL in the direction of cooperation with the organization towards bringing about peace in the present labor trouble. 30. Despite pressure from the CWL and the newspapers and the treachery of the AFL, few strikers returned to work. The companies now decided that it was time to break the strike by force, and the police and deputies launched an offensive against the strikers. On February 25, French Midney, editor of the Youngstown Socialist, was arrested for addressing pickets, and was sentenced to jail when he refused to pay a fine. The strikers protested this miscarriage of justice, but announced that the rubber companies would not succeed, through such incidents, to anger them, to disorder. Carl Wyatt, a FFL organizer, urged the police not to be concerned by the strikers' protests. Midney's arrest, he charged, was part of a deliberate WW plan to get leaders in jail to win sympathy for them on the plea that they are being persecuted. 31. Reign of Terror smashes strike. Despite these provocations, the strikers still heeded the advice of the WW leaders not to take any action which would give the police an opportunity to assault them. Addressing a meeting of strikers on March 5, Bill Haywood declared, "I say to you, let there be no violence here of a physical kind. Let there be no destruction of property." 32. The police, however, were out to smash the strike no matter how peaceful the strikers remained. At noon on Saturday, March 8, about 350 strikers gathered near the Goodrich plant and began chain picketing. The police ordered them to stop and then, without warning, as the Akron Beacon Ernal reported, the police charged them and succeeded in driving them to Cedar Street, about 2 blocks distant where the strikers made a stand. Steadily the clubs of the officers rose and fell as the excited mob was slowly battered back. As the strikers were unarmed, they could not long endure the severe punishment. Some of them seized bricks and stones and threw them. Mostly they fought with fists. 33. Scores of strikers were arrested and jailed. On March 11, the strikers were again clubbed into submission by the police, and again scores were jailed. The jail is filled with striking members of the WW, a reporter wrote. who keep up their courage and that of their fellow workers by making the jails resound with revolutionary songs. 34. Evidently police clubs and arrests were not enough to break the courage of the strikers. On March N, Sheriff Ferguson issued an order which virtually placed the city under martial law, and asked for good citizens to assist him in breaking the strike. That same day, Mayor Rockwell called upon the chief of police to prevent further mass picketing. The strike had passed the stage, he declared, where it could be tolerated. Instead of being a strike for better wages and working conditions, it is an effort under the leadership principally of men and women who are not residents of Akron, and who have no interest except their financial gains inveigled out of the pockets of the striking workmen to cripple or ruin the industry. 35. Although the strikers protested to Governor Cox that the city officials had arbitrarily abridged all civic rights of the residents of Akron who happened to be participants in the strike, the governor did nothing to halt the mounting reign of terror. 36. Thus encouraged, vigilantes swung into action. Active strikers were informed that they were undesirable citizens, and that unless they left town on their own, they would be driven out. The Citizens Volunteer Police Association, composed of hundreds of prominent business and professional men sworn in as deputies, was formed. Most of the members were also members of the Citizens Welfare League. The strikers wired Governor Cox and asked for protection against a mob of the rich, but once again their protest was ignored. A similar protest against imported gunmen from Pittsburgh went unheeded. 37. Wherever and whenever the strikers gathered, the Citizens Police Association broke up the gathering, often inflicting physical violence with their clubs. Still on March 15, the picket lines were reported to be intact and the rubber factories free of scabs. 88. But from this point on, it became virtually impossible for the strikers to function. The vigilante organization with its flying squadrons in automobiles, armed with clubs and axe handles and sworn in as special policemen, broke up the ranks of the strikers. This vicious technique of strike-breaking was praised by the India Rubber World, trade journal of the rubber industry, as a model on how to defeat a union organizing drive. 39. On March 12, Bill Haywood got off the train at Akron to be met by 200 vigilantes armed with clubs and pick handles. A reporter present described the ensuing conversation. Mr. Haywood, the Citizens Welfare League has decided that we do not want you to speak here and we are here to give you a ticket to wherever you want to go. Have you a warrant for me? Was Haywood's question. No. Then get out of my road. And Haywood stalked through the lines of the yellows, who fell back out of the way. 40. Haywood's defiance of the vigilantes infuriated the mob, and the citizen deputies determined to drive him out of town. Rather than risk being tarred and feathered, Haywood left Akron on March 22. The strike by now was all but crushed, although it was not officially terminated until March 31 at a mass meeting. In a special telegram to W.W. Papers, the strike committee wired, "The strike in Akron is called off. The men have gone back into the factories for the purpose of perfecting their organization." 41. How perfect the organization was illustrated at the convention of the IWW held in Chicago, September 1913. The voting strength of the rubber local indicated a membership of approximately 150.42. Your acts, Frank Dawson, publicity man for the strike, wrote in a bitter letter to Mayor Rockwell, condemning him for the reign of terror in Akron, have been the cause of 17,000 people going back to a living hell, compared to which Dante's Inferno is but a flicker. In which, as was stated during the probe, no man can work at the speed required without being dead in 5 years. The probe was Sheriff Ferguson decorated his deputies with yellow ribbons. An investigation during the strike of its causes by a committee of 3 state senators headed by William Green, later president of the A.F. of L. In testimony before the Green Investigating Committee, as the state body was called, strikers told of the inhuman Taylor speed-up system in the plants, and even the employers, in their testimony, boasted that as a result of the speed-up system, we got 40% more production with the same number of men. 48. In its report on the strike, submitted 2 weeks after the official termination of the struggle, the Green Committee acknowledged that most of the strikers' grievances were justified. It condemned the speeding up system as fraught with danger and recommended its abolition. Described the complaint against long hours of work as justifiable and found that the workers' fear of discharge, if they submitted grievances to the companies, was universal in the rubber factories. But after justifying the strike, the committee exonerated the employers for their refusal to deal with the workers because the IWW's doctrines were immoral and destructive, and its belief in sabotage justified management in not being willing to meet with committees representing the strikers. That the IWW had actually advised the strikers against violence or destruction of property and that it was the agents of the employers who preached and practiced violence during the strike was not mentioned in the committee's report. There was only one sentence in the entire report which dealt with this subject, and it did not even mention police brutality, arrests of the strikers, and the role of the vigilantes. It read, "Many additional police and deputy sheriffs were sworn in, while the peace and tranquility of Akron was greatly disturbed. It was enough for the committee that the IWW believed in sabotage for it to excuse the employers for refusing to settle with the strikers. But it went further. The leaders of the organization of the IWW, instead of helping the striking employees of the rubber factories of Akron, did them much injury and are largely responsible for their failure to secure a redress for any wrongs which may have existed and the adjustment of any grievance about which they complained. 44. Throughout the country, the enemies of the IWW joyfully reprinted this sentence from the committee's report, and called upon workers to keep it in mind when asked in the future to assist a strike led by this band of traitors who upon the least pretense flood the country with appeals for aid. A F of L spokesman, ignoring the strike-breaking role played by the Federation's organizers during the strike, insisted that the struggle was lost because of the IWW opposition to building up and, since Senator William Green had been elected by a constituency composed mainly of members of the United Mine Workers, of which he was an official, there was great criticism among the miners of his failure to condemn police and vigilante terror against the strikers. Akron Baron Journal, May 13, 1913. Effect Elv Strike Fund. The wonder workers failed because they couldn't support the strikers. The beauty of low dues and no treasury was here shown. 411. Effect of defeat. The IWW drew one comfort from the defeat. Akron is a strike of Americans whose ideals about constitutional rights, American freedom and other bourgeois abstractions have been rudely and crudely shattered by the crush of the club and zip of the bullets. Shorn of these illusions, the rubber workers were in a better position to fight effectively in the future. 46. Unfortunately for the IWW, the strikers had also been shorn of respect for the power and effectiveness of the IWW. Actually, the defeat of the rubber workers spelled the doom of all unionism in the Akron plants until the 193 O's. This was the second major setback suffered by the rubber workers in their attempts to organize the industry, and 2 decades were to pass before they were ready to risk another struggle with the powerful corporations. 47. The lesson the IWW drew from the Akron strike was that a series of short, sharp conflicts with the master class, which requires little financial aid, will prove more effective in dealing with the powerful forces of organized capital than long drawn-out endurance tests. 48. A few months after the Akron strike ended, the IWW attempted to apply this principle in the Detroit automobile industry. Status of unionism in auto industry. In the early days of the automobile industry, when shops were small and production slow, the skilled workers predominated, mostly recruited from the old steamboat engine business of the Great Lakes and the carriage and vehicle factories of the Middle West. But the steady mechanization of the industry reduced the skilled workers to a small fraction of the total number in the industry. The majority of the auto workers became mere machine operators with a job that could be picked up in a few hours. Unskilled workers poured into Detroit from failing Michigan copper mines, from logging camps, from farms in Canada and the West and south of the United States, and from Poland, Austria-Hungary, the Balkans, and Italy. In no other industry was the process of production more subdivided and specialized and speed up more prevalent. Pace setters under the direction, revelations by the enemies of the IWW, and even admitted by the IWW itself, that leading officials of Local 470 during the strike were paid detectives working as spies for the rubber companies, did not increase the workers' respect for the Wobblies. New York Call, June 16, 1913. Solidarity, December 13, 1913. January 24, 31, 1914. Of Speed Kings, as they were called by the workers, with stopwatches in hand, timed the men on every operation. A standard was thus obtained by which every job was to be done. If a worker failed to meet the standard, he was discharged. 49. The majority of the craft unions in Detroit were dying. The metal trades crafts such as the machinists, drop forgers, metal polishers, and molders were actually passing out of existence. Most of the men in the automobile industry were unorganized. The only unions were the toolmakers and the metal polishers. In 1910, the carriage and wagon workers, whose membership had declined from 5,500 in 1902 to 1,100, petitioned the A.F. of L to grant a jurisdiction over all workers in the automobile industry, contending that the industry could only be organized by industrial unionism. The union was allowed to make a trial, and a few craft unions were willing to cooperate, and agreed to allow the workers in their crafts to choose between craft and industrial representation. The union's title was changed to Carriage, Wagon and Automobile Workers, LLO, but it could accomplish little in the face of bitter opposition by the auto manufacturers. Organized as part of the Employers Association of Detroit, known as the Union Wreckers Association, the manufacturers discharged and blacklisted any workers who showed interest in unionism. The Detroit police were willing partners of the employers in curbing unionism. 111. This was the situation when the IWW entered the picture. In the spring of 1911, the IWW received an appeal from a group of auto workers urging it to send an organizer to the auto capital of the world. In answer to this appeal, W.E. Troutman began organizing in and about the city in the summer of 1911. He held noon-hour meetings in front of the automobile plants, preaching the 8-hour day and the one big union. Troutman spent 3 months in Detroit, and one result of his stay was the formation of Auto Workers Industrial Union Local 16. IWW5. After Troutman left, Local 16 tried to recruit new members through circulating literature and holding street corner meetings. Although the local reported in May 1912 that it was growing stronger in influence, it later conceded that this was wishful thinking, and that members, discouraged by the union's slow progress and the power of the employers' association, had left the organization, convinced that the auto workers can't be organized. 58. Yet, even a spokesman for the employers conceded that an uprising of the workers would occur in the auto industry if conditions were not IM. The IWW had conducted an organizing campaign in Detroit in 1909 and 1910, but by 1911 most of the locals set up in these drives were disbanded. None were among the auto workers. Henry Fagin, The Industrial Workers of the World in Detroit and Michigan from the Period of Beginnings Through the World War, unpublished MA thesis, Wayne University, 1937, page 88. Proved. Early in 1912, John L. Whirl, secretary of the Automotive Division of the Detroit Employers Association, sent a memorandum to the auto manufacturers in which he warned, "There is at this time more restlessness, more aggression among the workmen of Detroit and elsewhere than there has been for several years past. There is a lot of inflammable matter scattered about the plants, and it is up to you, whether or not a spark ignites it, or it is cleared away before damage results." 54. But the auto manufacturers were confident that the AFL unions were too supine and the workers too fearful of being discharged and blacklisted to cause them any difficulty. They refused to heed the warning. Indeed, at the beginning of 191, the Ford Motor Company, which had been operating on the 9-hour day since 1905, reinstituted the 10-hour day. 56. For a while the employers' confidence seemed justified. The Detroit situation remained calm. Then in March 1913 Matilda Rabinowitz, the Little Russian Beauty, Jack Walsh, and other IWW organizers came to Detroit to give Local 16 a helping hand. They decided to bring the union's message directly to the auto workers at the plant gates, as they came out of doors at lunchtime. The organizing campaign would be concentrated at the Ford plant at Highland Park, where the speed-up had reached a point that a worker almost did not have time to catch his breath, and where the monotony of going through the same set of semi-automatic motions on the moving belt lines, 10 hours a day, was causing increasing resentment among the workers. Denouncing Henry Ford, the Speed-Up King, the IWW organizers carried the message of organization and the 8-hour day to the very doorsteps of Ford Motor Company. 118. The Ford Company called upon the police for assistance, and response was immediate. "Russian Girl Leads Clash with Police" was the headline in the Detroit Press of April 30, 1913. Miss Rabinowitz and a group of wobblies were arrested by the police and carted off to the police court as soon as they MNTED the soapboxes and attempted to address a crowd of more than 3,000 employees of the Ford plant. They were fined $5 each by a Highland Park judge on charges of obstructing traffic. Undaunted by the fine, Miss Rabinowitz said, "I am going to speak to the motorcar workers of Detroit if I rot in jail for it." 117. And after they were released, the Wobblies returned to the Ford plant and addressed the employees from a nearby vacant lot. As soon as the Ford employees were dismissed for lunch, reported the Free Press on May 3, the IWW gang started its work, distributing inflammatory literature. The Studebaker strike. When the Ford Company summarily withdrew the workers' outdoor lunch privileges, the Wobblies transferred their organizing drive to the Studebaker plant, meanwhile calling upon the Ford workers to attend meetings. At Local 16's headquarters, a militant corps of WW members was set up in the Studebaker's plant, and literature was distributed denouncing the company's labor policies. All told, Local 16 had grown within a month from a handful of members to over 200.58. The Studebaker workers had the same grievance of excessive speed-up and long hours. Moreover, the company had replaced weekly wages with a twice-a-month payday, and to top it off, it posted notices to the effect that if a payday fell on a Sunday or holiday, the workers would be paid a day later and not a day before as previously. A committee was elected by the workers to confer with the company and demand a weekly payday. When Dale Schlosser, one of the committee members, was discharged for circulating a petition demanding weekly paydays, the workers in his department demanded his reinstatement. This demand was rejected. Under the leadership of the LWW, a mass meeting was held on June 14 to discuss the next step. Another committee was elected which called on General Manager I.M. Gunn the following day, and was told that the company would let them know by the end of the week as to its decision. The workers demanded an immediate answer, and on June 17, the men employed in Studebaker Plant No. 3, near Delray, walked out in a body and were addressed by IWW speakers in a vacant lot adjacent to the plant. After the meeting, the workers formed in line and marched 7 miles to Plant No. I of Studebaker, arriving there at noon and adding about 2,000 more to their ranks. On June 17, the strikers were joined by almost the entire force of Plant Number 5, making a total of 6 men on strike. The metal polishers and iron molders remained at work, but sent a committee to confer with the men on strike, and informed them they would demand a hearing for the strike committee or they would walk out in a body. But the AFL toolmakers refused even to discuss joint action with the strikers. 119. This was the first important strike in the history of the Detroit automobile industry. At one stroke, the Studebaker workers had shattered the myth created by the Detroit Free Press that labor conditions in the city at the present time approach the ideal, and the relations between employers and employees are cordial and pleasant. 60 On July 18, the Free Press sadly admitted that its estimate of the labor scene in Detroit was inaccurate. But it was all due to the Wobblies. Detroit has become actively. What was probably the first strike in the automobile industry occurred in the summer and fall of LG06 and winter of 1907 at the Pope Motor Car Company of Toledo, then the largest manufacturer of automobiles in the world. The strike, led by the AFL's International Union of Machinists, was to halt a union-breaking drive by management in cooperation with the Open Shop Metal Trades Association. The strike ended in a victory for the union and for the right of labor in Toledo to organize. Donald G. Donna, The Pope Toledo Strike of 1907, Northwest Ohio. Quarterly, Volume 35, Summer, 1963, pp. 106-21. Autumn, LG 63, pp. 172-81. Infected with the propaganda of the industrial workers of the world, better known as the WW, the paper called upon the auto workers to kick the WW organizers out of the city before these industrial vultures destroyed Detroit's prosperity and good name. In some cities the workers have thrown the WW out, bag and baggage. The example they have set is a good one. The workers of Detroit rejected this vigilante-type advice, but the police decided to do the job instead. At first, the police stood by while the strikers addressed workers at the Studebaker plants who were having their lunch period. On one side of the street were the strikers and on the other were the men from the plant. A man with an American flag walked up and down the street trying to gain recruits for the strikers who were described in the Detroit Times as a motley army, consisting of dapper American youths, frowsy-looking foreigners, husky young workers in working clothes, and a scattering of men with gray hair and mustaches. When a striker who was exhorting the men at the plant to join the walkout reached more heated portions of his remarks, he was ordered to stop speaking by the police. 61 But on July 19, the police did more than issue orders. The headlines in the Detroit Free Press the following morning told the story: Auto strikers in clash with police. Detroit policemen charge crowd assembled at Packard plant. IWW. Organizer feels force of offices club. A meeting had been held on July 19 at Plant Number 1, after which the Studebaker strikers marched in a body down the boulevard to the Packard plant to get the Packard workers to join the strike. They marched peacefully around the plant and started to go around a second time when the police, both on foot and horseback, charged the marchers with their clubs. Jack Walsh, the wobbly leader, was severely beaten. Several strikers and David Fishman, 23-year-old, WW organizer, were arrested and jailed on the charge of being malicious persons. 62. A committee of strikers led by Jack Walsh conferred with Police Commissioner Gillespie and protested against the attack on the peaceful picketers. In a perfect illustration of double talk, the commissioner said, "I have nothing against your organization, but I do not believe in your methods. Any differences you may have with the automobile companies must be settled lawfully or the police will interfere." When the committee protested that the strikers had been acting lawfully, Gillespie agreed to permit ordinary picketing, but prohibited all parades or mass picketing. Sa. On July 20, a meeting was held in the Arbeiter Hall where the workers were addressed by the girls' strike leader, Matilda Rabinowitz, and other LWW organizers. A set of demands to be presented to the Studebaker Company was drawn up and unanimously adopted. Terry conditions, and no discrimination to be shown against the strikers after the settlement. Leaflets carrying these demands were distributed throughout the city to persuade the workers in other plants to join the Studebaker men in the strike. 64. All this was done despite the fact that the strikers knew that their walkout had to be of short duration, for the slack season in the auto industry lasted from May to September and there were hundreds of unemployed men lined up at the Employers Association employment office seeking jobs. On June 23, 1 week after the strike started, the men voted to return to work. Their one-week rebellion had failed to achieve its official demands. But 3 days after the walkout, Studebaker posted notices that a weekly draw pay had been instituted under which any worker might draw up to 70% of his first week's salary, the balance to be paid 1 week later. Although the Detroit Free Press exaggerated when it predicted that the draw pay system will do away with the objection to the biweekly pay, it did influence the strikers' decision to arc. 611. The Free Press knew that the threat of future uprisings remained, and it urged the AFL to step in before the IWW would succeed in gaining sufficient strength to affect the industry. It conceded that the aims of the IWW in the auto industry appealed to the workers, ESPC dallied to the foreign-born in the plants, but its methods made the organization totally unacceptable. Its appeal to the foreign-born could be attributed to their ignorance of the American labor movement. To the immigrant fresh from Europe, the title, Industrial Workers of the World, has as respectable a sound as the title, American Federation of Labor. The newcomer docs not know that the first is an avowedly destructive organization, and that the latter is a legitimate labor organization, and he is very likely to be led by the side that shouts the loudest and makes the biggest promise. Nevertheless, it warned the AFL to do something, lest the IWW take hold in the auto industry. 66. Taking heart from this advice, the carriage, wagon and automobile workers began organizing the auto plants, basing its drive on the pact entered into with a number of the craft unions under which the auto mobile workers would be allowed to choose between craft and industrial representation. But the moment the crafts discovered that the skilled workers in whom they were interested preferred to join the CWAW, the crafts repudiated the pact and reasserted their autonomous rights. At the 1913 AFL convention, the blacksmiths, upholsters, machinists, metal polishers, molders, pattern makers, sheet metal workers, carpenters, and painters demanded that the Federation order the CWAW to cease organizing their men and release all those it had already organized. The convention acceded to this request and the order was issued to the 1AFL union that was trying to organize the auto industry in the only manner in which it could be organized through industrial unionism. The 9 craft unions, acting through the AFL's metal trades department, set out to prove that they could do the job themselves. Their campaign to organize the automobile industry lasted from January to June 1914 and was a complete failure, explaining that the dull season and unemployment in Detroit had retarded the drive. The metal trades department confidently predicted that by a second effort, we shall organize the automobile industry beyond doubt, but the second effort was never made. Indeed, not until 1926 did the AFL as a whole seriously discuss the organization of automobile workers, greater than GT. Results of LWW drive. Meanwhile, the LWW organizers remained in Detroit. They were arrested for speaking, but they continued to reach the auto workers with handbills. By the winter of 1914, despite the widespread unemployment, it was common knowledge that a strike at Ford, where conditions were growing worse by the week, was in the offing. Then, writes Keith Sword, James Couzens, Ford's business manager, came to the rescue. Confronted by a spontaneous labor insurrection from within and by the threat of union organization from without, Couzens late in 1913 conceived the $5 day. He announced it to the world on January 1914, greater than an 8-hour day and $5 minimum wage for all employees. The IWW quickly claimed credit for the $5, 8-hour day, and for once many commentators agreed that for all of Ford's claim that he was motivated solely by humanitarianism and social justice, it was primarily caused by his desire to ward off a challenge from the Wobblies. Joseph Galam, an Hungarian engineer who joined Ford's staff in 1905, recalled later, Mr. Ford said he would lick the IWW by paying the men $s a day, greater than T19. But this was all the comfort the IWW could derive from its organizing drive in the automobile industry. After the Studebaker strike, Miss Rabinowitz wrote confidently that the men had returned to work, more determined than ever to fight for bread and freedom, and intent on organizing the entire automobile industry. She was convinced that the IWW has become firmly embedded in the hearts and minds of those who even for 1 week fought under its banners, and that this would be reflected in future organizing campaigns. 70, but this proved to be without foundation. To be sure, the IWW's efforts to continue organizing were seriously blocked by police interference with its speakers and by the undercover agents and labor spies hired by the companies. In fact, in the summer of 1915, the latter problem had become so severe that Local 16 had to assure the auto workers that, we will not hold any meetings until we get a large body of men organized. Your names and addresses will be kept out of the record books of the union, only the number of each dues book being put therein. 71 but its assurance that with these precautions the auto workers were perfectly safe in joining the LWW did not carry much weight. Too many workers had been discharged for joining even the conservative AFL unions to be convinced that it was safe to join a union that was condemned in the Detroit press as being un-American to the core. 73. Yet the LWW organizing drive in the automobile industry was not without its real significance. It had done much to bring in a shorter workday, and as Alan Nevins points out, it had indicated the existence of considerable underlying unrest, and done something in preparing a psychology favorable to the eventual rise of industrial unionism among the unskilled workers in the new mass industries. 73. Perhaps that was what Frank Bone, the IWW organizer, had in mind when he told a meeting of the Studebaker strikers that the strike was not for a few days or weeks, but maybe 20 or 30 years. 7. Chapter 17. The Socialist Party and the L.W.W. 1909 to 1914. There are few men in the IWW but what have at some time or other been connected with the Socialist Party, either in Canada or the United States, noted the industrial worker on July 20, 1902. 3 years later, there were few men in the IWW who still maintained any connection with the Socialist Party. They had either been expelled from the party or quit in disgust. What brought about the change? In the first years of the IWW, the forces in the Socialist Party opposed to the new industrial union had taken some steps to discipline members of the party who were also active in the IWW. In the fall of 1906, Troutman and A.S. Edwards, both very active IWW-ers and SP members, were expelled from the Socialist Party by the Cook County Central Committee because the action of these two men showed them to be hostile to the principles of political action upon which the Socialist Party rests. But this policy soon ceased, mainly because very few SP leaders expected the IWW to exist for long. When the second split in the IWW occurred at the 1908 convention, most leaders of the Socialist Party, especially those of the right wing who had been bitterly hostile to the industrial union organization from its inception, were certain that this was the last they had heard from it. Yet in less than 3 years, the IWW was still very much alive, and a conflict over its direct action tactics was tearing the Socialist Party apart. This clash, of course, was part of a more general split within the party over its attitude toward the trade unions and reform, which had started before the IWW was born and had been building up for years. During this period, the right and center elements of the party had for a discussion of this conflict within the Socialist Party in the period 19,01905, cp. Foner, History of the War Movement in the United States, Volume 3, New York, 1964, pp. 367-92. 391. Trolled the national organization and had insisted upon limiting its activities to electioneering, had abandoned all pretense of combating the conservative policies of the AFL, and had generally played down a revolutionary program for fear of antagonizing potential voters for socialist candidates who, once elected, would secure reform legislation which would increase the socialist content of the national political and economic life. Opposed to them was the left wing, which wanted the party to advance the principles of revolutionary socialism, and led in developing mass struggles, particularly in the field of industrial unionism. Many of the adherents of the left-wing position were also members of the L.W.W. or friendly to it, so that, in a sense, the clash within the Socialist Party began to assume the form of a conflict over the L.W.W. Meanwhile, however, a good many rank-and-file members of the party, and even whole locals, even when they disagreed with the principles and tactics of the IWW, were supporting it in its free SPCECH fights and strike activities. To be sure, this cooperation was not without its own conflict. The SP locals and members often complained that the L.W.W. failed to give them credit for their contributions, while the Wobblies just as often complained that the Socialist Party and press deliberately tried to cover themselves with the laurels that were earned by the working stiffs that did the fighting and suffering, too. Nevertheless, as we have seen, the IWW and SP branches cooperated effectively and fairly harmoniously in many communities in these struggles during the years when the relations between the two national organizations were becoming more and more hostile. Relations in 1910-11. This conflict did not begin in earnest until 19U. At the Socialist Party's National Convention in May 1910, the attitude of the party toward labor organizations consumed virtually no time. A minority report from the Resolutions Committee sought to commit the party to the principle of industrial unionism as opposed to craft unionism. It was rejected by a vote of 54 to 29, and the delegates adopted the majority report, which reiterated the traditional attitude of the party, that the party has neither the right nor the desire to interfere in any controversies which may exist within the labor union movement over the questions of form of organization or methods of action in the industrial struggle, but trusts to the labor organizations themselves to solve these questions and to evolve in the direction of ever closer solidarity and even more effective action on the industrial field. 8. The Socialist Party was growing so rapidly in influence and prestige in 1910 that the leadership did not regard the IWW as a threat. In the spring, the Social Democratic Party of Milwaukee carried this 12th largest city in the United States by the largest plurality that any political party had ever carried it. In the fall, the Socialists won the major offices in Milwaukee County and elected the first Socialist Congressman, Victor L. Berger, to sit in the U.S. House of Representatives. Socialist leaders hailed Berger's election as the beginning of a new and more hopeful era in the history of American socialism, and predicted that even the new impossibilists in the IWW would now see that their scorn for political action was unjustified. But the IWW was not impressed by the SP's rising vote and electoral victories. The industrial worker noted that, the first thing Milwaukee did after the Great MPH was to say that, we are not going to do anything revolutionary. 4. Although he did not look with favor on the IWW's hostility to political action, Eugene V. Debs shared some of the Wobblies' skepticism about the value of the electoral victories scored by the Socialist Party. In a private letter to William English Walling, December 7, 1909, Debs complained that, the Socialist Party has already catered far too much to the American Federation of Labor, and there is no doubt that a halt will have to be called. He concluded that, the revolutionary character of our party and our movement must be preserved in all its integrity at all cost, for if that be compromised, it had better cease to exist. Publicly, Debs expressed his concern in an article entitled, Danger Ahead, in the International Socialist Review of January 19 n. Debs wrote, of greater importance than increasing the vote of the Socialist Party is the economic organization of the working class. To the extent, and only to the extent, that the workers are organized and disciplined in their respective industries can the socialist movement advance and the Socialist Party hold what is registered by the ballot. 5. To the disgust of the constructionist socialists, represented by the right and center elements, Debs' firm stand for revolutionary principles was hailed by the LWW as justifying its call for placing prime emphasis on the industrial organization of the workers. The right-wing elements were alarmed because Debs' article was cited by the supporters of the IWW at the convention of the Italian Socialist Federation in Utica, NY, April 19 n, where the adherents of syndicalism and revolutionary socialism scored an overwhelming victory. The convention endorsed the IWW, and Solidarity reported joyfully that all members of the new executive committee of the Federation, except one, were IWW members. Arturo Giovannitti informed the National Executive Committee of the Socialist Party that the ISF still considered itself socialist despite its IWW affiliation. The NEC showed what it thought of this development by accepting the affiliation of a rival Italian Socialist Federation, formed after the Utica Convention. 6. The IWW gained further popularity in Socialist Party circles as the International Socialist Review devoted increasing space to articles disapproving of the political tactics and reformist policies of the SP leadership, and approving of the new type of unionism, revolutionary as Marx himself, represented by the IWW. In March 1911, Solidarity announced that it had arranged with the International Socialist Review to make the IWW Weekly and the Socialist Monthly available to subscribers at a special rate of $1, a saving of 85 cents to those who subscribed to each separately. Big Bill Haywood, just back from a European visit during which he attended the 1910 Labor and Socialist Congress of the Second International at Copenhagen as a SP delegate and afterwards conferred with European syndicalists, went on a speaking tour under the dual sponsorship of the IWW and the International Socialist Review. 1. Haywood's popularity as a labor organizer and a strike leader combined to make him a powerful figure in the Socialist Party. During his imprisonment in Idaho, the Colorado Socialist Party had nominated him as its candidate for governor. Following his acquittal, he had toured the country to convey the message of the class struggle, and the socialist press reported that Haywood is being greeted by audiences that pack every meeting place, and the people are deeply interested in the narratives relating to the Western miners. His tour following his return from Europe in 1910 had similar effects in socialist circles. Bill Haywood's speeches are stirring up the Socialist Party, Solidarity announced proudly. But the constructionist socialists were so stirred up that they decided to put a halt to Haywood's tour. The executive board of the California Socialist Party, dominated by the right wing, informed the International Socialist Review, which was set to sponsor Haywood's engagements throughout the state, that it could not allow him to address the California locals, because of his pronounced opposition to political action and his advocacy of direct action in lieu thereof. The impossibility of anyone being a consistent IWW and at the same time a true socialist is apparent. By the summer of 19II, Haywood had come to symbolize the developing conflict between the Socialist Party and the IWW as well as the broader conflict between the Reform and Revolutionary Socialists. Haywood made no bones about his opposition to the tactics pursued by the dominant leadership of the party. He had made this crystal clear in a pamphlet he had published, in collaboration with Frank Bone, early in 1911 entitled Industrial Socialism. The foreword set forth immediately the author's belief that industrial unionism is the most essential feature in the study of socialism. Although it did not mention the IWW, it was clear to all readers that it was the one big union, and not the craft-dominated AF of L which should be supported by all socialists. Political action was not disregarded, but its major, though not only, function was to prevent the capitalists from using the state power to smash the attempts of the workers, through the industrial unions and the general strike, to take over the control of industry. 9. Haywood vs. HILLQUIT. In November R9RR, Haywood was nominated to the National Executive Committee of the Socialist Party. In accepting the nomination, Haywood let loose a blast against the hypocritical stand taken by the party on the issue of organized labor. As a candidate, I do not wish to be elected under a misapprehension. The Socialist Party in conventions has proclaimed a neutral position as regards the labor movement. It is well known that this neutrality is not observed. There are members vigorous in their effort to cooperate with the decadent craft unions. The Socialist Party being a working-class organization, it is my belief that our purpose will never be fully achieved until we carry to the working class the message of industrial unionism, which means that the productive workers shall be organized as the capitalists have assembled them in the industries. Therefore, the work directed by the National Committee and its Executive Committee should include the education of the working class to the end of industrial as well as political solidarity. 10. Morris Hillquit led the attack on Haywood's candidacy. In a letter to the New York Call of November 20, R9N, Hillquit quoted a paragraph from Industrial Socialism in which Haywood stated, in the fight against capital, the worker retains absolutely no respect for the property rights of the profit-takers. He will use any weapon which will win this fight. He knows that the present laws of property are made by and for the capitalists. Therefore, he does not hesitate to break them. Hillquit charged that this was good anarchist doctrine, was diametrically opposed to the accepted policies of socialism, and that wherever this policy had been adopted, whether it was called terrorism, propaganda of the deed, direct action, sabotage, or anarchism, the result had been to demoralize and destroy the movement by attracting to it professional criminals, infesting it with spies, leading the workers to needless and senseless slaughter, and ultimately engendering a spirit of disgust and reaction. Hillquit urged that Haywood's position should be disavowed in our party press, promptly and emphatically. After reading this attack, Haywood shot back with a letter to the Call in which he announced that he stood by every word he had written in Industrial Socialism. He accused Hillquit of deliberately confusing direct action and sabotage with anarchism, and asked him if he had at any time publicly criticized or disavowed Victor Berger's Bullets or Ballots article, in which Comrade Berger urged every socialist and union man in the United States to arm himself with a modern improved rifle. Hillquit had failed, promptly and emphatically, to disavow this doctrine, because, on the question of trade unionism, he and Berger are hand in glove. There was common agreement, Haywood wrote, that the ballot was important and effective, but by itself it was no protection for the working class. The key to the whole conflict in the socialist movement revolved about the attitude toward industrial unionism, hence Haywood flung out a challenge. On this question of industrial organization, I am willing to meet Comrade Hillquit in debate at time and place convenient. 11. In spite of Hillquit's attack, the leader of the IWW was decisively elected to the National Executive Committee. Haywood polled 2,000 votes more than Hillquit. W. J. Gent gloomily characterized the outcome of the vote as a grave misfortune. He compared its effects on retarding the socialist movement with that caused by the formation of the IWW in 1905, from which the party, he claimed, did not recover until 1910. The general acceptance of his, Haywood's, policies would disintegrate and disrupt the Socialist Party. 12. Haywood's challenge to debate Hillquit was accepted. The debate was to be on the topic, what shall the attitude of the Socialist Party be toward the economic organization of the workers? It was recognized that the debate represented the clear emergence of the real internal schism in the Socialist Party which could conceivably rip the organization apart, for both Haywood and Hillquit were now members of the National Executive Committee. Solidarity, with keen foresight, predicted that the debate was the prelude to the factional struggle for supremacy in the next National Convention of the Socialist Party, to be held in May 1912. It expected Haywood would lose out to the forces of opportunism and AFL-SM, which dominated the Socialist Party, but felt that his fight would contribute to the spread of industrial unionism, and so we rejoiced to see him make it. 13. Cooper Union was packed on January 2, 1912, as the two leaders of the Socialist Party met. Admission was by paid-up membership cards only. The debate centered about the correct attitude toward labor organization, and behind every argument stood the question, should the Socialist Party support the IWW or the AFL? Haywood made it clear at the outset of his presentation that only through supporting the Haywood was referring to an article by Berger in the Social Democratic Herald of July 31, 1909, in which the Milwaukee Socialist predicted that the safety and hope of the country will finally be in one direction only, that of a violent and bloody revolution, and suggested that, in order to be prepared for all emergencies, socialists and working men should make it their duty to have rifles and necessary rounds of ammunition at their homes, and be prepared to back up their ballots if necessary. Berger soon regretted this article, and frequently tried to explain it away by pointing to many statements in which he took a diametrically opposite position. IWW. Could the Socialist Party achieve its goal? An organization that sets forth the class struggle is the kind of an organization that the Socialist Party should at all times endorse and work for. Such an organization already existed. the IWW. Haywood charged that the AF was too reactionary to reform. It was not a labor organization, had nothing in common with the principles of the Socialist Party, and should not be recognized by the Socialist Party. He concluded by charging that Hillquit did not understand the meaning of the term industrial unionism, because he viewed it as simply an enlarged kind of craft unionism. I will say to Comrade Hillquit that industrial unionism comprehends all that socialism comprehends, and that industrial unionism is socialism with its working clothes on. Hillquit replied that the issue of industrial unionism was not really an issue. He recognized that industrial unionism was unquestionably superior to craft organization. The real issue was, should the Socialist Party interfere with the internal organization of unions, and insist that it would support only those which conform to the industrial pattern? Hillquit said, no, it is not within the province of the Socialist Party to make special propaganda for the industrial form of labor. He conceded that the AF leaders were reactionary, but insisted that the Socialists were making big inroads into the Federation, and that the increase in the Socialist vote nationally came to no small extent from the support it was gaining from the AF rank and file. It would be a serious mistake for the party to aid the LWW, a purely anarchistic organization. Who in the American Federation of Labor cares for the LWW? What do the organized workers or the unorganized workers know about the LWW? Nothing. He closed with a prediction. I assure you that within 5 years and no longer the American Federation of Labor and its rank and file will be socialistic. 14. After the debate was over, Hubert Harrison, a Negro member of the party, approached Haywood and reminded him that, while Douglas had won the debate, Lincoln had carried the country. Haywood took this to mean that although Hillquit had won the debate, the workers of the nation were with me. 111. The debate itself, however, was soon forgotten with the publication in the February 1912 issue of the International Socialist Review of the full text of Haywood's speech at Cooper Union. December 21, 1911, a few days after his election to the National Executive Committee, in which he set forth most frankly his attitude towards political action, direct action, violence, and sabotage. Even on the basis of garbled reports which had appeared in the New York Call and other New York papers, the right and center socialists in New York decided that Haywood had read himself out of the Socialist Party. 16. No wonder copies of the February 1912 issue of the International Socialist Review were gobbled up. Haywood's Cooper Union speech, Socialism, the Hope of the Working Class. The stenographic report of Haywood's Cooper Union speech opened with his statement that he would discuss the class struggle in terms so simple that even a lawyer would be able to understand it. He then recounted the long and bloody struggles of the Western Federation of Miners. He told how, despite many election promises and victories, the miners had won the 8-hour day only after a long and bitter strike. And only when the 8-hour day had been won through economic action, had it proved to be court decision proof. The experience of the miners had shown how important was direct action. I believe in direct action, Haywood announced. You are certain of it, and it isn't nearly so expensive. At the same time, the experience of the miners had shown how important was the control of the police and militia. When the socialists had won political office, they would use the powers of government to protect strikers. That's about as far as I can go on political action. But that's a long way. After boldly announcing that he was not a law-abiding citizen, and that no socialist can be a law-abiding citizen, Haywood described his visit to various European countries in 1910 and his discussions with the European syndicalists. Then came a statement that was to have wide repercussions in the Socialist Party. I am not going to take time tonight to describe to you the conditions in France, though I would like to do so, because I again want to justify direct action and sabotage. You have plenty of it over there. Applause. I don't know of anything that can be applied that will bring as much satisfaction to you, as much anguish to the boss as a little sabotage in the right place at the right time. Find out what it means. It won't hurt you, and it will cripple the boss. Haywood concluded his speech with the bold affirmation that it is our purpose to overthrow the capitalist system by forcible means if necessary. And I urge you workers tonight to determine upon this program. 17. With the publication of the full text of Haywood's speech, the worst fears of the reformist socialists were confirmed. In an editorial meaningfully entitled, The New Utopianism, the New York Call denounced Haywood as a man who had never learned how to think, a pseudo-intellectual worker, who was a soft-handed, soft-sitting non-productive member of society. He had not the slightest grasp of socialist theory, a fact which alone disqualified him as a teacher. He misunderstood the class struggle, basing all his concepts on a personal experience in the Western minefields, struggles which were not typical of American industrial society. Comrade Haywood's speech showed wonderfully picturesque ability, flashing insight into certain important questions and a lack of constructive understanding of socialist principles. 18. But the most effective criticism of Haywood's recommended tactics came from Eugene V. Debs in his article, Sound Socialist Tactics, in the same issue of the International Socialist Review. Debs wrote that he was unalterably opposed to sabotage and to direct action. These and similar measures are reactionary, not revolutionary, and they invariably have a demoralizing effect upon the following of those who practice them. If I believed in the doctrine of violence and destruction as party policy, if I regarded the class struggle as guerrilla warfare, I would join the anarchists and practice as well as preach such tactics. Debs went on to explain that the physical forcist is the victim of his own boomerang, that the blow he struck invariably reacted upon himself and his followers. But his chief opposition to any tactics which involve stealth, intrigue, and necessitate acts of individual violence for their execution was based on the firm belief that the American workers are law-abiding, and no amount of sneering and derision will alter that fact. Direct action will never appeal to any considerable number of them while they have the ballot and the right of industrial and political organization. He was convinced that the IWW would never amount to anything in the American labor scene as long as it pursued tactics that antagonized the workers of the country. Its tactics alone have prevented the growth of the industrial workers of the world. Its principles of industrial unionism are sound, but its tactics are not. Sabotage repels the American worker. He is ready for the industrial union, but he is opposed to the propaganda of the deed, and as long as the LWW adheres to its present tactics and ignores political action, or treats it with contempt by advising the workers to strike at the ballot box with an axe, they will regard it as an anarchist organization. It will never be more than a small fraction of the labor movement. Debs concluded with the recommendation that the Socialist Party, at its 1912 National Convention, place itself on record against sabotage and every other form of violence and destructiveness suggested by what is known as direct action. 19. The IWW press had ignored most of the attacks on Haywood's defense of direct action tactics in the socialist papers. But it did not ignore Debs' article, particularly his statement that its tactics alone have prevented the growth of the industrial workers of the world. Solidarity denied this, and accused Debs of having lied about the IWW's policies. For one thing, the LWW did not believe in dynamite and violent destruction of property. As for sabotage, this was not a principle of the IWW, and Comrade Debs knows it. It is a tactic the value of which will be determined by the workers who may use it rather than the academicians who study it from afar. Debs was reminded that his old union, the American Railway Union, not only used direct action and sabotage, but preached therewith the propaganda of the deed, did not. The members of the ARU burned cars during the Great Pullman Strike led by Debs. 20. The industrial worker charged that Debs belongs to the past and did not understand the new generation of American workers. He looks upon things of today with the eyes of the past. He simply failed to understand that the workers were rapidly losing all respect for property rights and will use, in the future, any means to gain their ends, despite the efforts of agents either provocateur or circumventer. 21. Effect of La Reine CE strike. While the debate over tactics was growing more bitter, an event occurred which pushed aside, for the time being, the sharpening conflict between the Socialist Party and the IWW. During his debate with Haywood, Hillquit, it will be recalled, had said, "What do the organized workers or the unorganized workers know about the IWW? Nothing." As he was speaking, the textile workers at Lawrence were beginning the strike that was to make the IWW known to every worker, organized and unorganized, in the United States, and would soon arouse increased respect for IWW tactics in the ranks of the Socialist Party. As the strike developed, the conflict over tactics temporarily faded into the background, replaced by close cooperation between the Socialist Party and the IWW. Early in the strike, Haywood notified the Socialist Party that the struggle in Lawrence gave it a real opportunity to show that it is behind the workers. On the day the strikers ratified the settlement, Haywood declared publicly that the Socialist Party had fulfilled this obligation, and urged the strikers to forward messages of appreciation to the party for their splendid service. These messages were deserved. Early in the strike, the National Executive Committee of the Socialist Party adopted Haywood's plan. He was then a member of the committee to furnish every possible assistance to the strikers. The plan was carried out. The party and its locals and leading socialists made notable contributions to the Lawrence victory. To be sure, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn attacked Emil Seidel, socialist mayor of Milwaukee, for not helping her in her appeal for the strikers when she came to the city in behalf of the Lawrence Strike Committee. On the other hand, Haywood remarked that Victor Berger, socialist congressman from Milwaukee, worked day and night on the strike situation and, while he is a member of the American Federation of Labor, his castigation of Golden and Gompers was quite as strong as any delivered by any member of the IWW. 22. The New York. This entire debate, it should be noted, took place during the McNamara case, which had increased the fears of reformist socialists over any advocacy of violence by members of the Socialist Party. The case will be discussed at length in the next volume. Call. which itself played a distinguished role in aiding the strikers, felt that the Socialist Party had a special duty to assist the struggle since its organization in Massachusetts, by ignoring their needs in the past, had been partly responsible for the degradation that had overtaken the mill workers, the oppression and the starvation they faced from day to day. The call, of course, exaggerated when it stated that, behind the industrial workers of the world, who conducted the fight, was the Socialist Party, giving cohesion to their efforts, direction to their attacks, enthusiasm to their members, hope to all and also practically financing the battle. It was this assistance, it claimed, that gave the strike form and coherence. There is no doubt that the Socialist Party was largely instrumental in directing public attention to the strike. As a result, funds were obtained from an aroused public and the wide support of American labor gained for the strikers' cause. The Socialist Party also conducted a national campaign to finance the strike. The huge relief fund collected by the strike committee was in large measure the work of the socialists. The party also was a leading agency in the removal of the strikers' children. Together with the IWW, the party branches in Philadelphia and New York made all arrangements for entraining the children and feeding and housing them on their arrival in these cities. Invaluable assistance was again rendered by the party in the Eder and Giovannitti case. So industriously did the party work in their defense that Haywood declared that without its aid, the defense campaign would have been paralyzed. 23. Some socialists saw in the bold and aggressive tactics pursued by the IWW at Lawrence the foreshadowing of a successful proletarian revolt through direct action and the general strike, and even predicted the disappearance of the socialist movement as a political process. But Rev. Ronald D. Sawyer, socialist leader in Massachusetts, felt that the great lesson for political socialism, emerging out of the Lawrence victory, was the immense valuable aid that it may receive from this new fighting unionism. The strike itself had both increased membership of the Socialist Party because Haywood was known to be a leading socialist and had achieved a unity in the party that would have seemed impossible before this struggle erupted. Berger may have sympathy for the AFL, and Haywood in the heat of battle may shout, "I will not vote again," but the forces of the situation forced them to strike hands and show to the world the splendid example of working-class solidarity which brought the masters to their knees. Every revolutionary socialist welcomes with a shout of approval the advent of the IWW into labor unionism, and I believe revolutionary. At least the call mentioned the IWW as the organization which conducted the fight. Some right-wing socialist papers barely mentioned the IWW in their coverage of the strike. Political socialism will find its pound working hand in hand with this revolutionary labor unionism. Sawyer suggested that the forthcoming Socialist National Convention cement still further the unity between revolutionary political socialism and revolutionary labor unionism. His appeal, originally published in the New York Call, was reprinted by Solidarity, which endorsed his plea for unity in the name of the IWW 24. But the constructive socialists were convinced that if they did not act now against the left-wing, PRO1W socialists, whose prestige had been so decidedly raised by the Lawrence victory, the trend away from evolutionary political tactics would grow to the point where it would dominate the party. On the eve of the Socialist Convention, a campaign was begun to minimize the significance of the Lawrence victory and to intimate that whatever had been gained had really been won by the Socialist Party. W. J. Gent, editor of Victor Berger's Washington paper Greater Than, the National Socialist and a leading ideologist of the right wing, argued that the strike was not won on the picket lines but in the House of Representatives. Without Victor Berger's help and the congressional action that flowed from it, the strikers would have been defeated. Haywood and direct action had nothing to do with the triumph at Lawrence. Haywood had contributed as much to the victory, Gent conclude as Dr. Cook or the nebular hypothesis, 211. It was clear that every effort would be made by the constructive socialists to remove Haywood from the National Executive Committee. Indeed, even during the Lawrence strike, local Yuma, Aries, had called for a national referendum on the removal of Haywood. This proposal was seconded at a meeting on March 9 of the New York Central Committee by the vote of 14 to 11. However, after the Lawrence victory, the New York Central Committee withdrew its endorsement of the referendum to recall Haywood, and the Yuma motion died for lack of a second. 26, but it remained dead for only a short time. The move to eliminate Haywood from the Socialist Party leadership was soon to be revived. The leaders of the right and center actually wanted much more than this, to discipline some of our more impatient elements who now and then grow weary of the long, hard, tedious struggle. MD want to take some shortcut by way of direct action, meaning the expulsion from the party of anyone who favored the tactics of the WW. 2 weeks before the Socialist Convention opened in Indianapolis, Solidarity predicted that the party leadership would try to get rid of all members who were friendly to the WW by ling them anarchists. 27. The composition of the convention made it highly likely that this prediction would come true. Of the 293 delegates, there were 32 newspapermen, 21 lecturers, 29 lawyers, 12 mayors, 16 doctors, dentists, ministers, employers, etc. Only 30 could be called semi-skilled or unskilled workers, clearly. Writes Ira Kipnis, the unskilled workers who had joined the left wing after 1909 were not at the convention in force. 281912 Socialist Party Convention. The issue of the IWW and its tactics arose a month before the 1912 convention opened in May 1912, when Haywood called upon the National Executive Committee to give the utmost moral and financial aid to the heroic free speech fighters in San Diego. Over Haywood's protest that the need was urgent, Victor Berger amended the motion to request an investigation by the California State Committee. The amendment was carried, and it took 3 weeks before the National Executive Committee concluded that the free speech fight was a legitimate struggle. Over John Spargo's protest that the free speech fighters were a vicious element with criminal faces, the committee recommended to the party's national convention, scheduled to open on May 12, that the California party be sent $250 to use in San Diego. 29. The delaying tactics of the right wing were resumed at the national convention. The left wing moved that telegrams of support be sent to the groups engaged in the San Diego struggle and protests to Governor Johnson and President Taft. The right wing amended the motion to instruct the executive committee to investigate the situation and report its recommendations to the convention. Even though the left wing pointed out that the committee had already investigated the free speech fight, the executive committee brought in a report suggesting that telegrams be sent to all groups engaged in the San Diego struggle, with the exception of the IWW. The left-wing delegates immediately protested that this was like performing Hamlet without Hamlet, since the industrial workers were leading the struggle. Nor were they placated by the reply of the right wing that the IWW was to be implicitly recognized because the telegram was to be sent to the Free Speech League on which the IWW was represented. It was high time, they argued, that the party explicitly recognized the existence of the organization that was heroically leading the historic free speech fights. A majority of the delegates agreed, and a telegram of support was sent to each of the 3 groups represented in the Free Speech League. The convention also wired Governor Johnson, demanding immediate assistance to the citizens of San Diego, to the end that their rights may be preserved and order restored, and urging release of the Weinstock Report. These telegrams and the contribution of $250 to the California Party to use in San Diego represented the extent of assistance rendered the free speech fight by the. Although Weinstock conducted his inquiry in mid-April, his report, as of the time of the convention action, May 15, had not been released. It was finally released 3 days later on May 18. National Convention of the Socialist Party. It was little indeed, even though it did represent a minor victory for the left. 30. The right wing countered this minor victory for the friends of the IWW by having the convention addressed by a foreign visitor who was a bitter foe of everything the IWW stood for. Karl Elsiegen, secretary of the German General Federation of Labor Unions and right-wing leader of the German Social Democratic Party. When Legion arrived in New York on April 16 to begin a trade union lecture tour arranged by Samuel Gompers and the Socialist Party, he told a delegation of trade unionists and socialists that strikes are very good for employers, as then they can get a chance to raise the prices, but until the workers control their legislative bodies they cannot gain much through strikes. This then was the honored guest who addressed the Socialist Convention, and proudly told the delegates how the German Socialist Party had expelled all members of unions with syndicalist tendencies. 81. Following this, the convention temporarily enjoyed a harmony festival. It began when the Committee on Labor Organizations and their relation to the party presented a single resolution, agreed to by the right and left. The resolution opened by pointing out that political and economic organization were equally necessary in the struggle for working-class emancipation. It praised the amalgamation of related trades into federations and industrial unions, and hailed the fact that increasingly unions were repudiating the demoralizing politics represented by the National Civic Federation. It held that only those engaged in the struggle in the various trades and industries could solve the problems of forms of organization, and then reaffirmed the Socialist Party's neutrality on questions of form of organization or technical methods of action in the industrial struggle, but trusts to the labor organizations themselves to solve these questions. But it also called on unions to undertake the task of organizing the unorganized, especially the immigrants who stand in greatest need of organized protection, and it urged all labor organizations who had already not done so, to throw their doors open to the workers of their respective trades and industries, abolishing all onerous conditions of membership and artificial restrictions. Finally, it was the duty of the party to give moral and material support to the unions in all of their struggles, and of all socialists to join and participate in the unions in which they were eligible for membership. 82. The resolution, of course, was a compromise, but one which the left, Gompers, arranged for the tour across the United States and the Socialist Party for the return trip. Even the New York Call found this difficult to swallow, while Solidarity furiously denounced the Socialist Party for sponsoring an apologist for the employers in speeches before American workers. The working class is sick of personifications. who are used as stalking horses for capitalism in the name of socialism. New York Call, April 17, 1912. Solidarity, April 20, 1912. Could regard as a victory. It made concessions to the industrial unionists, and even praised industrial unionism without, however, specifically endorsing it or even telling how to get it. It pointed up the problem of organizing the unorganized, especially the immigrants and the unskilled laborers, which the IWW had done the most to try to solve and the AF of L had neglected. It declared that the socialists should support the struggles of any group of workers, which the New York Call asserted was practically an official recognition of the existence of the IWW, and even Sol. Solidarity felt that the resolution's position on industrial unionism was a step forward for the party. 38 IWW delegates at the convention were much less restrained in their estimate. One wrote from Indianapolis, "The IWW has done great work in lining up the forces for industrial unionism, and it was this tremendous force that brought this body to a definite stand on the industrial field." There was some gloom at the beginning. Things looked kind of dark, but the great force and spirit of the IWW finally cleared up the horizon and let the sun of solidarity shine forth in its full glory. 3. Haywood evidently shared this evaluation, for he told the delegates that when the resolution was adopted, and he hoped it would be adopted unanimously, "I feel that I can go to the working class, to the 8 million women and children, to the 4 million black men, to the disfranchised white men, to the white man who is disfranchised by industrial depression, the men who have no votes, and I can carry to them the message of socialism. I can urge them, and do it from the socialist platform, to organize the only power that is left to them, their industrial power. That is what you have placed at my disposition, or will, when you adopt this motion. To my mind, this is the greatest step that has ever been taken by the Socialist Party of America. I feel that I can shake hands with every delegate in this convention and say that we are a united working class." Haywood's moving speech was greeted by a prolonged roar of applause. The resolution was adopted unanimously. Amid a new outburst of applause, songs and cheers. 35. The Harmony Festival continued as the delegates overwhelmingly endorsed the party platform with its emphasis on the class struggle. Society is divided into warring groups and classes, based upon material interests. Fundamentally, T.S. is a conflict between the two main classes, one of which, the capitalist class, owns the means of production, and the other, the working class, must use the means of production on terms dictated by the owners. Impressed by the revolutionary tone of the preamble, the left-wing delegates did not seriously object to anything in the platform except a plank suggested by Berger calling for tariff reduction. 81. Now, Thursday, the 5th day of the convention, wrote an overjoyed, wobbly delegate, "You cannot find a delegate here who is opposed to the IWW." He was naive. The very next day the issue that had divided the party from its inception and had become intensified since Haywood's election to the National Executive Committee emerged. Victor Berger told the delegates, "You will have a split yet, and I am ready to split right now." 37. The Harmony Festival had ended. To the right-wing leaders, the applause and cheers hailing the passage of the trade union resolution and signifying the spirit of harmony that prevailed at the convention was a bitter pill to swallow. And swallow it they would not. They quickly moved to remedy what they regarded to be a most unsatisfactory situation, one which, in the words of Berger's Social Democratic Herald, only demonstrated how the direct actionists have spread their position in our movement. 38. Immediately after the adoption of the trade union resolution and the platform, Berger, Hillquit, Job Harriman and John Spargo summoned their cohorts into action. At the caucus of right-wing leaders it was decided to present a constitutional amendment, designed to eliminate Haywood and the left. 39. When the Constitutional Committee presented Article 2, Section 6, an amendment was introduced, framed by Berger and Ghent, which read, "Any member of the party who opposes political action or advocates crime, sabotage, or other methods of violence as a weapon of the working class to aid in its emancipation, shall be expelled from membership in the party." Moreover, political action which had hitherto been without specific definition, was now defined as participation in elections for public office and practical legislation and administrative work along the lines of the Socialist Party platform. Hillquit announced that the Committee on Constitution unanimously accepts the amendment. 40. With the cry of the right-wingers, "The syndicalists must go," rising from the floor, a heated debate ensued. The IWW was the target of those who defended the section against violence, sabotage, and crime. Berger stated the case against the IWW in a vitriolic speech. "There is no bridge between socialism and anarchism. Those of you who stand against the bomb, the dagger and every other form of violence will know how to vote on this amendment without any further parley. Comrades, the trouble with our party is that we have men in our councils who use our political organization, our Socialist Party, as a cloak for what they call direct action, for IWW-ism, sabotage and syndicalism. It is anarchism by a new name. Every true socialist will agree with me when I say that those who believe that we should substitute, hallelujah, I'm a bum, for the Marseillaise, and for the International, should start a bum organization, of their own. Loud laughter and great cheering. 41. Haywood noted later that if Berger had ever seen a songbook of the IWW, he would know that the Marseillaise and the International were included along with Hallelujah, I'm a Bum. Bill Haywood's book, page 258. The left wing protested vigorously against the amendment. The question of violence was a false issue, you would think, shrewdly observed. Delegate Bessember, a member of the AF, of L's Retail Clerks Protective Association, that every bit of violence ever committed in the United States in working class struggles have been done by the IWW. We should throw out the entire thing. The real question, the left wing insisted, was whether the party should go forward or backward. Delegate J. 0. Bentall of Illinois put his finger on the real purpose of the proposed amendment. There is an element in the Socialist Party today that is progressive and wants to go forward, wants to move and go ahead, so that we may gain something, and there is another element that stands conservative, reactionary, monkeying with the old, outworn machinery. There is the division, and you can talk for 10 months, and that is the only kind of thing, and not sabotage, or violence, or anything of the kind. But the right wing was deaf to all appeals to meet the real issue squarely, and, on a roll call vote, a motion to strike out the amendment to Article 2, Section 6 was defeated, 19x to 90. It was then approved by voice vote. 42. Immediately following this momentous decision, the convention moved to the nomination of presidential candidates. Although the party's two powerful figures, Berger and Hillquit, opposed Debs, doubting his reliability despite his opposition to sabotage and direct action, he carried an absolute majority. Emil Seidel, a leader of the extreme right wing, was selected as Debs' running mate, and party harmony, at least on the surface, seemed restored. With the action taken against the IWW, the party could begin the presidential campaign fully respectable. The right-wing delegates left Indianapolis jubilant. Gantt wrote that the new clause against crime, sabotage and violence expresses in set terms the historic attitude of the party. The fact that the commercial press hailed the vote on the clause is evidence that the party had sat down on the IWW, and as a victory for all Americans, without regard to party, was pointed to by the right-wing leaders as justification for the convention's action. 43. The IWW press reacted calmly to the action taken at Indianapolis. It had published reports of the harmony that existed prior to the report of the Constitutional Committee, but had predicted that this would not last, and that steps would be taken to expel the WW, the diverse elements that still compose the Socialist Party. Some of them non-working class cannot all, hereafter any more than heretofore, be expected to support the WW. Such professional or middle-class elements will construe any WW criticism of their conduct as an unwarranted attack upon the SP. When the amendment to Article 2, Section 6 was adopted, Solidarity seemed almost happy. The repudiation of sabotage by the Socialist Party convention is a good thing. Thousands of socialists who never heard of the word will now want to know what it means, where it originated, and what role it has played in the labor movement. Those asinine politicians have saved us a lot of extra work, for which we may well thank them. Solidarity even hoped that the proposed referendum on the new Constitution, Article 2, Section 6 would be adopted and all members of the IWW expelled from the party. The editor of Solidarity would like to see them fired, all right. We have been long convinced that many good workers were wasting time and energy trying to work in conjunction with middle-class and professional elements who have never been in contact with the class struggle and know not the mind of the working class except for temporary purposes of exploiting suckers. Cut out the bickering with politicians, who cannot be harmonized, and get busy with the slaves who, at every moment, are insisting more strongly upon the industrial organization of their class. 14. Recall of Haywood. With only U% of the membership participating in the referendum on the new Constitution, Article 2, Section 6 was adopted, 13,215 in favor, and 1 cent against. Berger hailed the vote, and called for speedy action so that the party could rid itself of the anarchists and syndicalists, and the sooner, the better. 411. The action did not occur, however, until the late fall of 1912. The key target, as was to be expected, was Bill Haywood, and the operation began in earnest after the IWW leader's speech in Harlem Casino, New York City on December 1st, at a meeting called by Branch 7, local New York of the Socialist Party to celebrate the not guilty verdict in the Eder Jovenedy case. 2 days after the meeting, the New York Call started the ball rolling by publishing a number of disconnected sentences from the speech under the heading, Haywood Causes Surprise. The surprise had been created, the Call announced, by the fact that in his speech Haywood had made recommendations which were repudiated by the last National Socialist Party convention, by reiterating his belief in direct action, and his scorn for political action. For the benefit of those who had not attended the meeting, the Call reproduced the following extracts from Haywood's speech. Well, direct action is the shortest way home. It is the surest way, particularly for women and children, the black men, and especially for the disfranchised American working man. And I believe in sabotage, that much misunderstood word. There is no revolutionary action that can be too strong if we will only throw the capitalistic class back. The IWW is a fighting, militant organization that takes up the conflict with the savage hirelings of the fiercest of the capitalist class. At present we are hampered with too many jails. The jails all over the country are filled with many of the working class this very day. But they are not filled with political socialists, but are filled by the men and women socialists of the industrial workers of the world. 46. This report served as the basis for the concrete action that was taken to remove Haywood from the National Executive Committee. Although it did not reveal that Haywood had said anything about political action and voting, the Call, the New York Forward, the New Yorker Volkszeitung and other right-wing socialist papers charged that Haywood had boasted that he had never advocated political action. They continued to insist that this was his position even though a few days after the Harlem Casino meeting, Haywood told another rally that, "I do believe in political action, because it gives us control of the policeman's club, N." A move to recall Haywood from the National Executive Committee was initiated by the New York and New Jersey state committees, both of which defeated motions requesting an explanation from Haywood before voting. On December 28, 1912, the national headquarters of the Socialist Party mailed a notice from Chicago to all party members charging Haywood with having stated in public meetings in New York City that he never advocated the use of the ballot by the workers, and instead advised them to use direct action and sabotage, a violation of Article 2, Section 6 of the National Constitution. It was, therefore, resolved by the State Committee representing the Socialist Party of the State of New York, that W.D. Haywood is unworthy to remain any longer a member of the National Executive Committee, that the committee therefore initiates a motion for his recall from the National Executive Committee as provided by the National Constitution. Party members were asked to vote yes or no on the motion and to file their ballots with their local or branch secretaries not later than February 12, 1913.48. Haywood, as his supporters charged, was thus to be removed from his post on the basis of an amendment which provided for expulsion from the Socialist Party and nothing else. He was to be removed, too, on the basis of a spear H for which there was not even an official transcript. Local Schenectady pointed out, moreover, that the referendum ballot was improper in form and decidedly unfair, because Haywood was given no opportunity to reply to the unsupported charges, and secondly, because the preamble assumed that Haywood was guilty as charged and then asked the party membership whether or not he should be recalled. The local asked the national officials to withdraw the ballot and substitute one that was not so obviously unfair. 37 prominent members of the Socialist Party, including Walter Lippmann, William English Whaling, Margaret M. Sanger, Max K. Frankel, Louis B. Boudin, and Hubert Harrison, Negro Socialist leader in Harlem, signed a resolution of protest, calling the action against Haywood to be unwise and unwarranted, and to tend to create dissent and ill will within the ranks of the Socialist Party. It noted further that we know Comrade Haywood to believe in political action, and to have been of great service to our party in helping to solve the difficult problems that confront the working class upon the industrial field. We also believe that instead of exaggerating inevitable differences of opinion, instead of reviving declinistic tactics of personal incrimination, heresy hunting and disruption, we should make use of the special talents of every member within our ranks, and in this way secure loyal service and cooperation. We believe in a united working class. 49. These protests, along with others, were ignored. W.J. Gantt voiced the sentiments of the SP officialdom when he wrote, "Either Haywood or the Socialist Party will have to go." With about 25% of the membership participating in the balloting, Haywood was recalled from the National Executive Committee by a vote of 22,000 to N.110. The commercial press hailed the outcome of the referendum, and praised the party for repudiating IWW-ism and its offsprings, anarchism, sabotage and violence. The IWW, while somewhat socialistic in its ideas and aims, is distinct from the Socialist Party in this country, which does not countenance violence or unlawful methods of any sort. 51. Debs supported the recall as inevitable, although he noted that he would not have put Section 6 in the Constitution, since it was there, should be obeyed, and Haywood deliberately violated it. The IWW press took the vote calmly. The industrial worker even saw an advantage in the outcome for the Wobblies, since it has caused 10 persons to become interested in industrial organization, direct action and sabotage, where before there was but one. It is, heads we win, tails they lose, in our toss-up with the reactionists. 52. A determined effort was made to recall the recall and re-elect Haywood to the National Executive Committee. But it failed. So, too, did a campaign to repeal Article 2, Section 6, despite an appeal by Walter Lippmann, a young socialist and secretary to George R. Lunn, socialist, mayor of Schenectady, to the Socialist Party to give up its campaign against the IWW, which, with all its faults, was making a notable contribution to the American working class, and whose Follies, man felt, should be dealt with by rejuvenation, and not by excommunication. 53. Writing in The Syndicalist, the British Journal, in its issue of March-April 1913, William Z. Foster expressed the view that the recall was effected for the deliberate purpose of splitting the party and thus forcing the radicals out of it, and he concluded that the SP is facing one of the greatest crises in its career. It was a thoughtful estimate. Haywood resigned from the Socialist Party, and, in the ensuing months, others who believed in his views or were disgusted by the way in which the recall referendum had been conducted followed. On August 16, 1913, Solidarity reported that thousands friendly to the IWW have left the Socialist Party. 2 months later, it reported the expulsion of other thousands. Misconduct on the question of direct action is punished by ostracism, very often with suspension. The greater offense of whispering sabotage, not against the ballot box, but against the product controlled by the capitalist class, means banishment from the Socialist Party. 11 tilde. By the summer of 1913, relations between the party and the LWW were so bitter that any hope of reconciliation was out of the question. The right-wing socialist press, which since the 1912 National Convention had increasingly devoted space to a general assault on the IWW, its ideology and activities, reached its nadir a year later. Longtime socialist enemies of the IWW seized upon the setbacks suffered by the Wobblies, beginning with the loss of the Patterson strike, to launch a vitriolic campaign of denunciation against the industrial union organization. They charged the Wobblies with having misled hundreds of thousands of workers, with having misappropriated or stolen strike funds, particularly those of the Lawrence strikers and the funds for the defense of Eder, Giovannitti and other victims of IWW struggles, with having mismanaged strikes, to the extent of amounting to a crime, and with having organized far fewer unskilled workers than the AFL. They labeled the free speech fights as nothing but a plot, by shiftless, blanket stiffs, with a premeditated object to live and fatten on defense funds, and characterized all IWW strikes as schemes of IWW leaders, ambitious for office and for publicity. The IWW was described as an organization of self-seeking leaders who were in the game for profit and not for love of humanity, with a handful of members, pretending to act in the name of the working class of America. In short, it was the arch foe of all unionism, the infamous trafficker in and seller out of the working class. L.G. All this and much more filled columns in the New York Call, the Milwaukee Leader, the Washington National Socialist, the New York E-Wish Forward, the New Yorker Volkszeitung and many other socialist. On May 30, 1913, the New York Call gleefully published a report of a Lawrence Manufacturers Investigating Committee which stated, without offering any proof, that, when the Lawrence textile workers were starving, Haywood was habitually consuming porterhouse steaks, mushrooms and hothouse strawberries with his associates, Eder, Giovannitti, and Troutman. Troutman, incidentally, filled columns of the Call with charges of misappropriation of funds during the Lawrence strike and the Eder Giovannitti defense campaign. June 23, July 12, 1913. He was answered by Eder. Solidarity, November 1, 1913. Papers following the death at Patterson. So vicious were these attacks on the IWW that readers were moved to complain. At least the IWWs are working men and entitled to a square deal from socialist publications, one wrote to the New York Call. Another pointed out, under tremendous difficulties the IWW is doing noble work. The services which it had already rendered to the working class are of inestimable value. It has carried the banner of revolt to the unorganized, underpaid, overworked masses. Certainly, the leaders of the IWW have their foibles. Their theories are crude, but they will learn. Should the IWW pass away tomorrow, we shall yet say that it was a great boon to the working class. For be it remembered, the economic condition of the working class is determined far more by the 50-cent 14-hour day worker than by the $S 7-hour day worker. 56. But the campaign of vilification against the IWW and the ouster of those who believed in its principles continued. In 1914, 3,000 supporters of the IWW were expelled or withdrew from the Finnish Socialist Federation. That same year, the Appeal to Reason published Who's Who in Socialist America for 1914, which was euphemistically described as the men and women who have made socialism the greatest power in the nation. Not a single member of the IWW was listed. L57. The conduct of the European socialist parties, especially the German Party, at the time of the outbreak of the First World War in August 1914, fully convinced the IWW that it had nothing to lose and much to gain by the severance of its connections with the Socialist Party in the United States. American socialists, argued the IWW, had never tired of pointing to Germany with much pride. Germany had constantly served the party in America as a socialist ideal, on account of its many deputies in the Reichstag and its large vote. Time and again, when IWW agitators pointed out the futility of pure and simple political socialism as a revolutionary force, we were told to look to Germany. where 1 million dues-paying socialists and 3 million socialist votes menace the rule of the Kaiser, and stand in the way of all war plans of European monarchs and capitalists. But what happened when the chips were down? The Socialist Party of Germany had more than 100 representatives in the German parliament when the war broke out. But only one of these socialists had the courage to protest against the war, Karl Liebknecht. And what about the socialists of France and other European countries? They, too, had betrayed the workers of the world by supporting the war. In short, the events leading up to and into the outbreak of the European war had laid low the pretenses of the political socialist movement, and the fact, the IWW accepted the Social Democrats in the Russian Duma who had refused to vote for military appropriations and opposed the war. The country that contains such stalwart revolutionary elements is not to be feared, but welcomed. Solidarity, October 10, 1914. That the IWW in the United States was regarded as an enemy by such a movement only proved that it was on the right track. 58. Results of adoption of Article 2, Section 6. Shortly after the 1912 Socialist Party Convention, W.J. Gantt predicted, Clause 6, Article 2, in the Constitution as its, the IWW's, death warrant. The IWW cited this several months later as it set out to demonstrate that the constitutional amendment was really the death warrant for the Socialist Party. Some time has elapsed since the inauguration of the famous section of the Indianapolis Convention of the SP, and the seed is beginning to bear fruit. The recent loss in membership in the Socialist Party is stupendous. 59 Ira Kipnis, in his study, The American Socialist Movement, 1897 to 1912, substantiates this viewpoint. He points out that after Haywood was recalled, the decline in membership was precipitous. Thousands of left-wing socialists followed Haywood's, lead, in refusing to renew their membership. Before the May 1912 convention, the party membership had reached 150,000. By June 1913, the membership had declined to 78,000. Equally, if not more important, many non-syndicalist radicals from the Midwest and Southwest who followed Debs began to have doubts about the party. 60. The stand taken by the right-wing socialists at the 1912 convention was to have disastrous consequences for the entire radical movement in the United States. Fred Merrick, editor of the left-wing socialist, pro-IWW Pittsburgh paper, Fustus, who was expelled from the party for having violated the anti-sabotage clause, forecast this as early as April 1913. The Socialist Party, he wrote bitterly, is the first institution in America to make the advocacy of sabotage a crime. It beats the capitalist government and the Catholic Church all hollow. A person can still advocate sabotage and keep outside the jail and inside the Roman Church. But you have got to be mighty careful who you train with and what you think, if you want to hold a red card in the yellow SP. Merrick predicted that the government would soon take a leaf from the Socialist Party and apply the same rule to imprison radicals. 81. This is precisely what happened. Haywood pointed out that the adoption of Article 2, Section 6 gave the federal government the go-ahead signal during the First World War for the enactment of criminal syndicalist laws under which hundreds of men and women have been sent to the penitentiary, though not one of them had committed any offense except that of holding an opinion or being a member of the industrial workers of the world. The men who have been prosecuted can thank the traitors of the Socialist Party. Greater than G2 William Preston Jr., in his authoritative study of federal suppression of radicals, agrees with Haywood. The Socialists were the first group to create an index of permissible belief and action within the framework of discontent. The Socialist Anti-Sabotage Clause was the ideological forerunner of the criminal syndicalism laws and the deportation statutes aimed at dissident members of the community. It was not surprising, moreover, that the more conservative and moderate elements of society should rush in where the Socialists had not feared to tread. 63.